заполнять собой твои мысли, заплетать, быть к тебе близко, еле дышать. Буду, чтоб тебя не будить, чтоб тебя не будить, расцветать. Я в тебе буду целовать, горячие губы буду молчать. Только чтобы ты говорил, мое притяжение особенно сильное. Твои ощущения такие красивые, мое притяжение так тянет тебя ко мне.
We don't have much time, but I have to tell you guys something, and I have to be honest with you about something. The climate in the United States is beginning to change. RT America has been officially banned, more or less, by the US government, which recently has released a new policy against misinformation, and I have absolutely no idea how that's going to apply to me. But according, their new policy seems kind of vague, but from what I've read, we are not in violation, but I don't know how much I'm able to cover now. I definitely think I'm not able to cover RT on Twitch anymore, because Twitch has banned Russian state-owned media because of its misinformation with regard to other topics, which have not been specified. Now, exactly what constitutes misinformation is not very clear, especially when facts are in dispute, such as a conflict such as this, right? It's all very ambiguous, and to be completely honest with you, I have no idea what that means for the future of infrared here. I have no idea. But there is an increased campaign of censorship across the board on pretty much all the mainstream platforms. I don't think Twitch is especially, it's YouTube, it's everything. Twitter, everything's starting to crack down. Just for safekeeping, you guys know we have a website, infrared.gg. Custom chat API is coming very soon, probably tomorrow. It's very important that anyone who wants to continue with infrared, in case something were to happen, sign up for this website. It's the only way you're going to be able to be in contact with us. We did anticipate something like this might happen. We didn't know it was going to happen this soon, but that's okay. We are entering a new period of, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic with you. I'm not trying to over-exaggerate or anything. We are entering a period of fascism. We are entering a period of fascism in Europe, for certain, and the Democrats are trying it here in the United States. Now, if I believed that the MAGA movement was going to push back on this, I would be more confident in endorsing them. It's just, I don't know, convince me. I hope I can be convinced, right? It's just that when I look at platforms like Getter, GETTR, which are conservative-run platforms, they're even more hard when it comes to the censorship than the liberals, right? So we have to be very careful about this. But I think all freedom-loving people, all liberty-loving people, all people who believe in civil liberties and the First Amendment, we need to just join together. I don't care what you are or where you align on the political spectrum. You can be a conservative, you can be a MAGA guy, you can be a libertarian. It does not matter. We need to just join forces together, right? And we need to fight for our democracy here in the U.S., fight for our Constitution, and fight for our civil liberties. Because you're thinking that RT is just, it's Russian, so that's okay. RT America it's unprecedented. Their media license was revoked. They had their media license revoked. That is just a flat-out annulment of the First Amendment. And if you don't think they're going to come after conservatives next, and I'm not just talking about getting deplatformed, I'm talking about outright banning. I'm talking about outright banning Newsmax, the rest of those, right? So we all need to band together in this time because we're under attack. Russian dancers are being banned. I mean, across the Western world's institutions. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. We are seeing a revival of neo-Nazism. And by neo-Nazism, I'm referring to the virulent anti-Russian racism, Russophobia, a crackdown on our basic, normal civil liberties that we consider to be a given in any civilized country. All of that is being thrown out the window. As far as the future of this, I don't know, right? We're gonna, we follow the rules here. It's just that the new rules they've instituted are not very clear. So I'm gonna email them and see what's going on exactly and how it applies to us as far as our current coverage. But I'll keep you posted. This is very unprecedented, right? It's especially worrying because I don't know how misinformation is being defined. Is misinformation defined by reporting the facts wrong? Because if that's the case, Dylan Burns and Destiny are very guilty of misinformation. I mean, Dylan Burns has reported on dozens of things that have been debunked and disproven many times. But these are things that align with the agenda of the establishment and the mainstream media. So I guess that's not considered misinformation, right? I think they're starting to define misinformation. I could be wrong. I'm just worried that what they mean by misinformation is information that does not align with the consensus of institutions, which has very little to do with facts or the truth, right? Something like harm, that's also subjective, right? Harmful information. So this is like breaking news since yesterday. And honestly, I'm just going to come clean with you guys. I could have gone live 4 hours ago and I didn't because I was so shocked by this news. And I at least wanted to have this debate, because I don't know what's going on. Had I covered this situation all day today, I don't know if I would have been covered, right? So until I can get a real definitive answer, I think I'm going to be hesitant on covering and reporting what's going on as in the way that I did before. I'm going to still report on it and debunk fake news. But, for example, am I not allowed to show RT anymore? Is RT banned from Twitch? Is that considered misinformation? I mean, regardless of what it's actually saying. These are things that are not clarified. It's not banned. Well, in the article I read, Twitch did ban a Twitch account because it had alleged ties to Russia Today. So Twitch banned an account because of its ties to Russia Today. Yeah, they outright banned an account because it had ties to Russia Today. Yeah, that's what they report in their article. I want you guys to know I'm not being hyperbolic. We are entering a new stage of censorship. We're entering a new period. I can't promise you, I can't really tell you how it's going to play out or what's going to happen. We have contingency plans. It's obviously not good news. We didn't know it was gonna be this quick, that this was gonna happen this rapidly, but it is what it is, Like, Caleb Maupin cannot make a Twitch account because he's employed by RT, right? So I can't show things by RT, I'm guessing. I can't show YouTube videos by RT anymore. It is insanity. It's a period of insanity. I am considering it, depending how insane it gets. Thank you, Nordic. Depending how insane it gets, like, if I'm going to see when it comes to the midterms, I think is when I'll make my decision. Because I know there's the other 50% in this country who haven't lost their minds, right? But I don't know how that's going to evolve politically. Otherwise, I I may consider my options and actually move out of the country for a little bit, depending on how crazy it gets here. In terms of the fascism and the cracking down on civil liberties and the cracking down on the First Amendment, it could get really bad. You know, they might start throwing people in jail, right? It's just getting really bad. They're starting to just arbitrarily define what misinformation is based on whether it suits their agenda or not, and not based on the actual verifiable facts. Okay. I mean, like, for example, I'll give you an example of where I think there's just a lot of room for misinterpretation. Like, so if I contradict something that the official Ukrainian government says, because the official sources of the Ukrainian government are liars. They lied about a whole host of things. They're claiming that there are 9,000 Russian casualties. That's what the fucking Ukrainian government is claiming, okay? So if I contradict that and say that they're lying and call them bullshitters, am I spreading misinformation now because I'm contradicting an official source? Again, it has nothing to do with truth. It has everything to do with power, right? That's just not very clear to me, right? But I am going to say, I mean, regardless, I'm just going to flat out tell you that you are seeing a tsunami, an avalanche of outright lying and misinformation, and it can all be proven from the pro-Ukrainian side, and I haven't seen it from the pro-Russian side. Which, I mean, I would be interested to know, in what way has Russia today spread misinformation? What lies have they reported on exactly? I'm not denying they could be lying, but I haven't ever seen anyone actually point out how they've lied or misreported facts. Except, unless we just define that based on not agreeing with the mainstream consensus. Russia lied a lot. Okay, what did Russia lie about exactly? What exactly did Russia lie about? Again, I don't know why it has to resort to outright censorship and why it can't resort to just an open discussion, but we are starting the debate like now with Dylan Burns and Destiny. Before I say anything more, I just want to say, guys, I don't know what's going to happen within the next few days. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what the future for this channel is here. So just remember, if you're not part of the Discord, you can join our Discord at, type the ! Discord, and then we also have this website, which even beyond the Discord will be safe. Just want to let you guys know I don't know what's going to happen going forward. There's a lot of uncertainty. I know there's a lot of breaking news and a lot of misinformation was reported tonight and today, especially on Twitch. A lot of lies, outright lies. There's some new news about something going on in Chernobyl. We are making a Telegram. We are. It's just, not being able to cover RT is a big information blackout because they do report on a lot of things that no one else does. But I wanted to show you something by Tusheyev. So, I could be wrong, right? Maybe I'm wrong. But this appears to be a recent video by Tusheyev, okay? Sorry, this appears to be a recent video. Just wanna give you guys this before we start. And remember, okay, so I'll give you an example of why misinformation is ill-defined. Because this was a recent video posted by where was this posted by? I don't know where it was posted from. I just know when it was posted, which was like yesterday or today. And part of Russia's biggest Chechen military unit beat a whole Ukrainian brigade and took trophies. The problem is that the person being featured in this video of this recent news, who's talking about this recent development and showcasing the trophies, is Tusheyev. And the official Ukrainian government sources and the official Ukrainian mainstream media outlets made the claim that Tusheyev was killed with his whole echelon with 56 other tanks. That's not him. That is definitely him. That's him. That's him right there. That is him. This is him right here. So this is Tusheyev, who they said they killed. How is it that they killed him if he's back? You know what I mean? So are all the people who reported that he died, is that misinformation? Should Ukrainian government accounts on Twitch be banned for reporting for misinformation? I mean, it just depends on how you define misinformation. If misinformation is based on telling the truth or not, then I guess they should. But if misinformation just means disagreeing with the mainstream consensus and the mainstream narrative, I think they should just say that. I think they should just say we don't want ideologies opposed to our own one perspective and one ideology. We don't want the Russian perspective. We don't want the perspective of the other side. We just want the Western, white European perspective, the perspective of white Europeans. I think that's what if those are indeed the rules, I think they should just say we only tolerate the ideologies of white Europeans, and they should just say that. Okay, let me join this Zoom call. Oh, they're waiting for me. Okay, let me just join it right now. Zoom is updating. Fuck. So I have to update my Zoom settings, actually. Zoom. Okay, let me just disable this camera. Deactivate. Okay. So settings. Let me just do this. Settings. Video. Okay, we have the correct thing. Okay, settings. Microphone. Audio. Yeah, okay, we got everything set up. Alright, let's join.
Infrared, good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm ready to BTFO the libs. As usual.
Should be a lot of fun tonight. Glad to have all you guys here, and let me just do the fitting in OBS, and we'll be off to the races. And
Wait, can we do another sound check to make sure we don't have any mics that are obscenely loud?
good idea. Haas, can you do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me?
1, 2, 3.
Gotcha. And then Steven?
1, 2, 3.
There's a little bit of a discrepancy. Steven, it's hard to know if yours is too low or Infra's is maybe just slightly too loud.
I don't know. Why don't we all 1, 2, 3 and see who's loud or not loud here?
Good. And then Infrared?
1, 2, 3.
And then Jackson?
1, 2, 3.
Great. Dylan?
1, 2, 3.
That's pretty well matched.
Okay.
And then great. Let me just fit.
Can I make a special request for moderation here?
For sure.
Can I try to ensure for moderation? It's heavy-handed, but make sure that we stay as on topic as much as possible. I've heard rumors there are ramblers among us that might want to divert or pivot off to totally irrelevant stuff. So
Hey, Destiny. I know you want to bitch out already and throw your towel in and make excuses. So why don't you just man the fuck up, buckle down, and wait for the actual debate to start before you make excuses and start fucking coping? How about that?
So, for example, Exhibit A. Just saying, make sure you don't ramble.
Yeah, hey, Destiny.
All right,
Destiny,
guys,
keep
for real,
bitching.
we
Keep bitching.
really
Why don't you
don't
fucking leave then,
we
huh?
really do. He hadn't named anybody. He could have been talking about Dylan. But
Dylan
I
does
do wanna
ramble
say,
a lot.
He was
He
talking
does.
about me. Yeah, he was
you
talking about
have
me.
But for real, though, I'm serious though, just because of the seriousness of the topic.
Uh-huh.
This is like one of the few times where I actually am going to be like, you guys, do me a favor. I do want it to be like a respectful, reasonable conversation that's hopefully more fruitful than some of the haters out there are saying it'll be. And
True.
so
Cool. Okay.
like I'm really serious about that. Whereas like Avi, you guys know I'm like pretty easygoing. I don't really get any pleasure in terms of like trying to take control of the conversation. And I kind of hate when people do that. But in this case, I'm like, it's such a serious topic that, and it's something I just want to give it reverence that let's see. I do promise to be more involved tonight, and just for all of everybody's sake. And if you think about it, nobody wants to be talked over, and so that includes everybody. If you're everybody hearing this message, so alt,
Cool.
and then
Well,
Hold
I'm
on,
excited. You guys all
give me a
excited?
second. I'm having a hard time capturing this Zoom on my OBS, just a white screen. Does anyone know how to fix that?
yes, I do. So this is let's see. Let me send you a link for it.
If you're going to send him a link for troubleshooting, make sure it's from RT so he knows he can trust.
Hey, Destiny, you have to fucking rely on censorship to combat RT's so-called misinformation. Why can't you actually point out concrete instances of that? You have to resort to censoring it?
You mean like when they use video game footage of like ongoing war activity?
Oh, you mean when the pro-Ukrainian sources did that when it came to the so-called Ghost of Kiev? What video game footage?
Pro-Ukrainian sources? You mean randos on Twitter as compared to the actual Russian state-funded, state-directed media? That's kind of the same thing, I think.
You don't think the people who came up with the Ghost of Kiev myth were pro-Ukrainian? You're a fucking liar. You've always
Can you
been
link me
so
that?
fucking
Alright,
Wait, can you
hold
link
on.
me that? Can you
Alright,
show me that?
let's-
Yeah.
One sec. Okay, so just to be
sorry,
sure, Infrared, can you do me a favor? Is just because I'm trying to still get these pictures arranged, is could you do me a favor? Is if you just type into YouTube, if you put OBS white screen Zoom fix, it's one of the first ones that'll pop up. Like this is a common thing. I remember when Dylan first came on, it was something that we had to work through. I hate pushing it on you. It's just that I'm just trying to quick fit the pictures.
Okay, so I have to end the Zoom meeting, so I'll rejoin.
You might have to.
Yeah, it's telling me that. I'll rejoin.
Okay.
Settings. Video. Click video. Rendering method. Fucking nice. fucking night. I swear to fucking. Okay. Give me a second, guys. You joining? This is the worst. This is a fucking nightmare, man. This is a fucking nightmare. I can't fucking believe this shit fucking happened, man.
Any of these are. I'm
All right,
telling
we
you,
got it.
Harper Valley, which was like an hour west of DC a while ago. Okay.
I lived like right outside of DC, like right
Okay.
outside.
Gotcha.
All set there, Infra?
Yeah, we're all set.
Do we need to do
Great.
another mic check, or is it still okay?
I think we'll be good.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll the dice. This is let's see. I've almost got it set. Thanks for your patience.
Wait, Destiny, can you tell the joke again? Because everyone else here forgot to laugh. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't see if you had headphones in, so I wanted to make sure you caught it that time.
Shut the fuck up, little beta male.
Are you really gonna let the Kremlin Gremlin talk to me like this, James?
Shut the fuck up, Destiny. How about you stop your fucking posturing? Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Let's go.
We're almost set. All I have to do is squeeze down this last picture, and I promise we'll be off to the races. And in fact, what I'm going to do for the opening is I'm going to say, hey, everybody, today we're debating whether or not Russia's, whether or not the, I want to put it such that I don't have to worry about violating some sort of YouTube rule. Today we're debating the war on Ukraine, something to that effect. And then I will kick it over to Infra and Jackson, and I will say, and we're starting right now with Infra's and Jackson's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours. And at that point, you guys can, pick up the ball and start running. Sound good?
All right, I'll begin,
great.
and then Jackson, you take the other two.
Are we time limited on these intros? Just checking.
12 minutes.
Wait, really?
That's
Per
what he
team.
said.
Yep.
Per team.
6
So
per person. Yeah.
you guys want more?
Per team
No,
or
I think
per-
maybe
he
we
wants
could
the opposite.
trim
is
it
that
back
is
a
that
little
is
bit.
that per team or per person?
12
That was per team.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine. It'll be fine.
cool.
So I'll begin. So when it comes to the formation of,
well, yeah, just we're not streaming on my side yet, though. It'll take like 30 seconds.
Just let him start now. We can pick up like halfway in between them.
Destiny, can you ever get out a fucking statement and wear it with your fucking chest? Why do you gotta like
Anybody
snicker and
getting out a
mumble?
complete statement?
Why do you have
with
to? Why do you have to
screaming on the
fucking
other end is
nervously
almost
mumble
impossible.
every little
Exhibit B.
passive,
Who- how- am
every
I
little
mumbling?
passive aggressive bitch made statement you make? You have to like mumble your way fucking through it. Why don't you just say it, wear it with your fucking chest, say it with your chest, or shut the fuck up?
How are you going to talk to me about wearing something on your chest when you acted like such a conciliatory little bitch in real life to me? Are you serious right
Destiny,
now?
next
How are you
time we,
going to act
Destiny,
like there's
Destiny,
something? Yeah.
here's what I'll promise you. Next time we meet in
Huh?
real life, it's not gonna go down that way.
Well, I'll be at the Kill Stream in early April. I'll be in Austin or Texas or whatever at the end of April. I'm going to like 2 or 3 events next month.
Okay.
So if you want to show
Yeah, I'll
up
call
and,
you a little
and
bitch to
show
your
down,
face.
yeah,
I'll call
go
you
for
a
it.
little
Yeah,
bitch
go
to
for it.
your
I hope
face.
so.
We're all
I hope it's
set.
not with your stream
Thanks,
on,
gentlemen.
begging me for viewership.
Here we go.
When have I begged you?
We're
for
ready to
views,
go,
Destiny?
James. Let's go.
Got the most views I ever
Here we
did,
go.
turning
All
my
right,
fucking
here I
back on your
go.
whole
All right,
fucking
here I
orbiter
go.
ass community.
In 3, 2, 1, ready, set. Here I go with the cold open.
I don't know. This one's feeling hot, James.
Everybody, tonight we're debating. Hey, everybody, tonight we're debating the war in Ukraine, and we are starting right now with Infrared and Jackson's opening statement. Thanks so much, gentlemen, for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Okay, so when it comes to the formation of, this is the first context I want to establish. When it comes to the formation of military alliances, this actually extends beyond the bounds of the sovereignty within a state's own territory. Countries have an obligation to be cognizant of the geopolitical, geographic, and historical and civilizational realities that their own sovereignty is situated within. And this is specifically recognized by organizations like the OSCE, according to which, Ukraine being a member, one country, according to its founding document at least, one country's security cannot be strengthened at the security of another state. So what the OSCE establishes is that it's not just that states are just completely, totally free to just do whatever they want in terms of making security alliances and in terms of how they construct their militaries and position themselves geopolitically. There's a very delicate balance of power and security in Europe, and everyone who's committed to actually preserving long-term peace, which is what the OSCE is actually about, has to be recognize the fact that there needs to be a balance of security. There needs to be a security architecture that ensures that there is a fair distribution of security across the continent. When this balance is tipped in one direction or the other, it creates a situation of instability and geopolitical uncertainty and leads to the conditions that ultimately could lead to war and to conflict. So one has to keep this in mind when one is bringing up the issue of the sovereignty of states. States should have a right to self determination, and states should have the right to be sovereign, but they should also be cognizant of the geopolitical and geographic realities within which they reside, so as to not create circumstances that upset the balance of security and the security architecture. I'll give it to Jackson now.
Yeah, so the next point that I think is really important is to actually, and I would like to hear Dylan and Destiny respond to this when they talk, is to address when did this conflict begin, or if, war, when did this war begin? The war began, and they refused to call it a war. The Ukrainian government refused to call it a war for 8 years because they wanted to have IMF loans, and you can't give IMF loans to a country that's at war. But the war began after the 2014 coup that took place on the heels of the Maidan protests, which began, in all honesty, without U.S. backing. I mean, there was a plurality of people within Ukraine that were frustrated over the fact that, there was not going to be EU membership for Ukraine. And I guess there was going to be a delay in the decision. And those protests began. And then eventually they decided that they were not going to take the unfair, deal that the EU offered them. They knew that these neoliberal policies that would be inflicted upon them upon the EU deal would have hurt them much more than opening up trade partnerships more with Russia would have helped them. So upon these protests, the U.S., began to infiltrate the movement. U.S. politicians began, working with agencies on the ground, U.S. front agencies on the ground, like the National Endowment for Democracy. Victoria Nuland even boasted about the fact that, they funneled $5 billion. We'll discuss the details of the U.S. involvement in the coup later on in the debate, I'm sure. But lots of money came in to these U.S. agencies on the ground to actually hijack the Maidan protests. Upon hijacking the Maidan protests, violence broke out. This was dissimilar to the 2004 color revolution that the U.S. also played a part in surrounding the 2004 elections, which Yanukovych was also involved in. Initially reported that he won, though international Western aligned agencies claimed that these elections were marred with corruption and discrepancies and irregularities in the vote. The election was overturned then, and Yanukovych didn't see the presidency until his second run. But after being elected, during these Maidan protests, U.S. became involved. They led a coup upon the democratically elected government of Yanukovych, and after that, coup on the democratically elected government of Yanukovych, we saw the 8-year war begin. And that's the next point I want to make. It's insane to assume that this war began, within the past 2 weeks. Everyone knows that there was shelling, there was fighting in the Donbass region. The question is, when did that begin? It began directly after the coup, thanks to the Western aligned leader that was put into power. Now, these Western aligned leaders that were put into power have deep ties to the, nationalist far right, factions, radical factions within both the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian political apparatus. There's over 80 far right, military militias and battalions within Ukraine. Some of the most notable include, of course, the Azov battalion, which is one of the primary forces that has been waging asymmetrical warfare upon the people of Donetsk and Luhansk, who they themselves took votes to recognize their independence, which was not granted by Russia or Ukraine or Western states for many years, though. Vladimir Putin did come out and say that he respected the legality, the outcome of the elections, but he didn't actually recognize them as independent states at the time, up until, just this month. So all in all, this conflict didn't begin this week. It began during the Maidan coup. Asymmetrical warfare was waged against the people of Donetsk and Luhansk. In the past 3 years of the conflict, which is all I have been able to find data for, maybe Dylan or Destiny can provide more evidence, but according to the United Nations, 81.4% of the civilian casualties in the Donbass war came on the side of the Donbass, civilians dying there. And at the end of the day, Russia, was very, very restrained. They tried to engage in peace deals surrounding the Minsk Accord and bring peace to the region. Like it or not, think it's fair or not, he did do that for 8 years. And in that entire time, everything I just mentioned was taking place. And these Western aligned leaders that controlled the government for different stretches of time over this period have made a continued effort to try and join NATO, which Vladimir Putin has continuously said, and I agree, would be a direct threat to their security.
You got it. Thank you very much for those openings, Infrared and Jackson Hinkle. Want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And second, before I kick it over to Destiny and Dylan for their opening, if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. 100% of super chats tonight are going to Worldwide Orphans, and you can also tag me with @ModernDayDebate in the live chat to submit a question as well. Thanks so much, Destiny and Dylan, for being with us. The floor is all yours for your openings as well.
So Putin has been saying, it's been quoted as saying, it's said multiple times, that the greatest geopolitical catastrophe in the last century has been the collapse of the Soviet Union. I think if we look at the actions of Putin, not just in Ukraine, but in other countries and other states within Russia around the world, I think we can see that Putin's goal is to rebuild some sort of new body that resembles the lost Soviet Union. Whether that's going to be the Union state that includes Belarus, Russia, and perhaps some future Ukraine or not remains to be seen based on how well the Ukrainians can resist Russian aggression. But it seems pretty clear that Putin has a huge drive to rebuild what he sees as one of the, as I guess his fond memory of the Soviet Union. The idea that in terms of individual claims, I guess we'll start going through the history, but I mean, almost everything you said is either half wrong or just completely wrong. The idea that Europe was offering them an unfair deal, one of the biggest reasons why they required that EU deal was because Russia themselves began to put blockades on certain imports for Ukraine, just because they thought that the president was looking towards the European Union for a deal. The idea that the Russian deal was better when the European deal would have just allowed them access to the markets, while the Russian deal was literally an exclusive deal that would have forbade them from trading into other markets is hilariously stupid. The idea that this conflict began in 2014 is also just completely wrong. There have been foreign policy experts, I can find papers back since 2010, claiming that Crimea was under threat of invasion from Russia, and it was invaded. Russia has been consistently working with disinformation campaigns among actual military aid to places like Donbass or Crimea, since at least 2010, if not earlier. There's been a long and a rich history of corruption in Ukraine, whether we're talking about people that used to actually be in the Soviet party that became leaders of Ukraine, or we're talking about people that more or less wanted to be Putin's stooges later on, like Yanukovych.
He thinks that's the equivalent of an armed conflict.
I guess we'll get into the individual history of any of these particular things, but
he thinks that's the equivalent of an armed
right
conflict.
Now today that
literal
Russia
fucking
is
idiot,
justified in their aggression and their taking over of any of the Ukrainian territory, whether that's when they took over Crimea in 2014, whether that's the eastern territories that they're trying to take over now, or the rest of Ukraine that they're trying to take over. I think it's just absolutely absurd. I would echo something that Haas said in the very beginning of the debate, that one country's security cannot be increased at the expense of another. That's a hilarious statement coming from somebody trying to defend the neo-imperialism of the wannabe Soviet Union. And I'm curious how you guys will defend this in the conversation coming forward.
He calls it neo-imperialism.
Okay, so I guess the best thing to do would be start with, I guess I'll start in 2004, since I know more about like recent Ukrainian history. So the Orange Revolution, which I respect the Ukrainian people for taking power into their own hands to stop an election that was stolen.
He respects the fascists,
the Ukrainian court,
the Azov Nazis.
Before, and we call it a coup, or it was a coup of Viktor Yanukovych. What was failed to mention is that after the Ukrainian courts decided decided that there was large-scale fraud committed on behalf of Viktor Yanukovych in 2004 is that there was a revote.
2004.
And after the revote was done, once international monitors were now involved in the situation, that's when Viktor Yanukovych lost the 2004 election. And so the Orange Revolution
2004.
that is usually cited here as a coup, what is not mentioned is just like in the 2014 coup, there is an election after both of these
Chechens are coming,
instances.
Azov.
In 2004, there was a revote. And in 2014, after Viktor Yanukovych was impeached, he then fled the country, and there was another democratic election where somebody was democratically elected. There was also another election in 2019 where Zelensky won with about 73% of the vote.
What a narrative of
Respect
events.
the Ukrainian people and
The
taking
coup
power in
was
their own
just an
hands to take
impeachment.
back their democracy.
That's all it was.
Instances.
It was just an impeachment.
We're talking about, I know both of these people care about sovereignty a lot here. In both instances, both in 2004 and 2014 and before it, the Russian state has meddled in the affairs of Ukraine on multiple occasions, fomenting corruption, directly getting involved in elections, and directly getting involved with Ukrainian politicians, and basically sponsoring them.
Oh, but the U.S. is not. That's a given.
In the affairs
That's meddling? What does meddling even mean? Every fucking country meddles then.
Against politicians like Viktor Yanukovych, and you're going to see the Orange Revolution in 2004 when a foreign state meddles in the internal affairs of another state. So it's strange for me to hear all this concern about America interfering in the internal affairs of the Ukrainian government in 2014, when there was so much of it going on ever since the creation of, ever since Ukraine voted with over 90% of the vote to separate from Russia in the early 1990s.
What does that have to do with anything? That has nothing to do with the Orange Revolution or 2014.
Guaranteed in 1994 in the Budapest Memorandum to not invade Ukraine after it gave up its nuclear weapons,
which was nullified. The Budapest Memorandum was nullified.
The spirit of that was also violated when they meddled in the internal affairs of Ukraine in both 2004, 2014, and many other instances. Besides that, I heard a lot about concern about the far right, but I heard no concern about, for example, the Russian National Unity Movement, which is a Russian neo-Nazi political and militia group that is active under the arm of the Donetsk People's Republic. They are a neo-Nazi militia that has been fighting on behalf of the Donetsk People's Republic for a very long period of time now. And so for me, this claim of denazification,
they're neo-Nazis,
having to do with denazification, is ridiculous to me. Not only are Nazis fighting on behalf of Russian-backed rebels, but there's also instances of, for example, Belarus, the leader of Belarus, which is involved in the conflict, praising Adolf Hitler, saying Germany reached its peak under Adolf Hitler. And not only that, but also we can talk about the Chechen fighters, for example.
That's evidence Lukashenko's
Hitler.
Hitler.
Homosexuals in concentration camps. Now, I don't want to talk about the deep history of the gays in Nazi Germany.
What does that have to do with
anything that is Nazi-esque, I would say putting homosexuals in concentration camp would solidly.
Being homophobic means you're a Nazi.
This doesn't even have to do with polling data when we talk about anti-Semitism between the two countries, or the fact that the Azov Battalion's political party, which is something that's cited on multiple occasions, has not won a single seat in Ukraine's parliament. You can add the right sector as well. The right sector has not run a single seat in Ukraine's parliament either. Now, maybe if you add in the three-finger party, you can get one seat out of 450.
I wonder why, because they're not popular and they're only fucking propped up by the deep state of Ukraine.
Ridiculous when the Russian
That's fucking evidence.
And the republics that
that's evidence the coup wasn't popular.
With neo-Nazis. It's simple that the Slavs of Europe obviously have a bad memory with neo-Nazis, and it's really easy to convince your population that the enemy is bad if you call them all Nazis. If in this debate I said, my two opponents here are neo-Nazis, it would justify me being extremely terrible towards both of them, because nobody likes Nazis as long as you're a normal person. We can probably get into specifics of U.S. involvement in 2014 and the labeling of as a coup. We can get more into the Budapest Memorandum. I'm hoping we can get more into that, but I'll just end my statement there for now.
I would also like to add on amends to Dylan's statement that I would like to congratulate the neo-Nazi country of Ukraine for being the first country outside of Israel to have its two highest level political positions held by Jewish people, which is an amazing achievement for a
because the Nazis
opening statements.
Oh, you
Oh
keep
my
showing
good
them.
opening
Wait,
statement.
you couldn't.
I was a-
wait,
I mean,
wait,
they
keep
do. Hold
trying,
on one sec,
keep trying.
gentlemen. They do. There are still 5 minutes left for.
Thank
if
you.
you guys
Gee,
want.
well, now,
you
if
guys
we're
can
gonna
use
play,
those
yeah,
5
now we
minutes.
got factoids.
I do
throw-
want to say,
Oh, yeah,
okay,
go
that
for
it
it, yeah.
isn't that surprising that these people couldn't respect the rules of debate when the Russians are not respecting the rules of war in multiple cities across Ukraine. Sorry, Destiny,
Almost as
back
though they
over
were
to you.
trying to
Hold on,
improve the
bring a
security of their
tissue out.
opening statement
All right,
by
gentlemen.
violating the security of ours.
Bring a tissue out.
Unbelievable.
Hold on, we
I
need
hate it.
tissues.
All right, so I'm going to use the mute button liberally tonight, just because I really seriously want this to be a fruitful conversation. So,
I agree. Thank
any
you.
last words from Destiny and Dylan in terms of that opening?
Last word, just for context, before we get into debating the ethics of the Azov Battalion, this is a fighting force of maybe 2,500 people, of whom 10 to 20% are supposedly neo-Nazis, out of Ukrainian army that has over 200,000 active military personnel. The idea that Ukraine is some hotbed of neo-Nazi activity is just hilarious. Having both a prime minister and a president that are Jewish, like it's one of the biggest driving forces that Putin uses to try to push his population against Ukraine. It's absolutely pure propaganda. All right. I think are we good here, Dylan? I've got a few more minutes. Anything else you want to?
I mean, I could just list off like Russian war crimes in Ukraine, since they talked about that. The targeting of civilians in Kherson, the targeting of I mean, he's laughing, demented as
Bullshit.
usual.
All bullshit.
Targeting of civilians all across Ukraine.
Since you addressed me, you're full of shit. They're
Hold
not
on, we
targeting.
do
I
have.
can address
Still
all I
an
want.
opening.
My goodness.
Oh, he's laughing.
I
That's-
can
hate
comment
muting
on
you,
that
but
if
we
I
do
want.
have. There are about 3 minutes and 15 seconds left for
So
Destiny.
tell him
and
to
Dylan.
stay on topic. Don't make comments directed at me, Pillsbury.
I can. It's a debate. It's a debate. What do you mean? Don't make comments directed at you. Do you want to
Do you
just
think-
make long
wait,
speech followed
Do you
after
think?
long
Do you think?
speech?
Do you think would it be considered a war crime when Yushchenko didn't that guy say that he was really crazy? He had like Agent Orange poisoning or whatever. That was kind of a random thing when he was running against Yushchenko. This is kind of strange. I'm sorry, when he's running against Yanukovych. That was kind of weird.
A little strange. I mean, but you
It
know,
might have
Russia-
randomly,
look,
you know.
hey, amongst
It's a little strange. All the journalists
wait,
that have
what the
disappeared
look?
in
Look at
Ukraine.
that! Look at that!
It's a little
Just
strange.
can't stop. See again, more evidence that pro-Russian individuals in this conflict just can't follow rules of engagement. Anyway, a critical civilian infrastructure has been targeted in Mariupol. Civilians have been bombed in Kherson again and again and again. Kindergartens have been targeted. NGOs like Amnesty International have brought up
Right now, in violation of the
Bullshit.
Geneva Convention, I believe that the largest nuclear reactor in the world has been hit multiple times. It is currently on
That's
fire.
true. That's
in
happening
Ukraine.
right now. Actually, true.
Oh,
It's
We don't have
actually
reports yet. I think I saw an RT article saying Ukrainians themselves were shooting handguns at it in order to foment like false.
Did we check to
Yeah.
see if there was a swastika on the side of the nuclear reactor? It could be a Nazi nuclear
There
reactor.
was a picture of a
Dave,
swastika
this isn't
that
an
was
opening
released by
statement anymore.
Russian
They're just-
state
they're
media,
They're just wasting
but,
time.
it later came out that that
This
was part
isn't
of
a
Call of Duty
fucking
War at
opening
War. So it
statement
was
anymore.
We can
okay.
talk
We
if
rest,
we want.
that was the end of our opening statement. We rest our case.
All right, want to let you know, folks. As mentioned, if it's your first time here, Modern Day Debate is a neutral channel. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, as we have many more debates coming up. And want to let you know our guests are linked in the description if you'd like to hear more. Last but not least, gentlemen, really during this open conversation, I really do need you to work with me. It really does have to be that you're not speaking over each other, because that, of course, thwarts our own purpose of having the debate if people can't hear people because they're speaking over each other. So we're going to go into open conversation. The floor is all yours.
Well, where do we want to start, gentlemen?
I'll start, since you guys just went by responding to, well, I mean, there's a whole lot to pick through there, but Dylan did make the inflammatory claim that that Yanukovych was impeached. And despite the fact that Dylan claims to be an expert on the matter, yada, 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 foreign policy expert, he seems to have lost out the fact that Yanukovych was actually not impeached per the constitutional requirements in Ukraine. In fact,
I would like to finish.
Well, let me finish, because you happen to not know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
So there needed to be 3/4 of the parliament to guarantee an impeachment, and they did not reach that. They did not get those 3/4 votes in order to impeach Yanukovych. And the Supreme Courts and the constitutional courts were not involved. They did not recognize this as an impeachment. I believe it was the following day or maybe 2 days after Yanukovych decided that his life was under threat and he was going to flee to the second largest city in Ukraine. He did. He fled by helicopter. And there was actually reports. The reason why he fled by helicopters because there was reports that there was going to be a act of violence upon him committed by these far right wing forces that were trying to lead this coup. And in fact, upon his the series of cars that were supposed to be carrying him off to Kharkov when he was leaving, when in fact he was in a helicopter, they were fired upon by snipers. So he was not impeached. There was no constitutional requirement. They didn't get enough votes. So I don't know why you said that.
Well, number one, it is a debate that is ongoing in Ukraine whether he was legally or not legally impeached. This has been okay. You can continue to. Okay, you continue to laugh.
So why'd you say that he was?
You didn't let me finish. Okay, it's an ongoing constitutional debate on whether he was legally or non-legally impeached.
Why is there a debate?
Hold on, let's just give a minute or two. Just a minute or two for Dylan to respond.
Okay, it is a ongoing legal debate within Ukraine, and I am going to appeal to the legal scholars in Ukraine, which said that he was constitutionally impeached. I'm going to appeal to them because I'm not a legal expert, and I know Jackson Hinkle, you're not a legal expert as well. But I do want to bring up here for a second that this is probably the first time I've ever seen Jackson in favor of a regime change war. And can we also talk about, let me
appeal to the scientists.
We'll give you 30 seconds. I got to give you 30 seconds and then we got to kick it over.
Paz, if you want to talk about science for a second, can we talk about the claim you made that the Ukrainian government was working with the American government to make bioweapons that would target Russian DNA?
There have been reports that the biolabs that are operating within Ukraine, that the Ukrainian government is allegedly solely operating, were indeed this is an allegation by the Russian embassy, and I'm going to appeal to.
Do you have any evidence?
I'm going to appeal to the experts at the Russian embassy who are experts.
So you have
in,
I'm going
to appeal to the scholars on military threats, the military apparatus of the Russian foreign ministry. I'm going to appeal to the scholars of the Russian military, who I trust them. I'm not an expert in the intel that all they have and all that.
Which scientist has backed that up? Any scientist?
Those are Russian military foreign relations experts, and they know what's going on. They have the intel. It's the GRU. I don't know
which ones.
Which legal scholars in particular? Which legal scholars are arguing that the impeachment was legal then?
So you're fine with me appealing. So it's a problem for me to appeal to legal scholars, but it's not. It's a problem for you to
I'm
do that.
I'm just applying the same standard you're applying to me.
But you were laughing when I was doing that, as if it was a ridiculous thing to do. But you're doing the same. So it's okay then.
Same standard. All I can say is that I don't believe that the Russian foreign ministry would be lying about this. I don't.
So you do believe? Okay. How would that be done exactly? How would you target Russian DNA with biochemical weapons? How would that work? Definitely considering
you don't know that there's. Let me finish. You don't know that there's biological weapons.
Let me finish.
You don't know that there's biological weapons.
Hold on one second. To be fair, hold on, gentlemen.
Do you not know that's a thing?
Gentlemen.
Look at him.
You don't know that's a thing.
Shut up.
Let me finish.
You guys, seriously. Just to be fair to Infrared, you did ask him a question. I want to give him a chance to answer that last question, Dylan. I promise I'll kick it right back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, finally, you don't know that that's a thing, that there's biological weapons that are being developed that target the specific DNA of specific peoples, that the U.S. was accusing China of developing this and vice versa for China. Like, you don't know about that whole thing?
My problem is it's very difficult for Putin on one hand to talk about the united history of both Ukraine and Russia, and to have the amount of relations between Ukraine and what?
Yeah, we know they share DNA.
Ukraine. Yes. So how are you going to make biochemical weapons that target Russians? But there's no evidence for this.
Well, can we just ask a more reasonable question? Wait, don't you think it's why would we trust the Russian state media who is trying to
not the state media,
fabricate
it's the Russian embassy?
Let's give Steven 30 seconds and we'll kick it over to you, Fred or Jackson.
So, if I were to try to tell you that I know that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction because the U.S. State Department...
This was not the pretext for Russia's...
Oh my God, wait, is there an echo in my... Was that my voice echoing?
Because it's pivoting. This was not the pretext for its special operation, so it's not a relevant debate.
We have to... I promise...
Destiny, you started this debate bitching about not being off topic, and this is off topic.
We have to. So I hate to do this. Just let's give it another 30 seconds to Destiny. We'll come right back to you, Infrared.
Okay, I don't understand because I don't think the Kremlin Gremlin would be happy if I were to cite the U.S. State Department when the United States is trying to end a unilateral war against another country. I don't think I'd be able to say, well, the United States has this thing. You would need some sort of like external European Union body or UN body or somebody looking into something. So for Russia, that's trying to justify a unilateral invasion into a country to say that like, well, their embassy said that this was a bioweapon. I don't think that's a good. I don't think that's fair.
I feel bad for you, Jackson.
Yeah, if this was the pretext, Infrared, you got to do me a favor. You can't, if you're gonna unmute yourself. Come on, you got to work with me here. But so I'm gonna take his insults and not respond. We're not gonna play those. Now you can
insult me, but just do it in your time.
He's gonna sit his little bitch ass gnome ass down and fucking put some respect on this, or I am gonna fucking cut him off. Now, if this was the pretext for Russia's special military operation, you would be right. We would need that evidence to be provided. But that's not the fucking pretext for the special military operation. It's another type of allegation, the details of which have not been disclosed to the fucking public. So arguing about it is fucking pointless. You want to know my fucking opinion? I trust that they wouldn't make this up because they don't need to, because they have plenty enough, such as the fact that the Ukrainian government is infiltrated by anti-Russian neo-Nazi forces. And we're going to talk about that, actually. You said that because Zelensky is Jewish and that there's Jewish representation in the Ukrainian government, that there couldn't possibly be neo-Nazi sympathies rampant in the Ukrainian ruling elite.
I never said that there weren't neo-Nazi sympathizers. There might be sympathizers, but that's not what your initial allegation was.
Was Nazism solely defined by anti-Semitism? No, it was anti-Semitism actually was just a subset of the pan-European supremacism that defined Nazism. They were anti-Semitic because they considered Jews to be foreign to Europe, right? The main thrust actually was targeted toward Russians who were considered Asiatic and Slavs to the east in general.
Wait, who?
They wanted to enslave and exterminate
who?
The Russians too and the Slavs too.
Haas, who the fuck asked? Nobody cares. Haas, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, it does. Because the fact that Zelensky is Jewish doesn't fucking mean that the Ukrainian government can't have neo-Nazi sympathies. Stepan Bandera, who is a Nazi collaborator during World War II, is widely celebrated in Ukraine by the Ukrainian government. They're putting monuments by him. They're putting his pictures up during Maidan. He's been exonerated and he's been rehabilitated, despite the fact that he was a fucking Nazi collaborator. Now, if you can't square that consistency with the fact that Zelensky is Jewish, you should go ask Zelensky himself why he's the head of a state that is celebrating a Nazi collaborator despite him being of the Jewish background.
So are you saying that the Russian Nazis like Jews? They're fine with Jews? I mean, the Ukrainian Nazis, they're fine with Jews? They're like pro-Jew Nazis?
That's a question you should raise to them and to
I'm asking you. I'm raising the question to you.
They may harbor anti-Semitic views, but as far as I'm not concerned, there is nothing impossible about the idea of Western Ukrainian who are from Jewish descent also have neo-Nazi sympathies themselves.
Okay. Having sympathies for somebody that might have been a national hero. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
Infrared, we've given you a good amount of time. Let's kick it over to Steven, and then Jackson, after Steven, just in case Jackson has anything too.
So this is like Nazi propaganda. It's hard to tell the difference. This is like Putin propaganda 101. Okay. So the original claim was that the government was full of like neo-Nazis.
It is.
And now it's shifted.
It is.
Am I done talking? Holy shit. Now the claim is moved all the way back to, well, there is a hero that was pretty inarguably a neo-Nazi that some people in Ukraine celebrate. This is a totally, Ukrainian government. Totally. No, it's not. He's an incredibly divisive figure. And there is an incredibly divisive figure, even in Western Ukraine. Okay. The United States. Can I finish a fucking sentence? Holy shit. This isn't your Spencer debate where you're going to ramble for 12 fucking hours. I'm letting me get a fucking word in, okay? The idea that just because somebody worships some hero or some country said, oh, this guy was really important in our history, means that the entire country is all of a sudden infested with neo-Nazis is no less true than when the United States celebrates any fucking hero that has a sordid history or has been racist or has been anti-Semitic or whatever else. The fucking United States took in Nazis after World War II in exchange for some of the scientific information they could give us. It doesn't make us Nazis. It doesn't make our government full of neo-Nazi sympathizers. If you want to make the argument that Ukraine has neo-Nazi sympathizers, then you need to show me neo-Nazi actions happening today in Ukraine, not trying to allude to some hero that a prime minister, in 2010 or whatever, decided to nominate as some fucking hero because of his history in Ukraine. You need to show me something current about that. What are the neo-Nazi activities that Ukraine is taking on today? Don't tell me who was nominated as a fucking national hero.
You're completely full of fucking shit. You just said that Stepan Bandera
And
was
there's no answer.
incidentally
There's
a
no
Nazi
answer.
collaborator. His whole historical significance was that he was a fucking Nazi collaborator. He has no significance outside of that.
I think I can add
US
some
figure.
context.
It's not
to
like
this
the
too.
inventor of the fucking telephone
Mark
who happens
Jackson.
to be a racist. This guy, his primary historical significance was being a Nazi collaborator who betrayed the Soviet Union and was attacking them on behalf of the
That's
fucking
true.
Nazis to
That's
exterminate
true.
the Slavic and Russian and Ukrainian people. To create a westernized Ukrainian collaborator state. So you're completely full
Just
of
to
fucking
hear-
shit when it comes to that. Finally, you
think
want to know
Jackson's
about
ready.
the neo-Nazi activities that are going on now and have been going on in the past 8 years? Sure, it's the Azov Battalion, which is the vanguard of Ukraine's military in the eastern Ukraine and in the Donbass, which is regularly attacking civilians, regularly shelling civilian infrastructure, regularly embarking on a campaign to slaughter and exterminate the Russian peoples in eastern Ukraine. They committed the massacre of Odessa back in the early days of the Maidan. All sorts of fucking neo-Nazi activities. They burned people alive. They've hung people. They've slaughtered people. They've made people disappear. If you want to talk about neo-Nazi activities in fucking Ukraine that are now in contemporary here, we have a whole host of fucking...
Every single thing you just described, modern day
Add
Russia.
some
has done.
context. I want to jump in and add some
They
context.
crucified people.
Because
They crucified
at the end of the
people.
day,
None of that was neo-Nazi.
Yeah,
It all
Yeah,
was
it's
done
not
by
neo-Nazi
Russians.
to
Listen,
crucify
mate.
people for being
Listen.
No,
Russian.
it's not a neo-Nazi. War crimes.
Listen,
in
listen, you guys have all
you
been
need to be a
talking. Let
Nazi
me
to
say
commit war
something. You
crimes.
guys have
For a
all been
while.
talking. Let me get in my 2 cents now, okay? So, at the end of the day, the primary goal of the ideological inheritors of the Organization for Ukrainian Nationalists, which is the vanguard of fascism in Ukraine. This is the ideology, the radical faction within this organization, especially of Stefan Bandera. They are the people who are primarily responsible for the hundreds of thousands of Jewish, Polish, and Russian deaths that took place during World War II when Western Ukrainian ultranationalists and neo-Nazis were collaborating with the actual Nazis from Germany that were invading. Okay, so ideological inheritors of this ideology, and apologies for not being able to pronounce these names properly, but Oleg Tianyabuk, who is the co-founder of Oleg Svoboda, he claims that he wants to purge Ukraine of Jewish people and Russians. He was ranked the 5th most anti-Semitic political leader on the planet in 2012. It just so happens he was a people's deputy in Ukraine up until 2002. But this guy right here, who was a co-founder of Svoboda, also co-founded this ultranationalist right-wing party with Andrei Parubi. He was the leader of the Euromaidan protests. He was the one that helped organize the violence that was inflicted upon the what's assumed to be roughly 49, 50 individuals who died in the massacres on February 20th of 2014 at Euromaidan. He was the speaker of one of the most recent parliaments, the chairs of one of the most recent parliaments in Ukraine. He was the leader of the Society to Erect the Stefan Bandera Monument in Ukraine, and he claims that Bandera was the most important person in Ukrainian history. So it's not just, and I could go down a list here. You could Maxim Marchenko. This individual, Zelensky, replaced as civilian governor of Odessa, commander of the far-right Adair battalion. You have Viktor Yushchenko, who is president. He actually publicly, before leaving office, signed a decree stating that for an unbreakable spirit of heroism, self-sacrifice, and the struggle of the independence of Ukraine, I'm granting a status of hero of Ukraine to Stefan Bandera. You can look at tons of people. Andriy Belitsky, Ukrainian white nationalist. He was the co-founder of the Social National Assembly, first commander of the Azov Battalion. He's celebrated on TV shows. He was a big part of the Maidan protests. You can go down the line. Many members of or deputies of the
30 more seconds.
People's Deputies of Ukraine, National Security and Defense Council, secretaries, all of these people within the Ukrainian military and government have had some sort of an ideological either sympathy to or participation in, a lot of these people have, with neo-Nazism. Okay, and this is the last thing I'll say regarding neo-Nazism. This is a shocking video. There's a video of some of the neo-Nazis who helped organize and carry out the Maidan coup, who said, if not for the 8% of neo-Nazis, the effectiveness of Maidan would have dropped by 90%. And these were the same people that were funded by, indirectly funded by U.S. agencies on the ground, like the National Endowment for Democracy. Last thing I'll say is
that was the last one that
Dylan
you
or
had mentioned, though.
Destiny.
Yeah, real quick. So
If the Azov are marginal, if the Azov battalion is marginal, then why did Poroshenko in 2014 say they are our best fighters? Why did even the mainstream Western press report that as far as Ukraine's eastern operations were concerned, the Azov battalion was of vital significance? Why did the National Guard
All
of
right,
Ukraine
that was the last
officially-
question.
Yeah, we can't answer 400 questions.
They made
Just as
a post on Twitter.
So just as a real quick thing, okay? Like you can go back as much as you want, like 20 years ago when Ukraine was barely a country for 10 years and the country was still mired in corruption, and try to say, well, these guys came from these parties that were like blah blah blah. Like, show me anti-Semitism in Ukraine, right? Ukraine is like one of the last most
parliament.
Can I hold on?
The only
Hold on. Hey, come on.
There are a lot of points.
Yeah. So where is the anti-Semitism in Ukraine? Where is the Nazism in Ukraine? You can't point to the civil war happening in the East and going, civilians are dying. That's Nazism. You can't point towards people being killed extrajudiciously, people that are being invaded and genocided, people that are being deported from their lands.
How the fuck is neo-Nazism the same as anti-Semitism? How is that the same? You think you can't be a Nazi if you're not anti-Semitic? Yes, you can.
Anti-Semitism, when Ukraine is probably the least anti-Semitic country in Europe, according to the Ukrainian Jewish Center, or according to the Ukrainian Jewish Encounter, at least. When you look at the fact that people in Poland are so eager and keen to take on people that are fleeing from Ukraine, like we don't see this mass persecution of Jewish people in Ukraine. We don't see any like rampant anti-Semitism in Ukraine. Like you can go back all you want and point to like one hero that was nominated by an outgoing prime minister, or you can point to these people that in the very beginning came from far-right parties. But there's just no evidence today that there is this rampant anti-Semitism, this rampant Nazism in Ukraine. It doesn't exist.
Where are you getting this idea that the only measurement of Nazism is anti-Semitism? Nazism was also racist and exterminationist.
Very much. So there's also something that's really interesting here, and it's that Nazism seems to matter so much on one side. Nobody cares about the neo-Nazi militias fighting on side by side with Russian soldiers. Nobody even brings them up. The Russian National Unity Movement and the militias fighting on behalf of the Donetsk People's Republics. That isn't brought up. Why? Because those are inconvenient Nazis. Those are Nazis on the Russian side. People don't talk about the fact that we're talking about the Nazis are bad. Why are the Nazis bad? Obviously, because they put people in concentration camps and they slaughtered people and all the war crimes that he brings up. But the fact that the same people involved in putting homosexuals in concentration camps are right now within Ukraine fighting against the Ukrainian government, that isn't something of concern. I heard them laugh when I talked about Belarus, the Belarusian dictator, Lukashenko, praising Adolf Hitler. These things are inconvenient facts because the problem is, right, and this is the fact of the matter, there are Nazis fucking everywhere across this conflict. But the problem is the people want to hype up the Nazis on one side to make them the Nazis because Slavic people have a terrible history with Nazis. If you can make your opponent the Nazis, then boom, they're the bad guys. Anything you do against them is justified. If I could stand here and tell you that Russia is a Nazi state, I could bring up the fact that 5% of Ukrainians believe that Jews should not be allowed to be citizens, while 15% of Russians believe that thing, almost triple that statistic. I could bring up the Lukashenko quotes about Hitler. I could bring up the gays being put in concentration camps in Russian territory. I could bring up the neo-Nazis militias and say, so Russia is a Nazi state, but that would be dishonest. But I'm seeing that dishonesty from both of you right now, trying to paint Ukraine a Nazi state. And I don't even think Jackson and Infrared got their points in order. Jackson saying that they are anti-Semitic Nazis, Infrared saying that these are Nazis who love the Jews. I
didn't fucking say that. What I actually said was that the emphasis on anti-Semitism may not be as strong as the emphasis on pan-European supremacism and racial exterminationism. But that's the fucking point. And moreover, the movement for national unity is not at all fucking relevant or prevalent within the fucking
They're
Donbass.
fighting.
They're
fighting.
Hold on.
Yeah, they're nowhere near as relevant or proportional to the fucking forces of the Russians that are fighting in the Donbass as is the Azov battalion. They're marginal. They're completely marginal. They're Islamophobic. The Chechens are fighting. The Chechens are right now a very important part of Russia's operation right now. You think the Chechens are working alongside these totally Islamophobic prevalent force. No, they're not
Yes.
prevalent. They're fucking completely marginal.
And
He's
if
They
you
are.
if you take
No, they're
into
not.
account the premise of what started this entire conflict back in 2014, the Euromaidan protests and the violence that ensued there, and the fact that it was co-opted by these coup leaders that were Western backed. You do have to acknowledge that the effort to accomplish this and the success of the movement was led in great part thanks to Andrei Perubi, who is the speaker of one of the most recent parliaments and the chair of one of the most recent parliaments in Ukraine. This is the guy who literally sparked the entire conflict. Another thing I heard you say that was even maybe more damning than the fact that you falsely claimed that the president was impeached when he wasn't impeached was when you said that you claimed that, or maybe it was Destiny. Actually, I might be getting my quotes wrong. One of you said that Crimea was illegally invaded by Russia. I'd just be curious, hear your thoughts on that more, and whether or not you respect the will of the Crimean people who voted in a referendum overwhelmingly to legally join the Russian Federation. 96.77% voted in favor of joining the Russian Federation.
Was that after the invasion?
2.51%
Yes.
supported staying in Ukraine.
Jackson, was that after Russia invaded Crimea? They held that referendum, right? I just want to get that fact right.
What do you find?
We can
as
talk
a
about the
Russian-
specifics.
I just wanted to hear yes or no. Is that Jackson? Was that
Crimea
the Russian? Was that the
declared
Russian
its
referendum they held
independence
after they invaded
Crimea
you?
What do you
declared its
find?
independence first.
Listen, what do you find as a
Crimea
Russian
declared its
invasion?
independence
Because
before
going
the
back to
invasion.
1804, there
Well,
has
no,
been
wait.
Russian troops in Crimea.
The invasion
So
of when
if
they
you
took
say that
over,
since
when they invaded Crimea.
1804,
You can't answer
if
that
you
question.
say that
Let
since
me give- I wanna give
1804,
you-
I'm not gonna answer that
Russia's
question.
been
I gotta
Jackson,
respond.
continuously
20 more seconds.
invading Ukraine despite the fact that they have had troops there since 1804, then sure, we'll call it an invasion, but we both know it's not an invasion.
The
And people,
Crimeans
regardless,
declared their
you-
independence
overwhelmingly
before
to
the Russian
support
invasion, just
joining
like the
the Russian
people in the
Federation.
Donbass did. Just like the people
Having
in the
troops,
Donbass did.
having troops stationed in a port is not the same as
I promise
taking
you,
over the
Crimeans
entire
back in.
peninsula.
separated from the Ukrainian
Info will come-
government.
What's your
before
evidence
the
they
Russians
took over the
came.
entire peninsula?
Okay,
Because there
so-
are plenty of videos on the ground of people saying they are not threatening anybody. They're here peacefully. They've been here. This is not
Who
a
has
new-
sovereignty
this
right
is
now over the
not
Crimean
new,
Peninsula? I'm sorry.
and
Can
they
you
voted
who
overwhelmingly in
owns
favor?
who administers right now to the region of the Crimean Peninsula? Is it the
Who
Ukrainian
administers?
government? Yeah, or is it the Russian government?
It's a part of the Russian Federation since they voted.
Okay,
to
so what does it
legally
mean
join
to
the Russian
and
Federation?
they voted that? Who held that referendum?
Russia.
The referendum was organized by the people of Crimea.
Under who?
They
It
had
was a
not joined the
Russian
Russian-
organized
Russian
referendum.
They had not joined
that
the
had-
Russian
it
Federation
was
yet, so it
organized
organized
He's lying.
by the-
Destiny's
One
lying
sec,
about
gentlemen,
the
I hate to
Can
do
I-
this, but
wait,
just, I gotta
what
interrupt
actually
everybody.
happened here-
Pardon my interruption. Just to be sure that Jackson, did you feel like you had enough time to answer that last question from Steven?
Sure.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I think Steven, you were asking.
So a referendum that's not recognized by any other country in the world, including Ukraine, obviously.
Why don't
the
you want to
idea that you
recognize
could
it?
invade
Wait.
the idea that you could invade some part of a country and then hold a referendum there to see if those people want to
That's
stick
not
with you or
what
not,
happened.
even
That's
if
not what
they
happened.
even if we granted
That's not
all
what
of that they did say yes, you can't just have populations referendum away parts of your country's sovereign territory to other invading nation states. That's just not how that works.
You know
Even if
what's
that was
interesting?
the case, even if that, I don't care what's interesting you, even if that was the case, that doesn't work that way in any other part of the world.
Yeah, that's
You know,
not
respecting
that's
the
not what
sovereignty
happened
does
though.
work back
That's
that way
not
in
what
other parts of
fucking
the
happened.
world.
Respecting the results.
Listen, Destiny. One of the ways.
No,
in
wait,
which
dude.
this
Hold on,
works-
James.
You just
Seriously, they
talked
can't
for
just throw out like
5
50
minutes.
million. I didn't
Well,
talk
let
at
me
all. I
respond
didn't even
to
answer your
what you just said.
question.
Let me
All right.
just
I didn't even get to
respond
answer his
what you said.
question.
Hold on
Let
one
me
sec.
respond to what you
Let's-
said.
Not to
hold
mention
on
the fact
one
that-
sec. Gentlemen,
stop
I hate to
talking.
do this, but I do want to say, Dylan, is there anything you want to clean up on behalf of Destiny? Because we haven't
Yeah,
heard from you for a while.
there's
Oh,
two things. The first thing I wanted to bring up is that I didn't hear from Infrared really. He just said the Chechens are fighting the yes, but Chechens involved in putting homosexuals in concentration camp.
That doesn't
are
make them
currently
Nazis.
active.
That does not make them
No,
Nazis.
listen to me.
Even if
Whether or
those
not-
allegations
let
are
me finish,
correct,
let me-
that doesn't
let me-
make them
Whether
Nazis.
they're Nazis or not specifically doesn't matter.
Okay, then
Because-
just say that.
Wait, let
Just
me
say
finish. Let
that.
me finish.
Then just
Jesus.
say that.
I don't care. Shut up. I don't care. Okay. I'm trying to finish my point. I think that people who put people in concentration camps, minority groups, should not be involved in any active combat zone anywhere. In fact, they should not even be allowed to hold governmental
Yeah.
positions.
So
And I'm not finished. And so you should stop talking. And so with that in mind and knowing when you guys talking about all these war crimes and everything that was so terrible, I think it's weird that we can just look past the fact that one of the people involved currently in fighting the Ukrainians are the same people who shoved people in concentration camps in Chechnya. Also, it's weird that you are fine downplaying your guys' Nazis. You admit, I guess they are Nazis fighting on behalf of your guys' side. You'll downplay your own Nazis and upplay the other side's Nazis because your Nazis, again, are inconvenient. It's inconvenient that there's Nazis on your side. And so instead of being like, there's no Nazis on our side, these Nazis are fighting a campaign.
All right, Dylan, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Go ahead.
Also,
too,
now it's
my turn. It's my turn. No, it's my turn. It's my fucking turn.
I was almost done.
It's my fucking turn. It's my fucking turn. It's my fucking. Dylan's talked too much. It's my fucking turn. Let me wipe the fucking floor with this guy.
Okay, wait 1 second. All right, I do want to give Infrared a brief chance, and then Destiny, I know you have a couple of points you want to make. So Infrared, I want to give you.
Let's go. So the first thing is very clear. Dylan, I know that you're in favor of a Nazi, pan-European supremacist, but LGBT-friendly ideology. I already know that, okay? But the fact is, I agree. It's probably true that there's homophobia in Chechnya. They're very much more in favor of more traditional values. That's their business. As far as concentration camps are concerned, I've seen no fucking evidence for that, throwing them in concentration camps. But even if I were to grant you that was true, that still doesn't make them fucking Nazis who want to exterminate whole peoples because of their fucking nationality or their race or their ethnic origins. You seem to think that's not as bad or that's some kind of equivalent, right? But I don't think that's a fucking equivalent. I don't think having a conservative country, which I don't agree with persecuting sexual minorities, I just don't think that's on the same fucking level as being a goddamn fucking Nazi. You seem to not fucking care about that distinction. Now you're saying that I'm downplaying the Nazis on the Russian side because they're not convenient. Never mind the fucking fact that in terms of the objective significance they have compared to the fucking Azov battalion on the Ukrainian side, they are nowhere near as fucking relevant. They're not significant. They are marginal. They are marginal. They are objectively marginal. They are objectively marginal.
I just need you to. I thought I did sense something too. It did seem like your volume.
He jacked his shit up.
20 seconds ago, it did seem like.
Because you're making everybody louder than me.
No, I promise I'm not.
Was that Russian propaganda?
I don't even know how to do that.
Yeah, I mean, these people in my chat are telling me that. People in my own chat are telling me that.
Infrared, I can give you 20 seconds in terms of wrapping up your point, but then I've got to kick it over to Steve.
Dylan is making the claim that that it's just inconvenient for me, rather than the actual reality being the fact that the Russian nationalists and the Russian neo-Nazis are completely marginal in the Donbass, whereas the Azov battalion are not. You mentioned something also about Lukashenko's comments that were taken out of context. Lukashenko is an anti-fascist, 100% anti-Nazi, 100% anti-Hitler. We can actually get into the nitty-gritty of what proves and backs that up too. You took some statements he made out of context.
Steven's been waiting for a while to respond.
So just to reiterate again, the Azov battalion is not making up the brunt of the fighting forces in East Ukraine.
This is incredibly small.
This is a small battalion of like less than 3,000 fighters. The idea that these people are making up the majority of Ukraine's forces is just not true. And even of the Azov battalion, only a minority of these people are neo-Nazis. Even of the Azov battalion, a minority of these people are Nazis. There are problems there for sure, but this claim that there is a broader Nazi problem in Ukraine, I mean, at this point, maybe there is, if we're defining Nazis as people that are pro-LGBT and pro-Semitism. I don't know what kind of Nazis these are or what makes them Nazis, aside from earlier you said they kill people.
European supremacist racist.
Is everybody's Nazi? I don't, like, Hitler wasn't going for like pro-European supremacy.
Yes, he was!
Okay.
Did you really just say he wasn't going for European supremacy? In his last fucking speech, he talked about how Europe will be triumphant against the hordes coming from Central Asia. You don't know a goddamn fucking thing about history.
Europe who? Every member of Europe, every state that he invaded,
every group he was a European supremacist. He was a Western European supremacist. He considered Western Europeans civilized Aryans and everyone else to be subhuman.
Would you characterize the Nazism of Germany as having a large anti-Semitic component and having a large ethnic component, where that ethnicity is not defined as European?
Aryan is literally Western European for the Nazis. That's literally what it is.
Okay.
Okay, because you're a little bitch and you never fucking defend what you just said because you're fucking wrong.
Let's have Jackson. Go ahead.
I would like to just say one thing really quick and then a broader point. So Destiny seems to be just hyper focusing on the Azov battalion, which yes is making up the brunt of the violent aggression against the people of Donetsk and Luhansk. Which, keep in mind, that war, 81% of these civilian deaths that have taken place there in the past 3 years took place on the side of Donetsk and Luhansk. But as I mentioned, the people who literally led this coup are the ultra-nationalist right-wingers, many of whom, but not all, are anti-Semites and encompass this neo-Nazi, ideology. You seem to be leaving that out, and I can guess the motive why.
Why do you keep
to get to the broader point here, Destiny? A few minutes ago, you said that it's not okay for, and I'm paraphrasing, so if you want to rephrase this after the fact, go for it. It's not okay for troops to come into what you recognize as a sovereign country and forcibly bring about a change of power. I think that's, we can both agree, right? So why is it that you think that it's okay, I guess, for these far-right paramilitary groups that encompass this neo-Nazi ideology to hijack the Maidan protests, massacre people on February 20th when the protests were actually dying down and people were going home, and cause all of this violence to spiral out of control? And then when negotiations are going on between some of these neo-Nazis and the Yanukovych government to try and bring about pre-term elections to restore some order to the Ukrainian government with Yanukovych, the neo-Nazi factions, again, like Andrei Parubi, who was the leader, the commandant of the Euromaidan protests, he ordered upon his paramilitary individuals to continue blockading, to continue, holding their ground, so to speak, and holding their ground throughout the entirety of this protest meant raining down hellfire upon both protesters and police to incite more violence. And there's been countless Maidan leaders and activists who've provided testimony that they were the snipers. It was not members of the Ukrainian police who were doing this.
Or Destiny.
Wait, so do you not believe that Yanukovych ordered his special military people to fire on protesters? You think that's just completely and totally bullshit?
Oh, 100%. There's no evidence. And in fact, the
Ukraine's Ministry of Internal Affairs literally says as much. Why do you say there's no evidence of that?
Because the Ukrainian investigation into this, the special investigation into this,
they wouldn't be biased at all.
Did not make.
They wouldn't be biased
against people who were involved.
They have no reason to be biased.
Again, in the
they didn't make charges because Yanukovych wasn't even given guarantees that he wouldn't be charged. That's why he fled to Russia. Unlike the prior prime minister that was able to have a transfer of power because he was guaranteed he wouldn't be charged. Yanukovych wasn't given any such guarantee. That's why he left the country.
My point here as to why I'm right.
Not really. Also, earlier you said you keep citing the fact that you keep citing the fact that in the East. Wait, hold on. Wait, I barely talked. This guy's like rambled so much. I haven't responded to half what this shit guy said.
That there's no evidence for this, so I'm going to answer
question. Thomas will come right back to you, Stephen.
So you said, why do I think that there's no evidence for this or whatever? So the Ukrainian investigation, they didn't find any. And in fact, again, there's been several Maidan leaders and activists who provided testimonies, while 14 self-admitted members of the Maidan sniper units admitted in media interviews to the Maidan massacre, to sniping police and protesters. Several former members of the Georgian military testified that they and other groups of Maidan snipers in Hotel Ukraina, where these bullets were coming from. And the investigation actually proved that bullets were coming from here. They just never actually went to the extent of saying who was in the hotel.
Wait, I do want to kick it over to Stephen. I did, just because I did give you a chance to answer the question. So jump back to
there's a lot of evidence. So if Stephen wants the full answer, he should be willing to get the full answer.
There's like 20 different things I haven't responded to. So who's finding
the goalpost?
I'm not changing. You're the one that's adding a new goalpost at the end of every single sentence you've said.
You literally said what's
I can't even respond. I can't even respond. Okay, hold on. Wait, okay. Are we doing this right now? Is this what we need to do to get the conversation going? Okay. So who do you side with? Who's ruling? What organization, what government's ruling do you side with that said that police did not fire upon protesters during the Euromaidan?
What side do I side with?
No, whose investigation are you citing? Whose details? Whose findings? Not a one-off media interview that was posted on Russia Today.
I'm referring to the testimonies given by the snipers themselves.
Testimony to who? Why would you only agree? Why would you only look at some testimony? Why wouldn't you look at the overall ruling of the Ukrainian Interior Ministry?
Because the Ukrainian investigation did not place fault on either side. Though according to the testimonies themselves, they admitted fault.
Oh my God! Why don't you look at the fucking Nazi ministry? Why don't you look at the post-coup ministry, who has every reason to fucking lie? The post-coup ministry.
They did not place blame on them.
Why do you keep saying place blame? Who's saying place blame?
Why don't you look at the post-coup ministry? What a fucking idiot!
Who did they charge?
What a fucking liar!
I don't know if it was their. I don't think it was their role to charge anybody. And Yanukovych already fled the country.
It was their role to place charges. They didn't place charges because they couldn't find evidence that the police did this. In fact, the reason why, Destiny, why can't you give me an answer for this? There were testimonies that the Maidan, the Maidan organizers were the snipers who shot at police and protesters. We have forensic examinations as well by government ballistic experts, which determined that about a dozen cases that the protesters were shot from Maidan-controlled structures, including the hotel. A forensic ballistic examination found that the bullets killed protesters did not match bullet samples from the police. I mean, I could go on and on. Why are you making assumptions without looking at the evidence itself?
Because I feel like I would rather rely on the overall rulings or findings of the entire committee rather than just trying to go off of some of the testimony that you might have found given by some of the officers that may or may not have been involved.
Well, I could go on more, but you have to understand that this committee at the end of the day is being controlled by the coup government who actually carried out this operation.
But earlier you had no problems going by information that comes from the Russian State Department about stuff going on in Ukraine?
Ask the Nazis if the victims were guilty. Ask the Nazis if the victims were guilty. I'm actually
looking at this investigation fairly and honestly, and you made the accusation that it was police from the Ukrainian, security services that fired down. Now you're getting caught in a little problem here. So you're trying to deflect back to earlier discussions. Why did you make that claim without evidence?
Why did Yanukovych flee the country? Was it when he wasn't given a guarantee that he'd be prosecuted?
It was a coup government that was going to fucking Trump shit up.
It was a coup government that was led by the guy that he was going to make his prime minister anyway.
Destiny, I just want to say one last thing on this point because clearly you're refusing to acknowledge the reality of the situation. Most people consider what took place on February 20th when 49 individuals were killed as the most controversial hours in any European conflict since the end of the Cold War. It was the precipice for this coup. It was what launched all of this conflict into action, so to speak. So the fact that it was a false flag attack led by the coup protesters themselves, the militia organizers themselves, to try and get Western backing and to try and incite more chaos in the streets when the protests were dying down is a very, very important note when you look at the broader context of all of this and the fact that after the coup that took place because of this, that is what sparks the increased aggression in the Donbass. And that is what also sparks the increased aggression against protesters in Odessa who were fighting back against the coup government.
You have no evidence to support any of that there was Western backing to any of these people, that any of this was a false flag. Everything you're going off of is complete conjecture. The testimony of one or two, I've got testimony in the United States of Bigfoot and UFOs abducting people. The testimonies of one or two people doesn't prove any of the claims that you're making.
Let's just actually go to U.S. involvement in this because I have a lot of quotes from actual diplomats themselves who admitted that they were involved in providing funding, direct funding to the Maidan coup organizers. So first of all, we have Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Piot, who were two U.S. diplomats.
I should just let him fuck over Destiny. He's destroying Destiny. He's destroying him.
Handpicking the coup government. They said
in that conversation, where?
You want me to send you the link to it?
No, because I've already read the entire conversation. They don't admit that ever. What did that
conversation say?
They never said anything about handpicking the new government. It wouldn't even make sense. Really? Yes, really. Give me the quote where they say that.
Do you want to
give me the quote where they say that? Yeah, read it.
Okay. We have a leaked phone call here. They said, fuck the EU, referencing to the fact that the EU was not being aggressive enough during this whole situation. And then we said, or we have Victoria Nuland here say, Yats, referring to Yatsenyuk, is the guy who's got the economic experience, she said, referring to opposition leader Arseniy Yatsenyuk, who backed the devastating neoliberal policies that were demanded by the West. So they were discussing whether or not Yatsenyuk was going to be an effective leader in the new government. And they were saying, well, maybe this person should be directly outside of the new government with Yatsenyuk. And Destiny, guess who ended up becoming the
Hold
new
on, real
prime
quick, because you
minister
keep
after the coup?
pivoting, asking questions, adding commentary. None of this
Destiny,
shows
guess who ended
them
up
picking a
becoming the
leader.
new-
As you said, Yatsenyuk was already the opposition leader. Where
but
is this
who
idea that they
became-
picked
Who
him?
became the prime minister?
What do you
the
mean?
coup?
Yatsenyuk?
Yeah. Look at
Who was
the
already
big
the
brain
opposition
trust.
the
Destiny.
opposition
Good
leader.
job,
He was
buddy.
already the opposition leader. He already had 370 plus votes in the parliament. What do you mean?
Andrei Puriby was the Maidan coup leader. He was the real
No,
opposition.
no, wait.
leader
Where
on
is the
ground. So
evidence
why-
that he
why
was
could
handpicked?
Yeah.
How was he?
On the
How was he
ground.
Why could
handpicked?
he
my
have
God.
not become?
Wait, what? Because he didn't have
He
the
became
backing in parliament
he became
for
the
it.
chair of parliament.
No.
Why could he have not
Whoa,
become the leader?
No, you're pivoting. Where is the evidence that this guy was handpicked by the United States, that he was pushed by the United
Victoria
States?
Nuland.
A conversation about this guy saying he would be good when he's already the opposition leader is not evidence of him being handpicked by the West.
Well,
Oh,
there was
that's
multiple
not a
people
sign
in
that they're
conversation
handpicking
that
him.
they
They're
were
just
going
saying
back
he's
and
good.
forth.
Yeah, they're going back
No,
and
it's
forth
not- there's no
discussing potential.
evidence.
Yeah, you have no evidence. This is everything you do.
Just Destiny or
How is
sorry,
that no
Dylan,
evidence?
how-
It's a legal
Wait,
conversation.
wait.
If there's
Okay,
evidence in the phone call of two diplomats saying, "Man, this leader in this country would be so awesome," and yeah, that other one sucks. Do you think
And
that's
it just
evidence
so
of
happens that
an
she
assessment
admitted,
to?
it just so happens, Destiny, that she admitted that the U.S. Stoked this coup with $5 billion in previous years to lead these regime change operations.
Wait,
That
where did she
doesn't-
admit
that
that? Where did she
doesn't
admit that?
tie
Read that
together
quote. Read
either.
that quote. Read that quote where she admit that.
Okay, I will. Give
Okay.
me 1 second here.
Can we all sit in silence while he reads and wait for it? I want to hear that quote where she says, "The United States sent $5 billion in aid to stoke this coup."
Let me pull it up.
And if he pulls it up, will you admit you're wrong?
Yeah, if he has that quote, I would be interested in hearing that. We don't have to be silent. I'm sorry, Dylan. Go ahead.
Give me
I'd
1
also be
second.
interested
I will
in
read
exactly where the $5 billion went. I would be interested in that too.
In the meantime, folks, our guests are linked in the description. If you haven't already clicked on there, you can hear more from them.
Also, I would just like to say that there's tons of evidence of the Chechen government putting gays in concentration camps from multiple news outlets.
Well,
testimony.
that's not what we're debating today. The only thing we can,
But the thing
the
is,
only thing you'd have to acknowledge.
So I'm just acknowledging.
Yeah. Well, we can debate that another time. But for now, what we're saying is that is not the same as Nazism.
Okay, but is that of concern? Do you think?
If I was Chechen, I would be opposed to it, but I don't live in
Okay.
Chechnya. It's not my business.
So, do you think that fighters who put gay people in concentration camps should be active in combat?
you cannot make the racist claim that all Chechen soldiers.
Wait, no. I'm not saying all
concentration
Chechen
camps.
soldiers, but
Yeah.
there are officials who were involved in that fighting in Ukraine right now.
Which ones?
You know the one that you're like, Dylan, you liar, you've said
Yeah,
this guy died.
Hushayev, that
guy
who's alive. Who's
that
alive?
guy, right? Yeah, you're saying he's alive.
He
That
is
guy,
alive. There's
he
literally video
specifically
evidence
was
of him
okay.
alive.
I'm saying okay. That guy, let's say he's alive. That makes your argument even
Yeah.
worse. That guy was involved in putting homosexuals in concentration camps.
Okay, I haven't seen any evidence for that.
There's tons of evidence for
When
it.
he
It's
gets
not even
Jackson
something
on-
to be disputed.
I
In
have
case you have
not.
that quote, Jackson, I don't want you to feel left out.
Yeah.
So Victoria Nuland, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State, estimated in 2013 that the USA had, quote, invested more than $5 billion in 1991 to help Ukraine achieve the future it deserves. Or sorry, since 1991. Since 1991.
So since 1991, they've been investing money to have the coup in 2014. Do you not
Yes,
think that the
because
Ukrainian
Destiny,
citizens?
Dude,
do you
wait,
understand the context of that
What
year?
did? What was the quote again? Can you say it one more time?
Yeah, let's hear the quote again.
Since the USA had invested more than $5 billion since 1991 to help Ukraine achieve the future it deserves.
What does that mean? How does that mean that they're achieving a coup? That could mean, hey, we're giving the
But
money to help
considering
Ukraine get
Victoria
better.
Nuland had leaked audio recordings handpicking
But
Yatsenyuk
they
as the
didn't
new leader.
handpick. We've
And
already talked about how that's bullshit.
also, we saw that
He
the
didn't handpick.
the National Endowment for Democracy's president said this about U.S. support. He said just 2 months before the Maidan protest broke out, he wrote that, quote, the opportunities are considerable and there are important ways Washington could help. And this was in reference to this was in reference to the coup. This was the president of the
Listen how
National
vague
Endowment
this
for
is.
Democracy.
There's
during
nothing
the Maidan
specific. It's all
protests.
vague. It's nothing specific.
Yeah,
By
so
the way,
here's the question.
Where
Wait,
did
where
the
did the
$5
money
billion go?
Yeah, where did the $5 billion go? Yeah. So who received
Go ahead, shift
the
the
money to
goalposts.
start the
Shift
coup?
the goalposts.
It's not the
Because-
goalposts.
wait,
This is
wait,
where
the
we're
thing
at.
is-
We're in the middle of the field. Like,
The thing is,
Yeah,
I know
you're
about
shifting
this
the fucking
because Putin
goalposts.
said-
He read you the
Putin said
quote, and now you're
exactly-
shifting the goalposts
Putin
about where
said
it
this
went.
specific thing, and the thing is, the $5 billion did not go anywhere near a coup aid or anything. The $5 billion.
Where to go?
Where did it go then,
Okay,
Dylan?
so I
Where
know
did
I'm
it go?
asking you.
Like vanish?
You.
Did they just give it?
No,
Did
I'm
they
asking
give-
you,
did they
Jackson.
give 2,000
Jackson,
individual
you said the
dollar
$5 billion.
checks to the Ukrainian
No,
people?
Jackson.
Where
you
do you
said
think
it.
$5
Jackson,
billion
Hold on,
you
gentlemen.
said
All
it.
right,
Where do you
gentlemen.
think
You
$5
said
billion
it, Jackson.
from
Can't
the
hear what you
U.S.
guys are
State
saying, so I
Department
gotta
went?
reset it. So I
Jackson,
hate to do
you
this.
Listen,
said it.
Dylan,
Hold on,
Dylan,
You said it.
I
You tell
get
me.
it.
You
I
can
hate
you
to
can
do
pretty
both of you.
easily
Hold
logically
on.
infer that the fucking money
Okay,
went to the
Martin,
forces.
just to be sure that people can hear each of you make your point. So just going in order, we'll go alphabetically, which is DHJ. So okay, Dylan, and then Haas, and then Jackson.
So Jackson, you talked about the $5 billion. We're saying it did not go towards a coup. I don't see no evidence of this. This is something Putin repeated in his speech, which is a lie. So I'm asking you, since you referenced the $5 billion and you have yet to show any evidence that anybody was handpicked, where did it go? Where did this $5 billion go for this coup?
So Dylan, I know you're a fucking dumbass and you can't put two and two together here. There is
Oh.
logically nowhere else the $5 billion could have gone.
So you don't
except-
know. You don't know.
It couldn't,
So
logically
Jesse-
speaking,
yeah,
it
you
couldn't
don't
have
know.
gone anywhere else.
$5 billion from
Hold on, let's
1990.
give him
Do
a
you know
chance.
the history of Ukrainian-American relations since
Yeah.
1994 to 2014?
Yeah, Dylan,
you
shut
really
the fuck up.
think
Let me finish my
that
point.
$5 billion
Yeah, mute him,
couldn't
mute
have
him.
gone there
Unless
in normal aid?
Jackson, unless
don't
Jackson
think?
has something.
You don't think?
Yeah, mute
Jackson, I'm
mute
gonna give you a
mute him
chance so
I
you're
can
not left
respond.
out.
Yeah, let him leave like a little bit.
Or you might be on mute, Jackson. Let me unmute you. I think I put you on there earlier. Okay.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
The Financial Times, you're right, Dylan. Sure. I don't have the exact bank wire transfers and shit. You're right. I'm just completely making all this stuff up. Financial Times, though, reported that groups like New Citizen received this funding, and they reported that this money played a big role in getting the protests up and running, referring to the Maidan protests. This was led, of course, by Andrei Perubi, who's a notorious neo-Nazi within Ukraine that, called upon the firing of protesters and police in the protests. There was one other point you made. It's slipping my mind right now, but yeah, I mean that sure, we don't have the exact bank wire transfers, but you can't entertain the fact that this all happened. $5 billion here. We have these phone recordings. We have all of this going on. We have, Chris Murphy, John McCain, Victoria Nuland, Jeffrey Piot going out on the streets of Maidan, passing out cookies to the protest.
He's doing the gish gallop.
Let me finish.
Oh my
because
God,
you
dude. It's just a
literally
million
throw
bullshit
fit.
points.
You
Like when one
literally
falls
throw
an
apart.
example of
15
where
literally
15 more
throw a
seconds,
fit.
Jackson,
You
and
throw
then
a
we
fit
gotta-
every
we gotta
time
move.
I get interrupt or you interrupt. So let me finish. You cannot entertain, or you have to entertain the fact rather that the funding began in 1991, 1 year directly after the effort upon NATO-aligned countries to bring Ukraine into NATO. That lines up perfectly with what the overarching mission at play here is of Victoria Nuland, to get the anti-NATO forces within Ukraine deposed from government, that's Yanukovych, and to get pro-NATO individuals in government to join NATO.
Gotta move over. Okay.
So I gotta respond to that, because the thing is, it's also 1 year after the collapse of the Soviet Union and Ukraine went into economic ruin. And the $5 billion is something Putin stated as well. That's referencing to the entirety of US aid to Ukraine from that date to 2014. So you're telling me that the entirety of US aid to Ukraine was made up of just going to coup stuff when you have no evidence, no financial documents, no transactions, no direct evidence of any sort, then any of that went towards resources towards a coup. It is reference to aid.
He named it.
No, he didn't. He named
the group.
nothing.
You
I named
left
New
because you're a
Citizen.
little bitch. You weren't here when
No,
he named
did
it.
it. So where did it go? Where did it go? And what did this group do that did the revolution?
It
What did it do?
helped organize the protest. It was a group.
What
that
the
helped
five?
organize
So the
protest.
$5 billion went to what? What?
So
Say it.
I'm saying that Financial Times reported, again,
What?
you're right. I don't have the exact wire transfers. I'm not in these people's bank accounts. I'm just saying it's a little bit suspicious that we have Victoria Nuland saying that we have $5 billion going to Ukraine since 1991. Victoria Nuland's office happens to be the same office in which the National Endowment for Democracy is located. They share an office in Ukraine. We have Financial Times reporting that New Citizen received some of this money. Sure, probably, definitely not all $5 billion of it. And it just so happens that these protests, which were Western backed, and we know, according to this phone call, they were at least sympathetic to the, leader Yatsenyuk, who became the prime minister directly after the protests. This stuff all lines up, and it just so happens.
Hold on, wait, I gotta respond. Okay, so we haven't established a single fact. We literally haven't established a single fact. We haven't established a single fact. So
we've established so many facts.
Okay, so all we've seen.
I have the fact right here.
All we've seen is that since
it comes from Nuland herself.
In 1992, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the United States and Ukraine signed a bilateral deal with the United States, which sent aid to Ukraine to help them for a variety of things. They identified 3 strategic objectives. It was to create a broad-based market economy, to help build a participation democratic political system, and to assist in social sector reforms to ease the difficulties of transition. That's where the money went towards. The governments themselves were the ones that were organizing and receiving the aid. The idea that you're trying to pretend that this $5 billion that's been allocated since 1992 somehow went through black market channels. If it did, then we wouldn't be talking about the $5 billion that the United States said that it sent. This would be black money or dark money that's going through other channels that you wouldn't have any idea about. Or rather, it would have been established by like a WikiLeaks leak or something like that. The idea that official U.S. aid that was agreed upon by the Ukrainian government, that it was going to end up in the Ukrainian government, and then somehow the leaders in the Ukrainian government decided to allow that aid that they as a government agreed to accept to be funneled to groups that would eventually form a coup is ridiculous. A lot of this aid was far-reaching. It wouldn't surprise me if you could identify 1 or 2 groups that were involved in protests or coups that received this aid. Yanukovych probably had a lot of personal friends and probably people in the government that received that aid as well. The idea that that aid was used to back some sort of coup because you have a recording with 2 U.S. diplomats talking about a preference in leadership in a relatively volatile country, I don't understand why you think you can link these 2 things together. I can tell you right now that the United States sends so much aid all across the world. I could probably find aid going to every single fucking country that's ever had a revolution, that's ever had a coup, that's ever had any sort of political turmoil, and find 2 U.S. diplomats talking, expressing it. Can I finish one statement? I gotta finish.
Let's finish this sentence.
I totally don't know how we could link.
Well, gee, I gotta finish a single. I have to finish a single statement. I have to finish a single statement.
So finally,
to be clear, so the evidence we have is that since 1992, the United States has sent $5 billion to the Ukrainian government, not to secret groups, not to protest groups, not to future coups, that the Ukrainian government itself okayed this bilateral agreement to humanitarian aid. And the only evidence that we have, and the only evidence that let me finish. The only evidence we have that this went to fund a coup is 2 U.S. diplomats talking on the phone, expressing a preference for some leadership or failure of the EU to act on something. That's it.
Let me go now, okay? Because this is actually really fucking simple. So first of all, there's like many prongs to the fucking stupidity you just laid on my fucking table. Now, the first thing is that you actually contradicted your little friend Dylan here, because Dylan, the fucking liar, just sat here and said that the $5 billion was an economic aid to Ukraine. No, it fucking wasn't. Because Nuland herself, who publicly denies funding the Maidan coup, in the same sentence she utters denying it, said that the $5 billion since 1991 was there to promote democracy. And you know what that fucking means? It means promoting NGOs, civil society groups, and forces within the Ukrainian government that are aligned with the U.S. Now, you're trying to make this allegation. It's absurd that they would fund the Ukrainian government that's later going to be overthrown. The thing is, the whole of the Ukrainian government wasn't overthrown. There are elements within the Ukrainian government that were against the president at that time. The coup was actually against the president, not the entire Ukrainian state itself. And even during the presidency of Yanukovych, before the 2014 Maidan, there was still a division of spheres of influence within the Ukrainian government between the Americans and the Europeans on one hand and the Russians. It was not a Russian puppet government by any stretch of the fucking imagination. It was still just as divided. And that $5 billion that was given to the Ukrainians since 1991 was going toward the forces that ultimately would culminate in the Maidan. Now, Jackson literally gave you a concrete fucking example.
I could give another too, Haas.
Yeah,
I want to
of a
respond. It was
group
called a lie.
that
Okay,
received funds from this $5 billion, that participated, that was pivotal for it helped organize protests for the fucking Maidan. So the whole point is that this $5 billion for regime change and democracy exporting that the U.S. was giving the Ukrainian government, which I reiterate, Dylan the fucking liar claimed was economic aid when it was not. It was
really?
Political influential.
So can I get a commitment on
okay?
it? Can you give me a commitment that none of this money went to economic?
No.
aid?
You're shifting the goalpost.
Wait,
you're
no. I want to hear that.
You're shifting the fucking goalpost.
there
Some of it may have had an economic component to it, but it was primarily to promote democracy.
Finish up the sentence.
You made it seem like it was primarily about economic aid.
Number one, that's not even
waiting a
true.
long time.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's not
Oh,
even
it's not true?
So yeah, number one, 1.1 billion of it went to economic growth. 2.4 billion went to things like military assistance, border security, human trafficking issues, international narcotics abatement, law enforcement interdiction. That's actually the majority of it. The majority of that is not promoting democracy. It would actually be labeled under promoting peace and security when you talk about things like human trafficking, which is a legitimate.
Then tell Nuland that yourself.
Let me finish. I'm just telling you the exact money amounts, where it's going, and you're rejecting it. I'm telling you exact money. And the thing is about that, human trafficking, it's after the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was a lot of issues when it comes to children being sold into sexual slavery. There was a lot of issues.
Which the CIA is involved with.
Hold on.
Okay.
Bro, he can't just keep screaming into his microphone, jacked up as loud as possible.
You wanna cry about it, Destiny?
I'm trying. Okay.
Thank you.
So
Jesus.
okay, so back to the issue. This is why a lot of this money went to Ukraine. It went to things to deal with things like human trafficking. It went there to deal with economic aid after the economic collapse post-Soviet Union. Some of it, of course, some of it went to 800 million of it went to governing justly and democratically, and 400 million went to investing in people. We can get into specifics if you want to break that down, but there is no evidence in the $5 billion of the $5 billion, any of this going into black sites or anything of this sort. The majority of this money didn't even have to do with democracy necessarily.
We got to go into Q&A shortly, but I know that Jackson, I think you wanted to say something.
So yeah, I would like to say something. So we also have the fact that at the start of the Maidan protests, the 3 new TV shows in Ukraine, that news TV shows that were covering the protests and working with opposition, were Hromadsky.tv, and there was 2 other ones. Let me see if I can find these here. But while I find these, I also want to note that these 3 TV stations received funding from the Dutch and U.S. embassies, as well as the Renaissance Foundation, which was funded by George Soros. The other 2 were Spilno.tv and Eknepeco TV. I don't know how to pronounce that. And George Soros, during the coup, the Maidan coup himself, admitted, quote, "I set up a foundation in Ukraine before Ukraine became independent of Russia, and the foundation has been functioning ever since, and it played an important part in the Maidan events right now." And then the third point, because again, you've alleged that I can't provide evidence for this, I've also provided the New Citizen organization, which was involved in the coup. We also have Yevhen Karas, who is the leader of Ukraine's neo-Nazi terror gang, C-14, which again helped lead the coup. He was the guy who said that if it were not for the 2% of neo-Nazis that were active within the Maidan protests, it would have been 90% less effective and successful. He said, quote, "We are now being given money, so much weapons, not because, as some say, the West is helping us, not because they want the best for us, but because we perform the tasks by the West, because we are the only ones who are ready to do, because we're the only ones who are ready to do them, because we have fun killing, and we have fun fighting." And they like, wow, let's see what's going to happen. That's what they said.
Can I do a thing, because we're going into Q&A soon? Let's actually say, if Dylan will allow me, let's actually grant all of this. Let's say that there was a coup. Let's say that there was some revolution for some reason. Future leadership is still maintaining a lot of popularity throughout most of Ukraine. Let's say that all of that happened. Okay, but it was a coup, it was illegal, all that shit. What right does that give Russia to invade Ukraine?
Oh, that's very simple. We should have gotten that for the start. So we talked about the balance of security architecture within Europe, which Ukraine was planning on upsetting with its plans to fucking join NATO. But that alone, you're right, doesn't justify an invasion, which is why Russia kept trying to negotiate with its Western partners for some 8-9 years about this issue, leading to fucking nowhere, to the point where they finally tried to negotiate with Ukraine also about the issue of the Donbass to settle a peace. And Ukraine signed the Minsk agreement to have a ceasefire in the Donbass. As recent as January of 2022, Ukraine made it very clear that it had no intention to implement the Minsk agreement, which said that they would lead to the destruction of our country, and we had to sign it at gunpoint by Russia. Now, finally, Ukraine's continued attacks against the people of the Donbass, what amounts to basically a genocide, the constant shelling of civilian infrastructure, and the daily terrorism experienced by the people of the Donbass by Ukraine's armed forces in the Azov battalion, Russia decided to step in finally and recognize the republics. And when those republics became sovereign in Russia's eyes, and Russia did this, by the way, to stop
can we do this simply instead of
stop the
rambling about the
escalation
entire
of the
history
fucking
of
violence?
the? We're gonna
When those republics continued to be shelled and attacked after they were recognized as
He's
sovereign
just sprouting up
republics
history. Yeah, he does
by
this
the
every time. He
Russians.
can't answer. A
Yeah.
question. Just like he has
This
to
is
talk
the
about
fucking
every
answer.
single thing he knows.
Russia
It
is
was-
justified. Russia is justified for no other reason than to protect and guarantee its own security as a country, as well as to protect
So my
the people of the
question
Donbass,
then is,
as
so my
well as to
question is-
protect the people of the Donbass.
So my question is, why does the security of Russia supersede the security of the Ukrainian people? When you open
Because
this
the
with the quote
security
about
of
how the
the
security of
Ukrainian
one
people-
country.
One
Sure,
sec, let's
because
hear
the
from
security
Steven.
of the Ukrainian people was never under threat by Russia. It's NATO who is tipping its balance in the opposite
How is the
direction.
security of Russia under threat by NATO?
How is the security of Russia under threat by NATO? Sure, NATO has a history of disrespecting the sovereignty of other countries and invading other countries.
Like
And
Russia does right now with Ukraine?
This is a fucking self-fulfilling prophecy. Russia's doing what it's doing in Ukraine to prevent NATO aggression against Russia. Russia has no plan on forcing its
So
values
why
on
can't
others.
Ukraine have
Russia
legitimate
doesn't
security?
export its
Why-
system or its values. NATO does. It's that fucking simple.
Russia, the Soviet Union absolutely has in the past. Russia's absolutely looking
The
to forward
Soviet
to in the
Russia is
future.
not the Soviet Union, and second of all, the Soviet Union did not fucking export its system by military force. No, it didn't.
It absolutely
No,
did.
it fucking didn't.
It
Name
absolutely
a single
did.
example of that.
All three of the Baltics, at the very
The
least.
Baltics were not taken by the Soviet Union to expand its system, but because it was a form of revanchism for the former territories of the Russian Empire.
The countries
Not to
were
expand-
invaded, had
not
their
to
parliament
export its
disposed of,
system.
and then took votes and held referendums to join the Soviet Union. Sounds similar? Like Crimea. Russia,
What are
the
you
Soviet Union has a
talking
huge
about?
history
You're
of doing
talking
Public
about
this.
the
referendum,
Baltics?
96% of
Yeah,
the
not
people
crazy
voted
how
to
after you
join
get
the Russian
invaded,
Federation.
crazy.
What the fuck
Hold
are
on,
you
wait, hold on,
talking
whoa, whoa,
about?
whoa.
Let's talk about Crimea. Let's talk about Crimea.
I can't even finish my
Hold on,
question.
no, I have to,
Continue to
James,
say
let
that
me
it
finish
was
this point about
illegal.
Crimea. I
Finish my
never was able to
question.
get
It
into
was-
this.
I have to
You cannot say that.
Dylan,
I
has
just-
spoken
Let
for
me
a while. I do
quickly
wanna hear
finish
from
this
Dylan
point
before
about
we go into the
Crimea.
Q&A.
15 seconds. First of all, the people of Crimea made the decision
Listen,
first,
listen. I
and
do
then the
wanna-
Russian
Dylan's been
military
waiting for a
came.
long
They didn't
time.
formally make the
Dylan's
decision.
been waiting for a long time.
They
You wanna
were
get-
they declared independence before the Russian invasion.
Okay, so what's really interesting about the Crimea thing is we keep bringing up the referendum. Jackson, can you tell me what were the options on the referendum?
Oh, the two choices.
They declared independence before the Russians.
Wait, no, Jackson, could you answer that question
They
quick?
declared independence before the
No, I'm
Russians.
asking Jackson a
96% of the
question.
people-
I'm not. No, I
96
didn't ask. What were the two
96%
options?
of the people
What were the options on the
voted to
referendum?
join the Russian
What were the options on the
Federation.
referendum? What were the two options?
96 the
What were the two
majority of
options?
people
Answer
in
my
Crimea
question.
Voted,
What were the
I
two
don't
options?
care how you want to construe it. 96%
no,
of the
answer my
people
question.
voted to join
What
the
were
Russian
the two
Federation.
options?
It was legal.
What were the two
And
options?
The Crimean government
You're not
voted,
answering my
in
question.
favor of
Dylan,
joining the
James,
Russian
because they already
Federation.
Can you make him
prior to
answer my
doing
question?
that. Earlier
They
on,
already
you
make
tried
him
to
answer my question.
Hold on, all right, gentlemen, all right,
You're not gonna answer my question. He's dodging it.
Russian
Okay,
One
so
second.
the reason,
Now
the
you're
reason,
saying that it's
the
because of
reason,
Russian
it's my time to
I
talk.
do
If he's
this,
not answering my
just for a
question.
second. Okay, so I do want to give. I want to go back to Dylan. We'll give him a chance, and then we'll give you a chance to answer the question, Jackson.
Really quick, they had already declared independence. That's all I gotta say.
Just to say, I've got you on mute.
Okay,
Give me a break here.
So the reason why Jackson isn't answering my question is because the two options, neither of them was joining back with Ukraine. So
Because they already chose not to do that.
shut up, please.
They declared independence first.
So
They already declared independence.
including like Crimean Tartars and others boycott.
They already declared independence
Jeez Louise.
The reason
before the
why
Russians came.
The reason why
They had already declared independence. They had already declared independence before the Russians came.
James, I can't do it, man.
You can't, because you're a fucking liar. They declared independence before the Russians came. They overwhelmingly rejected the coup government.
He's muting himself. All right, well, let's go to Dylan.
I
know
didn't.
you had a question.
Yeah, I didn't. I never got to finish.
Liar.
I didn't even get to say what I'm lying about. You didn't even let me
give him a
lie
chance.
yet.
Because they had already declared independence before the Russians came.
Okay, let me tell my evil Western
Independence
lies.
was the
Okay, then we
status
can
quo
talk
before the
later.
fucking referendum,
So my
not
evil
being
Western
part of the
lie
Ukrainian
is
government.
that neither of the options on the referendum was to join Ukraine. It was A, join Russia formally, or B, be an independent state heavily influenced by the Russian government.
Is that what it
Those
said,
were the
Dylan?
two.
Is that
that's
exactly
not
what it
That's
said?
not the exact words. It was a lot.
You're
Okay.
fucking
James,
such
let
a
me get this
bullshit,
point and I'll stop
Dylan.
interrupting.
Jackson,
One
Jackson,
point in.
listen,
Just
listen,
one.
Jackson,
Just
I
one.
never-
James,
James,
if I can't talk,
I can't talk.
Destiny
I can't debate if I
bullshitted
can't.
about the snipers.
James, I
You're
can't debate
bullshitting
if I
about
can't even
Crimea.
talk. I
This
can't.
entire
I can't.
All right,
I
what
can't.
was okay? Hold on. What was the question that you had, Dylan? And we do have.
I
To go to
don't
the
even
Q&A.
have a question anymore. I'm just trying to say something, and they won't
Just
let
let me
because
get
what I'm
one
saying is
point in,
uncomfortable for
15
them.
seconds.
No, I don't
Because
care.
you made
I don't
me
care.
shut up.
Dylan,
I'm not making-
Give me 15 seconds.
No.
Give me 15 seconds.
No, you
Is that
couldn't
to be
answer
fair
the
to Dylan?
question.
He had waited a long time. Dylan will give you a quick pithy
So,
response, and we got to go Q&A.
Jackson did not know what the two options on the referendum was. That's why he wouldn't answer my question, or it was inconvenient to him. But neither of the options was whether Crimea could join back with Ukraine. And the problem is that I don't care. Please, for the love of God.
They had already formally declared independence.
Okay, we're going to the Q&A.
Wait,
No, James, let me get this last point in. I've been trying to get it in the whole fucking time. Okay? Let me get one last point in 10 seconds. Just give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
No, just find a way to fit it into one of these questions. This one coming in from Ozzy and Talk says, Putin destroyed Russia, and there is no way back from them without Putin stepping down and Russia apologizing. European Union should join NATO. Putin will go down in history as an example of one of the worst global leaders ever. Save the kids.
One addition, Russia should also pay reparations.
Yeah. I'll answer that question very easily. So Crimea had already declared its formal independence.
That wasn't the question. That was
Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Crimea had already declared.
Okay,
Crimea had already declared.
Keep this civil. Okay.
Crimea had already declared formal independence before the referendum.
Could they do that under the Ukrainian constitution?
They didn't need to because it was overthrown in a coup. The Ukrainian president was overthrown in an illegal coup. So the Constitution is in the air and it's out of the fucking window, you fucking dumbass.
So the Constitution matters for thee, but
not when there's a coup that suspends legality. Not when there's a coup that suspends. James, why do you keep fucking muting me, but you let him ramble on? You let him talk for 10 minutes, but you keep muting me? Why do you fucking let Dylan talk? You didn't mute him once.
Do you think that a coup violates?
You don't fucking mute him once. Let me fucking respond to it. The Constitution is thrown into the air when there's a fucking illegal coup.
You got to kick him.
I would like you.
His timetable isn't even accurate. The Declaration of Independence for Crimea took place after.
Literally acting like a coup doesn't violate the sovereignty of a given nation.
Wait, real quick, just because Husky's screaming this. The Declaration of Independence from Crimea happened after the Russian invasion. The fact that he's trying to say that it happened prior to that isn't even true.
No, it didn't.
Russian troops were on the ground in February. In late February, Russia was pushing into Crimea.
They were pushing into Crimea. What the fuck?
The Declaration of Independence was on March 16th.
What does it mean pushing into Crimea? Go ahead.
As in, Russian troops rolled through the area with little resistance and took over the entire fucking peninsula.
I wonder why there was little resistance, because they had already expressed and declared their intention to be fucking independent.
Even if they had, sections of your country cannot just vote themselves to join another country that has military bases in that peninsula, aggressively positioned to go and invade.
They did it at gunpoint.
That's not how sovereignty works.
They did it at gunpoint, right? It was at gunpoint.
Can we do that?
This one coming in from Can Fight says, just got.
Wait, I never got to respond to Jackson's question about sovereignty. I want to answer it.
Super short and pithy.
Okay, so Jackson asked me if a coup violates a nation's sovereignty. It depends on who actually does the coup. If the people of said nation overthrow the government, I believe they're allowed to do that. And so that's what they did in that instance, because the Yanukovych regime was morally corrupt and worked against the interests of the people. Sorry, there you go.
There was no vote for the coup, Dylan.
Can fight.
That's not how coups work.
The majority of
They
people.
had an election. They had an election.
There wasn't even a majority
They had
that
an
wanted to
election.
join the EU.
They had
Not
an
even
election
at the time, a
I think
majority.
we need another mute here on the Moscow Manlet, please.
Hey, you little bitch ass gnome Destiny, why don't you shut the fuck up? You Destiny.
Because we do have to get the next.
Destiny, his torso is big though. He's short limbed. He looks like a fucking child. His torso grew.
Okay.
That's it.
This is coming in from Canada.
He just has a long torso.
Gosh.
He looks like Sid from Ice Age. He has the body of Sid from Ice Age. He has the body of Sid from Ice Age.
Repeat it a third time.
Next one. Thank you very much for this question from Can Fight says just got posterity. Russia just attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. A violation of the Geneva Convention. Also, Russia has a huge Nazi problem. In parentheses, Limonov literally made Nazbols. You know,
What the fuck are you talking about, Limonov?
Are we allowed to answer that question?
Limonov is a fucking anarchist. Limonov is an anarchist. You ever read anything by Limonov, you fucking dumbass asking that question?
No, like,
Can we answer the question?
The bat switch and you're drowning everybody else out. Your audio is just off the charts. I'll give you a chance to respond, Info and Jackson, but it's just that your audio.
Why is it that I feel like we should be condemning crimes against humanity and war crimes on both sides of this? That's why I support the International Criminal Court investigation into war crimes that have taken place here since 2013, which the media seems to be leaving out of the announcement of this ICC investigation and the preliminary examination into war crimes and crimes against humanity here. But the thing is, if you're going to talk about war crimes and crimes against humanity and civilian casualties taking place right now in Ukraine, then you better be talking about them taking place in Donetsk and Luhansk still today, and the ones that have taken place there overwhelmingly in this conflict that has been waged asymmetrically by Ukraine, by the Azov Battalion in particular in eastern Ukraine, since 2014. People seem to leave that out.
Yeah, wait, can we all agree that would be a good idea then? I think that Russia should pull its troops and respect Ukraine's sovereignty. And then after they do that, we can have an independent investigation to see if there were any human rights abuses committed.
The 25th of February, protesters blocked the Crimean parliament and expressed their will to be independent. So that was before the Russian invasion.
That's not even on topic anymore. You're still rambling
to the preliminary examination led by the International Criminal Court. Who launched the first war crimes and crimes against humanity here in this conflict? I want to actually address two things. Oh, that was a question for Destiny. But I wanted to, can I agree with you? I'm trying to, that was a question for Destiny. Jackson, I want to agree with you. Destiny, who did it? Can I not? Okay, I won't agree with you then. Okay. Destiny, who did it? Do you even know? Do you even know what the first war crimes or crimes against humanity committed here were?
We should let independent organizations go in and investigate. We should let that. Nothing that you're saying justifies a Russian invasion. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy.
Stick to whatever fucking Minecraft bullshit.
It's so easy. It's so easy. Yeah, go quote random U.S. diplomats that you saw on an RT post about how that proves that there was like Western involvement in a coup.
International Criminal Court investigation into war crimes, which you claim to care about, but only
what does every single international court say about what does every single international court say about Russia's annexation of Crimea?
What does
you're pivoting?
Let him answer.
Pivoting.
That's a great question.
Pivoting, Stephen.
Who recognizes the Russian annexation of Crimea?
That's a great question, Destiny, because the International Criminal Court has said that the crimes against humanity and war crimes started in this conflict.
He doesn't have an answer.
Were from Ukraine. That's a great
because
point.
you pivoted, Destiny.
There it is.
First you said he was quoting a random journalist. And then he quoted the International Court, and you fucking pivoted like a pussy. Pivoting pussy.
Absolute pussy.
Hey, James.
Let Dylan go.
Pivoting pussy.
Let Dylan speak.
I've been attempting to do something dastardly, and that's actually agree with Jackson for a second. And I actually do agree that there have been a lot of war crimes actually committed in Donetsk and Luhansk. And one of the biggest issues I'd point to specifically has to do with water security. I believe it was UNICEF that wrote a report about water security issues in there caused by the war. It's just, I don't believe the best way to deal with human rights abuses on either side is to expand the conflict, because now electricity, water security, all these resources are now going to be even harder to come by in not only Donetsk, Luhansk, but in the rest of Ukraine as well. We've already heard about like reports in Mariupol
Let's move into the next one.
Yeah, I'm trying to agree with Jackson. We already heard about reports in Mariupol and other locations about critical civilian infrastructure being undermined. And so the best thing to do. Well,
so Dylan, I have a question back for you.
no, I wasn't.
Who took Mariupol in 2015?
Shut the fuck up for a second. Shut the fuck up.
Sorry,
So, Destiny, I have a question back for you.
Hold on, I do. We have so many questions from the chat.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So why is it that
James, mute him. James, mute him.
So many questions from the chat. Plummy 005 says, how long does a group of people need to live in a land in order to have a claim to it? People say that the Russians in Ukraine were imported there 200 years ago, but we can say the same for any group of people going back enough.
Destiny, who took Mariupol in 2015?
Your mom.
It was the Azov Battalion, you fucking idiot. Just because they're not the majority of the armed
They were
forces.
involved in one military operation. That's
Of a whole city? Of a whole city? Of a whole city?
Vladimir Putin?
And you're saying they're marginal?
I can't hear you, Jackson. It's
This one-
impossible.
This one coming in from Jackson. Do you have something?
Yeah, no, I agree with what Dylan said. I condemn war crimes, crimes against humanity on both sides. Yeah, and I think they should be investigated. People should be held accountable. We have to recognize, though, who started this, and you made a good point about that. The thing is, though, do you not give any credit to Vladimir Putin for trying to get everyone to adhere to the Minsk Accords for years and years and years that would have brought an end to this brutality?
Nobody adhered to it. It was violated on both sides continuously.
Who violated?
It didn't even get signed.
Who violated it first and who expressed an unwillingness to implement it? Who expressed an unwillingness to implement it? Ukraine literally said they had no intention to implement it despite signing it.
It's okay. This one coming in from, thanks for your question. Pivot Cyroy says, question for Infrared and Hinkle. If this unjustified invasion was done by Russia to protect the people in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, why does Belarus have details for invasion plans for Moldova?
Based on what evidence? Show me the evidence.
Oh, that's actually from Belarus. Lukashenko, he showed a map on screen during a speech, I think 2 days ago, where it showed invasion plans from Transnistria specifically, not Moldova.
They could be contingency plans. How do you know those are invasion plans? Those could be contingency plans in case the events change.
Maybe I have no clue. I mean,
so listen, that seems to be a development that we are either not aware of or don't have the intelligence to answer completely. I'm not gonna be like if we test Putin and Putin turns out to be like a full-blown raging sociopath and he continues on and does disgusting things at a grotesque level, then of course I'm not going to defend him or anything like that. But what we have to understand is that, and I thought this is where the question was going, right now, it's not just about Donetsk and Luhansk. Putin is asking he's not even asking for Zelensky to step down or his, government to step down. Putin is just asking for demilitarization of Ukraine, which means removal of foreign weaponry. He's asking for no NATO membership ever, a guarantee of that. And he's also asking for, yes, the ending of the slaughtering of civilians in Donetsk and Luhansk. So those are what they're fighting over right now. And it's a very restrained.
What else is he asking for?
He also made requests to the United States and the European Union during the negotiations before the invasion that they end nuclear guarantees for Eastern Europe and also pull troops out of Eastern Europe as well.
That has nothing to do with the terms of a ceasefire and peace and withdrawing troops.
Okay,
that was prior to whatever happened.
Yeah, that's prior. That has nothing to do with the conditions he gave to Zelensky now.
But no, he's not going to the negotiating table asking for that right now, Dylan.
I'm going to stop trying, James.
That's for the Americans and Europeans. That's not for Zelensky.
Jackson saying he's not going to the negotiating table. Go ahead, Dylan.
Okay, so the first thing I want to say is they are actually, Zelensky and the Russian government are actually negotiating right now. I think they just actually negotiated, thank goodness, like a humanitarian corridor, hopefully. I don't know if that's going to be placed in places like Kherson and Mariupol. I hope it is soon. I don't know when that's going to be implemented. They are negotiating, but that's ongoing negotiation process. I thought the question was broader about all the demands made of Putin's government up into this, but I did want to include that. I also do want to say that you said if he goes crazy, I would just say the attack on the nuclear facility tonight, which caught it on fire, is something I would be extremely concerned about.
We don't know anything about that.
I'll answer that. So first of all,
I wasn't finished.
Okay,
let's cut both of you off. Lewis says, question for Infrared and Hinkle. How exactly is the RT network not misinformation and propaganda if it is literally Russia today? quote
Sure.
because they said
Because whenever we ask people for concrete
by the Russian
instances,
government.
yeah, whenever we ask for concrete instances of misinformation of what we report from RT and in our recent reports, we have get nothing. Nobody's ever able to come up with any actual instance in which they're lying. Destiny fucking soyed out and raged when he saw me fucking cover RT because they were covering the humanitarian situation where 50,000 had to be evacuated from the Donbass, and he literally lost his shit and fucking he started soying out and started crying like a little bitch because this was misinformation. He wasn't actually able to point out why it was misinformation or what lies RT was telling.
The next one, keep these questions coming.
Wait, can I ask you a question about that? Did Russia ever pull troops from eastern Ukraine in accordance with the first Minsk agreement that you guys said that they were a party to?
What are you talking about?
Why, Destiny? Why should they adhere to any of the Minsk agreement if Ukraine is already coming out and saying
Ukraine never displayed any intention to implement them. First of all, two things.
Nobody ever adhered to it.
No, two things. These signatories to the most recent Minsk
James,
agreement.
what's the next question?
The signatories to the most recent Minsk agreement were between the Donetsk and Lugansk republics in Ukraine. Russia wasn't even part of them. Second of all, as far as the Minsk agreements, the Ukrainian government has never displayed a willingness to implement them.
Okay, turn that down.
There's video evidence of you being shorter than me. Do you know that?
No, there isn't, actually.
Bracky Morager.
There literally isn't.
Question for...
You want to bet money on it?
Okay, they said if the annexation of Crimea was justified, would the annexation of Texas and other territories justified during the Mexican-American War?
The difference here...
No, this is in our favor. The U.S. annexed Texas in an even worse... They annexed the Mexican territories in an even worse way. Texas first declared its independence and then joined the U.S. in a similar way that Crimea declared independence and then joined Russia.
Wait, were there international bodies claiming what you could or could not annex at the point when the United States was annexing territory in the western U.S.?
What do you mean international bodies claiming what you can?
When we say something is allowed or not allowed,
because the West says it's not okay. Is that what you're saying? Because the West says you can't do it.
When you're looking at things like the UN, like the Soviet, or I'm sorry, Russia's party to these organizations as well. Like, what do you mean?
Okay.
You can't say like, did the United States do something like illegal?
The UN is not the be all
or
end
the
all.
1800s.
The UN is not the
these international bodies.
The UN is not the be all end all to the recognition of sovereignty.
Destiny, did it adhere to international law when there was a coup against the democratically elected government before the Crimea referendum?
I don't know what international law would have justified a Russian invasion. Can you fill me in on that?
You know what? I actually.
You don't have an answer for that. That's right.
Destiny. Let me finish here.
Destiny, do you need pills for gynecomastia? Because I think you have it. Gynecomastia, Steven. He has gyno.
I'm actually not surprised that Destiny didn't know the answer to that question because, again, his debate partner earlier on claimed that there was a legal impeachment, even though it didn't even meet the legal qualifications of the Ukrainian constitution. So I'm not very surprised.
Destiny, would you say that you're skinny fat? Would you say that you're a fat guy who's a little skinny?
Wait, I got called a liar though. If you call somebody, I just want to say that. Okay,
did they get 3/4 of the votes?
Well, let me respond here. I wanted to say something.
Destiny, there's video evidence of you having very wide hips for a man, for a so-called man.
I think he's going to the bathroom. Dylan? All right. Well, this one coming in from Chris Morlock says, Dylan and Destiny, do you deny that 4,000 ethnic Russian civilians, 80% of civilian deaths, have been killed in the Donbass? I mean, I don't know if I'm saying this wrong.
Why do we keep using this, Jackson? This is like the RT propaganda. Like, did you know that like 83% of civilian deaths have come from Eastern Ukraine? Yeah, the civil war is in Eastern Ukraine. It's not like there are going to be Western Ukrainians killed in Eastern Ukraine.
No, we said 80% were ethnic Russians. We said 80% were ethnic Russians.
The majority of some of these places is ethnically Russian.
So why is Ukraine attacking a place where the majority are resisting them?
Because right now
why are they attacking a place where the majority are resisting them?
And supported by Russia. They're trying to.
So Ukraine can commit genocide because they're being funded and so Ukraine can commit genocide then, right, Destiny?
That's a genocide. They're targeting and trying to erase the ethnicity of a certain group of people.
More or less, yes. They're trying to eliminate the Russians in Eastern Ukraine.
Destiny.
Hold on, Jackson. I promise I'll come right back to you. I know that. Hold on, just bear with me, Jackson. I understand.
He's barely gotten to talk, James. This is ridiculous.
All right, hold on. I promise, Jackson, we'll come back to you. But Dylan, I know that you said you wanted to address someone called you a liar.
This is more important to me, actually. I would say I'm a dirty liar. But Secretary General, I want to specifically, the Secretary General of the United Nations actually commented on the accusations of genocide by the republics of Donetsk and Luhansk, and they said that there's no grounding to them.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Jack.
And the UN is the be all end all for recognition of genocide.
No, Russia should be the be all end all.
Jackson.
Can you repeat that, Dylan? Can you repeat that?
The Secretary General of the United Nations said that there is not a genocide in the Donbass.
He's the
Okay, well, first of all,
former prime minister of Portugal.
hey, let me finish.
Fucking
First of all,
European
I never
country.
Made the claim. Second of all,
Okay,
that there was a genocide.
Well, I was talking about that earlier. No, wait, somebody did. Was it you or Haas?
I didn't
claimed
say
that there was
that.
genocide.
Second of
Okay,
all,
then it was
hey,
Haas.
let me finish because Destiny made an accusation earlier. He said, "Why do we keep touting these RT propaganda lines that 81% of the people, civilians rather, who are dying in the eastern Ukraine conflict are Russians?" That or ethnic Russians, whatever you said. That's not what I said. I said that 81% of the civilians are dying in rebel-held territory, and that's not from RT. That's what the United Nations said. So apparently, you now are confused between RT and the United Nations official sources. I'm confused as to just how serious you are about this debate.
Wait,
Destiny only has narratives. He doesn't have any meat and potatoes.
Steven. Go ahead, Steven.
Wait, was that? I'm sorry. The Leningrad leprechaun just threw me off. Can you repeat your question to me?
Destiny, you want to start talking about body types? You have the most grotesque looking, disgusting, skinny, fat, fucking Sid from Ice Age. Fucking.
Destiny, my question to you was
Destiny, consider a bra. Consider a bra.
Just fucking mute him for a second. Why did you call it? Why did you call it RT propaganda when these are United Nations figures? A and B. Why did you say that everyone here is ethnically Russian when you're in the Donbass? When I said that these are people who are dying in rebel-held territories, which is distinct from the opposite side of the gray zone.
Wait, what was the first thing said?
Beta male Bono. It looks like Sid from Ice Age. That's he has fucking man titties. He's got gyno. He literally has gyno.
No, all right, Jackson.
It's disgusting.
Go ahead, Jackson.
The Soviet shorty over here is just destroying my ability to hear anything.
Beta male Bono, who is literally fucking built like fucking Sid from Ice Age, just a long torso, who isn't even fucking taller than me. He's talking about other people's bodies. He's talking about other people's appearance. Beta male Bono, you literally look like an overgrown child with a beard.
Dylan and Destiny.
I couldn't even hear it. The Russian runt was screaming so much I couldn't even fucking respond to his question. Was there a claim that the UN has said that there is an ongoing genocide in Donbass? Is that
no? You fucking
they said the opposite.
You said it was RT propaganda that 81% of the people died on rebel.
No, I didn't say that
land.
the claim itself is propaganda. I'm just saying that repeating
you
that,
did.
like
You said it was RT propaganda talking points.
I can
That's
tell you. Yes, talking points.
Data.
Talking points. What I'm saying
that's
is
what
that
you said.
Yeah, Destiny.
Do you want me to tell you what I said, or are you just going to keep screaming like you're a friend of yours? The question is why we shouldn't be surprised to see that the majority of people dying in a Russian ethnic majority area are going to be ethnically Russian. That's not surprising.
Destiny, people fight for their territory.
Hans, that's not what I said. I said they're dying in rebel-held territory, the 81% are. Not that they're all ethnically Russian.
What is the percentage of ethnically Russian?
Double D Destiny. Double D Destiny. Why don't you simmer down a little bit?
Moscow Munchin, quiet. Can you
answer? Double D Destiny. Double D Destiny.
That there are two warring factions. There's a rebel-held territory, and then there are the Ukrainian military and volunteer militaries warring on the other side. What I'm saying and what the United Nations is saying is that 81.4% of the civilians killed over the last 3 years, we don't have all the numbers, but over the last 3 years, died in rebel-held territory.
Go ahead,
and what Bitch Tits Bono doesn't understand is that people are going to defend their sovereignty and they're going to defend their land, just like a man defends his wife and makes sure his wife can't get fucked by other men.
Tiny
You know?
Panky is too much for me. I just can't hear anything.
Yeah. Bitch Tits Bono doesn't understand that people want to defend their land, just like a man wants to defend his wife from not getting fucked by other men.
Steven's body later. Dan Cole says, does Haas think we don't realize that whenever he is getting owned okay, never mind. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're a beta male and you think getting owned is from a fucking 32-year-old StarCraft player who literally has nothing going for him in life. Yeah. A fucking 32-year-old grown man StarCraft player with fucking gynecomastia who's built like an 11-year-old fucking child.
Says, does yelling at
Literally built like an 11-year-old child.
Hold on, Haas, come on.
Hold on to that comment.
This one coming in from Irvin says, yeah, that's right. Irvin Lockman says Russia has the worst human trafficking problem of any country on earth. Are Haas and Jackson pro-child sex trafficking?
Uh-oh.
Are Destiny and Dylan Burns lowering the age of consent to 16? Because
as Destiny's friend, Mr. Girl, Destiny has a pedophile community, and he defends the pedophile Mr. Girl with ardent fucking. Destiny wants to deplatform pro-Russians, but he wants to platform pedophiles.
People with quote Russian genes.
Pedo DGG.
No.
Literal pedo fucking community of former fucking 4chan Nazis.
Nobody heard it. It's impossible.
Jackson, do you believe in chemical weapons designed to only target people with quote unquote Russian genes? Really? That's what they say.
That's completely irrelevant and immaterial to the fucking debate here, because even if it wasn't true, it has. Jackson never made that claim. Jackson never made that claim.
I think even Destiny and Dylan would admit that I never said that in the debate, and though they don't probably watch my streams, I can tell you I've never said that in my life.
No, I
don't. You disavow when Haas said it? Then you disavow the Kremlin gremlin?
He doesn't have to disavow it. He just isn't making the affirmative claim. You fucking bitch tits Bono, you little fucking bitch. You fucking built like a fucking. You're the definition of soy. I can't even fucking insult you because you're a dude who lets his wife get railed by other men.
What I think.
I can't.
You're a cook.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Here's what
I want to know.
How can I insult a 32-year-old cock who abandoned his child?
Exhausting.
How can I insult a 32-year-old cock who abandoned his child?
I'm sorry you're so weighted down this debate, Jackson. I'm so sorry.
I think that there are China and Russia at the United Nations have both expressed their concerns over chemical labs in Ukraine that get U.S. funding. There's several of them, but we don't really know what's going on there. And I think it would be, I don't think we can jump to conclusions as to what's happening there, except for what Russia and China have both said when they've expressed their concerns.
Bitch tits Bono, deadbeat dad, Destiny. Bitch tits Bono, deadbeat dad, Destiny.
Do appreciate your question.
He's a literal cuck. 32-year-old cuck. 32-year-old man lets his
wife. The audience knows what's happening. James is right-click muting him, and Haas is spam right-click unmuting so that he can keep screaming into the microphone.
Listen, Destiny, you can't hide the pain. You can't hide the pain of knowing other men. You can't hide the pain of knowing other men are with your wife. You can't hide that pain with your laughing. We all know you're in pain. We all know you're in pain because of your divorce.
We need you to.
Yeah, we all know you're. We all know you're in pain, Destiny.
This is what coming in from. Okay, this is a thank you. So it's been.
Bro, you called me the StarCraft trooper here, but you got like 400 APM smashing the fucking unbeam on your fucking.
You can't hide the pain, Destiny. We know she's with other men. We know she's with other men, Destiny.
Get fucking RSI, dude. You gotta slow down.
This one coming in from. Cedar says, what are the panelists' thoughts on quote third? Is this I hope this isn't a troll. On third whole theory. No, that's okay. Never mind.
Destiny, laugh through the pain. Laugh through the pain of knowing you're a 32-year-old cuck.
Wait, was that three-hole theory? Wait, what
Destiny,
does that have to do with?
Laugh through the pain, Destiny. Go ahead, laugh through it.
No, the three holes. It refers to the tripolar vacuum.
Yeah. Destiny. You're nothing but a fucking bluff, Destiny. You have no fucking substance, no meat and potatoes. You hide behind your laughter. I can see the pain in your eyes, Bono. I can see the pain in your eyes, just like your child is in pain because his father abandoned him. Your child's in pain. Feed your kids, Destiny. You abandoned your own child. He's in pain. But he's not laughing through it like you.
You know who else doesn't have meat and potatoes? The Russian soldiers in Ukraine right now. Man, that's a lot of food.
Yeah, that's fake news. Prove it. Prove it.
Okay.
Show any fucking proof that they don't have proof. If they show any proof.
Coming in from.
Show any proof.
No, come on, Oz. How do you have so much energy?
Show any proof, Dylan, of that. Show the proof.
Says Stan says, does Haas still think the Donbass region is in the north of Ukraine?
I never fucking said that in the first place. Shut the fuck up. Fucking DGG pedos.
Okay, this one coming in from Constantine. Why do the East European countries beg to be a part of NATO every time the Russians start shelling a foreign city? It's almost as if Russian aggression is driving countries to join NATO.
It's almost as if those countries are called by far-right nationalists. Go ahead.
It's almost as if every single time the West leads a coup or regime change operations in a Central or Eastern European country, they make great strides either in, one of the four, main steps in joining NATO when they have this coup government in place. Have you ever noticed that?
I just want to say we didn't establish that it was a U.S.-led coup. We certainly didn't establish that.
We more than established that with 5 billion. We established it 5 billion times.
Just for the record, Ukraine wasn't going to join NATO until the Crimean invasion happened.
What?
That's not true. Oh, you want to debate about that? We have evidence to the contrary. Bitch tits Bono. Bitch tits Bono. We have evidence to the contrary. We have evidence to the contrary.
Wait, Destiny. Do you know the 4 steps to join NATO for
being given the green light?
Brestiny. We have evidence to the contrary. Brestiny. We have evidence to the contrary.
Huz. Wait, I'm curious. I want to hear Destiny's thoughts on this.
Gotta pull back.
First of all, do you know the 4 steps in joining NATO and how many of those steps Ukraine has achieved? And also, do you know what NATO said about Ukraine membership at the 2008 Bucharest before the Crimean referendum?
I don't care if they were given the green light in 2008. Yatsenyuk literally said,
you just
he
said
literally said giving the green light.
But they didn't have an intention, right?
Let him finish.
After the coup, the prime minister literally said that there were no plans on the table to join NATO. He literally said that. That was his
He literally said that. Little bitch.
That changed once Russia invaded and annexed illegally the Crimean Peninsula. And that's why, and the other statements that countries have made about joining NATO have also changed as Russia has increased its aggression. That's why countries like Finland and Sweden are considering joining NATO, which, given what Russia's doing, seems to be pretty fair.
Yeah, because Russia's going to fucking invade Sweden. Shut the fuck up.
I'll respond to that. First of all, in 2008 at the Bucharest summit, NATO declared that Ukraine could become a member state of NATO upon further deliberations and accession talks. But what I do want to say is you said that after the 2014 coup, they had no intent to join NATO. In 2017, the Ukrainian parliament adopted legislation reinstating membership in NATO as a strategic foreign and security policy.
What happened between 2014 and 2017? Why would they want to join NATO in 2017?
In 2019.
Why would they want to join NATO in 2017?
Why would they want to join NATO in 2017?
You sound like a little bitch. You've always sounded like one.
No, wait. What? Yeah, what? Why would they want to join NATO in 2017 and in 2019? What happened?
And what happened after 2014 in Eastern Ukraine? We could go there too.
No, let's go exactly to what I said. Do you deny that the prime minister literally said that they were not
at the
seeking
trade union hall massacre?
They were not. Okay, yeah, pivot. Okay.
You're the one pivoting.
I'm not pivoting.
Destiny, what was Maidan about? What was the fucking Maidan about? They wanted to fucking join NATO, you dumb fuck. That was before any fucking Crimea shit.
No, it wasn't about joining NATO.
Yeah, it was about the EU and NATO as a whole. They wanted to turn. It was an anti-Russian fucking movement. They had every intention to join NATO by then.
It was not about joining NATO. It was about European Union trade deals.
It was about joining the West in general.
Can you mute the Holodomor Hobbit again, please?
It was about that in general. Bitch tits Bono, dead Pete Dad, Brestiny. You want to keep at these names, Destiny, you little bitch? Yeah, laugh through the pain. You know what, fucking James?
Destiny,
hey, James, you don't mute him when he fucking insults me? You don't mute him when he fucking insults me, James, huh? You don't mute him when he insults me, but you only mute me? Why don't you fucking tell him, if you don't want me to fucking be unleashed, you don't mute him when he insults me, I'm gonna go full fucking beast mode, little bitch-ass fucking Destiny, hiding behind laughter. I can see the pain and fear in your eyes, little bitch.
If we were insulting you, okay, Vladimir the Virgin, we'd be asking you about three whole theories.
Destiny. I can see the pain and fear in your eyes, little bitch, Destiny. I can see the pain in your eyes, little bitch, Destiny.
So I would like to say that So the Euromaidan protests was it started because Yanukovych pulled out of negotiations to join the EU, and then once the protest movement started, then it expanded to like anti-corruption and a lot of other issues as well. And there were people on the ground, not all of them. The Euromaidan protests were extremely diverse, but some of them did want to join NATO. But that doesn't mean it started because of that. It started once Yanukovych pulled out of EU negotiations. And the second thing I wanted to bring up about NATO was that after the Russian invasion, the regime change war they started in Ukraine. Now, Finland, the first time in human history, the majority of Finnish people want to join NATO. Putin has gifted NATO something. He has gifted them legitimacy in the modern age, where there was tons of people like the Finns who's like, I don't know about joining this NATO.
Why does it even exist?
Now,
Then they're gonna put nukes in Venezuela. Good luck with that. Russia's gonna put nukes in Venezuela. Good luck with it.
what
Yeah, you expand NATO to Finland, then Russia's gonna make military pacts with Cuba and Venezuela all over the fucking world against the U.S. empire. Good luck with that.
Russia can't even get its four-wheel trucks into fucking eastern Ukraine. I don't think.
Oh, really? Really? Where's the evidence for that? Do you have any evidence for that? There's no fucking proof of that there's a logistical disaster. It's all fucking made up on Twitter, AstroTurf fake news. We've debunked it on my stream several fucking times. It's not fucking true. Hey, Destiny, I know you love having your mouth open because you like soying out. Destiny. Keep opening your mouth, Destiny. Soy mouth.
Can we
Keep opening your mouth. Keep opening your mouth.
Huz, I'm gonna ask if you want. I can send you pictures of tire rot amongst
Keep opening them.
Okay.
Pictures of what, Dylan?
Tire rot. You know when if you don't do proper maintenance on trucks, the tires will rot out. And
Yeah, go ahead. Show us the proof. Show us the widespread logistical disaster.
Well, I'm not saying logistics. I'm talking about tire rot right now. Logistics is another.
Show us the widespread tire rot.
The widespread tire. I can give you examples of tire rot. But until we find out and do a proper investigation, we're not gonna have. Oh,
because you don't know shit. Because there's no fucking failure of the fucking four-wheel trucks.
If any of the vehicles invading Ukraine is experiencing tire rot, that means proper maintenance was not done on those vehicles.
If any of them, so it could be one. It could be one or two.
No, when you
it could be one or two.
These vehicles, you don't do it like one at a time. You do maintenance like you circle maintenance.
If there's a mistake on one, or if there's a mistake on one or two vehicles, James, why are you fucking muting me? Why are you muting me?
Still talking when you. I mean, sorry.
Because you never give me a chance to say anything. You let Dylan and Destiny talk this whole fucking time, and I didn't get to say shit. If there's one or two fucking vehicles with tire rot, that doesn't fucking mean anything.
Well, okay. Want to say thanks, folks.
You're a fucking biased moderator, James. You're a biased fucking moderator. He keeps fucking insulting me, talking over me. You didn't mute him once. You didn't mute this little fucking gnome once. This little gnome Destiny. You didn't mute the gnome Destiny once.
You muted me multiple times.
Yeah, I was muted.
No, you
wait. Can we actually prove, James?
Not once.
James. Real talk. Can you prove right now that you haven't received any of that $5 billion that was marked to Ukraine? Are you part of the?
Hey, passive aggressive, those only bitch ass fucking pedo nerds find funny. Shut the fuck up, little bitch. Nobody fucking has your sense of humor except pedos like Mr. Girl. Nobody shares your fucking passive aggressive, fast talking, mumbling, stumbling sense of fucking StarCraft humor, you little bitch. Keep fucking laughing, Destiny, passive aggressive little bitch. Destiny, let me air your dirty laundry, Destiny, because I found out a lot of things about you, Destiny. Let me air your dirty laundry, motherfucker.
Please do it, please.
Yeah, let me air your dirty laundry, Destiny, you motherfucker.
This stuff. Want to say, folks, thanks so much for tuning in. Our guests are linked in the description, and want to say thank you so much for all of your super chats. We've raised hundreds of dollars tonight for Worldwide Orphans, which is the charity watchdog evaluation.
Bitch tits Bonnell. Bitch tits Bonnell.
No.
Deadbeat dad Brestiny. Deadbeat dad Brestiny.
Trying to talk about.
Are you gonna let Ivan the incel over here make fun of me like this, James?
Destiny. Oh, Destiny. You literally let your wife sleep with other men. You're fucking living insult. You're a 32-year-old cuck, and you're talking about incels. You're talking about incels when you're a literal cuck. Destiny, you failed to get with all these.
Want to say thanks, everybody.
Destiny, the girls you failed to get with, talk to me, you little bitch.
Please give me some names, dude.
Keep something out the reasonable from
the list is too long.
See you next time. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you in the next debate. Take care, everybody, and thanks so much for your.
There's no bonus round. We're done.
We'll put the receipt on the social tab and the YouTube social community tab. Want to say thanks so much, and that's something that no matter where we stand on the war, that's something we all agree on. This is a good cause, helping out orphans around the world. And so, again, we'll share that donation receipt on the YouTube social page. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Bitch tits Bono fucking lost this debate. Bad.
James,
really bad. Really fucking
comes to
bad.
Charity.
Destiny, Gyno, Destiny.
Jackson left.
Really,
GGG. Charity. I do care a lot.
Gyno, GGG. GGG.
The Donbass dwarf over here.
The Donbass dwarf. We get it. Destiny. So you think you're taller than me?
Come on, can we talk about the charity a little
Let's
bit?
put 10,000 on it, Destiny, that you're taller than me. 10,000. You want to do it?
Infrared. There's children that are orphans.
You want to put 10,000 on it, Destiny?
How about 10,000 for the children, for the orphans?
Yeah, okay. If you're taller than me, I'll give 10,000 to the orphans.
$10,000 isn't enough for the surgery.
Let's
you
do
need
it.
to beat me in a height off, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So is that what you want? We'll do it. 10,000 goes to Russia if I win. 10,000 goes to Ukraine
Russia?
if you win.
We've already got the photographic evidence. I'm looking at it right now. I'm clearly superior vertically.
The fucking photographic evidence with forced perspective and tilt. Let's fucking do a real measurement and see. How about that? Do you want to bet the money?
By a Russia today.
Do you want to bet the money or not? Do you want to bet the money or not?
Right. When it comes to us in the charity, I know that everybody here cares about the charity a lot. We want to like me and Destiny. We want to raise a lot to the orphans. And Haas wants to cause
keep them away from Mr. Grill. Keep them away from Mr. Grill and DGG because there's a lot of sick pedos in that fucking community. Right, and with Destiny's friends like Mr. Grill, who knows, you know? So keep those orphans away from Mr. Grill. Keep them away from DGG. That's all I got to say as far as the charity's concerned. Keep them away.
Why do you talk about pedophiles so much?
Keep the children safe. I don't know, why does Destiny love platforming them so much? Why did Destiny give the only pedophile on Twitch his only platform? Destiny gave the only prominent open pedo on Twitch the only platform.
Ukraine. What does that have to do with Ukraine?
I don't know. It just says something about him and his community, his ideology, and his worldview. Ukraine has a fucking large child trafficking problem, and Destiny being so pro-Ukrainian government, it calls a lot of things into question. Destiny, why were you so keen on platforming Twitch's only major pedo?
A large child trafficking problem. Does that mean that you're in favor of like child trafficking?
I'm completely. The Russian government is waging crusades against that. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, it seems like they're getting a fucking free pass. Destiny, why did you give Mr. Girl the biggest? Destiny, he got banned for being a pedo. Why would you give that guy his career? You gave him his career, Destiny.
If you care,
Destiny, what does that say about you? Don't you have a child yourself? Destiny, don't you have a son? Don't you have a son?
My son is too old for Mr. Girl now. Okay, he's safe.
That's disgusting. Why would you talk about your own son and joke about your own son like that? Someone should talk fucking child protective services. Honestly, you abandoned your own fucking son to live a fucking youthful life at 32. Why don't you grow the fuck up and live an actual fucking family life?
I'm 33
fucking loser.
At least get the details right.
If you care about child trafficking,
get what details right?
If you care about child trafficking, then you support the $5 billion to Ukraine that we gave them. That was in part to combat child trafficking, right?
And none of it was actually effectively used to do that.
How?
No, probably not, because all the Ukrainian
government. Because the CIA and the CIA and the American deep state are involved in it. Because the CIA, the American deep state, and the Pentagon and the State Department are involved in it.
How did the CIA give them the money for the child trafficking?
What the fuck are you talking about giving them money? The CIA literally is involved in fucking child trafficking. There's fucking signals that were proven coming from the Pentagon to fucking Thailand where they're trafficking children. You don't think they're doing it in Ukraine? Do the fucking math.
There's no evidence in the fight.
There's no evidence of U.S. State Department involvement in child trafficking.
The money was distributed to combat things like child trafficking.
Officially speaking, did it actually effectively do anything about it? No.
Well, you need evidence showing otherwise.
Why need evidence showing that the Pentagon is involved in child trafficking around the world, and it's logic. You can logically extrapolate that they're involved in the country that's the biggest hub in the whole world. That's the biggest hub of it in the whole fucking world. And if people like Destiny had their fucking way, it would be legal.
That feels a little mean.
Feels what?
James, do you think I'm pro? Do you think I'm pro?
Little mean? You think it's a little mean to fucking sociopath Bonnell over here? He literally is reported to be a fucking sociopath that by everyone who's ever gotten close to him. He's a little fucking snake. He's a little fucking gnome, fucking twisted little fuck. Sick,
Can I-
evil
wait,
little
wait,
fuck.
what is
I will
the-
say,
what is-
when,
wait,
I,
wait,
when I
he-
met you, Destiny, you had like a twitch in your eye. You did look a little sociopathic.
True. Wait, what is the personal shit you were gonna burn me over, Haas? I'm so curious.
Oh, I got a lot of dirty laundry about you,
Can
Destiny.
you-
Don't
do
worry
a
about
little
it.
bit. Do a little bit.
Oh, I'm
so
saving it. Don't
curious.
worry about it, Destiny. I'm
Saving it
saving
for
it.
what? This is the perfect moment.
Why would I give you what I have now, huh?
You've got like 20
Hey,
people
Destiny,
here. This is your
Destiny,
time to shine.
Destiny, how about you fuck
could
with the
bury
wrong
me
one?
right now.
Hey, Destiny, Beta Male Steven, you fuck with the wrong one. That's all I
I've
gotta
heard
say.
that from so many
Hey,
careers.
Beta
I've
Male
ended so
Steven.
far. What makes you think you're
Beta
more
Male
ready?
Steven. Beta Male Steven. All I gotta say is, hey, Beta Male Steven, we should spread awareness, don't you think, about spreading like diseases and stuff? Destiny, why don't you keep the condom on? Why are you supporting what is a form of sexual assault?
Are you trying to use anadrama?
No,
You know that all of this is a public right.
no. That's not what I have. That's just what's public. I have other shit, motherfucker. But all I gotta say, Destiny, is when she says
Wait,
keep
no,
the condom
leak it.
on.
You should
Destiny,
leak it.
when she says keep the
Haas, you should
condom on,
leak it.
keep it on. When she says keep it on, keep it on.
Haas, who said it? Who said it? Leak it.
When she
Expose
says
me.
keep the
Haas, you
condom
should
on,
expose
keep
me
it
right
on.
now, dude.
Destiny, when she says keep the condom on, you have to keep it on. Do you disagree?
I don't know. It depends on who you're talking about. You should leak it.
So-
Burn me
so-
right now.
so-
Haas,
so when-
burn me.
so-
Burn me.
So guess what? So when you take it off and you sneakily take it off, that's not a form of assault.
Who did I do it to?
James,
Haas?
look at the
I don't know, Destiny. You sound a little nervous right now, though.
Yeah,
Destiny, you're
I'm
sweating.
nervous. I'm
Destiny,
curious
wipe
who
the sweat
who
off your
deleted.
brow. Wipe the fucking sweat off your brow. You're
I'm
sweating a
super
little
sweaty
bit.
right now. Tell
Yeah,
me
yeah.
this.
Wipe the sweat off your brow, Steven.
Haas, you could end my whole career.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Beta male Steven. I don't have to end your career. There's enough already there that's public. You fucking
Okay.
platform the only
it's just
major.
gonna- it's just gonna
You
naturally
platform the
happen.
only major fucking pedo.
and
You
there's
platform the
topic.
only major
There's
pedo
the
on
topic
Twitch.
shift.
You wouldn't
There's
even
the
have a
topic
fucking
shift.
career if it wasn't for you. Why do you love pedos so much? Go ahead.
Why the topic change?
Why do you love
so much shit
pedo?
on me? Just leak it. Haas,
The
just leak
topic
it.
of what?
Leak. Who am I stealthing?
Oh,
Leak
don't
that
worry
out
about
here.
it. That's not what I was talking about anyway.
The people want to know, Haas.
Destiny, there's a lot of shit on you. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, what's some other shit you got to be? Go ahead. So I'm. a
What?
rapist?
That's
What
that
else?
wasn't even. That's just public shit where you fucking caught
So wait,
saying
so
that you
what
think that's
public?
okay
So
on
you-
Twitter. That's
so
just
you
what I
were
got from
talking-
Twitter. That's just what I got from Twitter. That's not from what I got from the
Your
people who know you.
expose of me is going to be from shit I've tweeted.
Destiny,
Those are public,
Destiny,
right?
only the guilty blush. Only the guilty blush. That's all I gotta say, and you're blushing hard.
I'm blushing so hard.
Yeah,
right
you're
now.
blushing hard. Only the
How's
guilty
your face
blush.
red?
What other
Only the
tweets
guilty
that have
blush,
I
little
made?
beta male bitch.
What other
Your
tweets
face
have I made
looks
you're going to
red.
expose me for?
Oh, these aren't tweets, Destiny. Trust me.
Oh,
If these were
what are the
tweets, your
what are
career
the
would be
non-tweets?
over.
Tell
If
us.
these were
Tell us.
tweets, your fucking career would be over.
Why don't you just tell it? Why you
so curious if there's nothing? If there's nothing, why are you so curious? If there's nothing, why are you so
Why are you
curious?
protecting a sexual predator, Haas?
If there's nothing, why are you so curious?
Haas, why are you protecting a sexual predator on Twitch right now?
Why are you admitting you're a sexual predator?
You're saying I'm a sexual predator.
No,
and
I'm
you won't
not.
expose
That's
me
not
right
what I
now.
said.
Oh, what are you saying then?
I'm not telling you what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
All I gotta say, Destiny, is
I want to say, Haas.
all I gotta say, Destiny, is bitch tits Bono. There's nothing you could talk about. Make another hype
Thank
joke.
you.
Say whatever the fuck
Thank
you want.
you.
But at the end of the
Yeah.
day,
The
you
Moscow midget over here
you literally look
The
like a
Russian
fucking.
retard
You literally
is
look
just
like a, you
barreling
literally
around
look
here.
like you literally are built like a fucking Peter Pan syndrome 32-year-old man. Still fucking plays video games all day,
33,
playing fucking League of Legends, which you're not even fucking good at. You have nothing fucking going for you. You maxed out as a fucking gamer. You're not even a good gamer. Hassan surpassed you as far as fucking political commentary is concerned. You're a failed streamer. Your life is a fucking failure. You're a deadbeat dad. You don't even see your son because you wanted to choose this fucking life of LARPing as a fucking teenager
like
again.
every relevant
Because you were a nerd in high school, and then you were a fucking nerd in high school, so you're trying to replay all those years now. You're a
kindergarten
fucking
made fun
loser,
of the
Destiny.
daycare.
You have to use your
How far do you
fucking
wanna
clout to get pussy, and you don't even do a good job of doing that. It's fucking pathetic. As you have like 1 million followers. It's absolutely fucking pathetic. Peter Pan syndrome, 32-year-old man, failed fucking streamer. Hassan surpassed you, and he's only been here for a small fraction of your time on fucking Twitch. How does it feel knowing that for all of your grievances against him, he's way, way more relevant than you'll ever fucking be, no matter what?
How does it feel that right now I have 12,000 viewers watching me have a guy screaming at me that I watched a month ago, almost in tears on
Yeah.
the stream, crying?
Really?
His
Oh,
viewership
almost
was
in tears
falling.
crying? Really? Is that what I was doing? Am I crying now, you little bitch ass Destiny? Almost in tears crying? Oh yeah, Destiny, little bitch. Hey, Destiny. You're a deadbeat dad. Nothing you can fucking say because you let other men fuck your wife. You let other men fuck your wife. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can say when you let other men fuck your wife, and it's your wife. You let other. She's probably with someone. Who knows? You You let other men get with your wife. There's nothing you can say. Your whole existence is an insult to yourself. You have no honor. You have no dignity. There is nothing you could say. You can call me short. Call me whatever the fuck you want, Destiny. But your whole living existence, you're a 32-year-old man with gynecomastia who lets other men get with his fucking wife. What do you have, Destiny? You abandoned your own fucking son. You're a father and you're still trying to LARP like you're fucking 21 years old. Why don't you grow the fuck up, Destiny? Because time's catching up with you, and you got some serious Peter Pan syndrome, which is also kind of dangerous given your association with Mr. Girl.
How many times are you going to repeat the same insults?
Your insults are constantly new and fresh. All you say is what?
I could cycle through some. We could talk about how, along with crying that you were losing a fan base. Remember you were crying earlier that so many people come to your stream and they backstab you. They start shows without you. They take some of your fan base.
Name one example. Sure, name one example.
I don't follow your lore that much. We all just
name one example.
You crying about it.
What was I crying? Okay, prove I was crying. First, you have to prove I was crying, and then give me an example.
Well, hey, listen.
I think you have very feminine mannerisms, by the way. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But you have very feminine mannerisms. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just pointing it out. Very feminine mannerisms. Very feminine. Very feminine mannerisms.
Crying about other people hosting shows.
When was it? Hold on. August. I was crying about other shows.
Other people that you were crying about were stealing your fan base. You were gonna have to do a big purge because people.
Who is stealing my fan base? I literally said no one's gonna succeed in stealing my fan base. You're just gonna be trying to take me down and getting me banned and shit. That had nothing to fucking do with it. You don't even know what you're fucking talking about. You fucking liar. You are a Weasley fucking little liar. You are a Weasley little fucking liar. That's literally what you are. Every fucking thing you've ever said against me is based on fucking either lies or distortions with only a small grain of truth. You're a fucking liar to your fucking core, you little beta male bitch.
Dude? Yeah, scream the same shit over and over again. Okay, you know.
Yeah. And what are you bringing up that's new? What are you bringing up that's new?
There's nothing new to bring up about.
There's nothing there to bring up.
Yeah,
There's nothing new.
Bro, you keep talking about how much my wife gets fucked. Your career gets fucked 10 times harder. My YouTube
How? Wait, look at my stats. My career has fucking exploded in success. Look at my fucking stats. Maybe if you said that 2 weeks ago when there was a little slump, that would have fucking applied. But guess what, Destiny? After all of you fucking boycotted me and all that fucking shit happened, I blew up in size just like Hassan surpassed the shit out of you. You want to know why, Destiny? Because you and your community of beta male orbiters are stagnant fucking failures. You're a fucking failure. Why did Hassan surpass you so drastically? Shouldn't you at least be like a 20k Andy on Twitch, 10k Andy on Twitch? You literally barely get fucking crack 3k views most day because you're a fucking failed streamer. You've been here way longer than most people, and that you rank 1,000 in Twitch. Hassan ranks 30. Hassan, who was your protege, completely outranked and fucking surpassed you in every conceivable fucking way. That must sting, and I see the pain in your eyes, and I see how frustrated you are talking about Hassan. Every time you talk about Hassan, you're so frustrated and you're so fucking upset about it. It clearly gets to you and bothers you. So should we talk about that, Destiny?
I hope that the next time you talk to me in real life, you bring a megaphone to emulate you jacking the microphone up.
Oh yeah, Destiny, keep complaining. Destiny, keep complaining about my voice. Not all of us have soft, feminine voices like you. Nothing wrong with that, but that's what you have.
I hope you.
Not all of us consume soy. Not all of us are on a diet of soy. Not all of us are on a fucking 24/7 a diet of soy, Destiny. And how's your gym gains going, Destiny? Because it's been like a few months, and I think there's even like a worsening of progress based on what we saw with you and Lauren Southern. You look more flabby than ever. You look more flabby and out of shape than ever. That gym stuff is not working out for you, is it?
I think it's working out pretty well.
Really? Because those hips don't lie, Destiny.
Do you want
those hips don't lie, Destiny? It's not really working out for you now, is it?
Do you want progress? Why are you asking for pictures of me? Are you trying to flirt with me?
Yeah, Destiny. All I have to say is I don't sway that way, but you're not a very masculine person at all. I just have to say that.
Okay. I hope that you have this level of masculinity when we see each other next. That's all I hope.
Do you want to bet on that? You want to bet on that, Destiny?
Why do you keep asking to bet everything? Are you down for money?
Because I like it when people back up the bullshit they say with money, so I can take something away from them when I know in their eyes they can see how fucking wrong they were. Because I know I'm right here.
I might not be here in 10 weeks.
I might not be here in 10 weeks. Shut the fuck up, Destiny. You always sound like a beta male. Every time you talk, you sound like a beta male. Can you utter a single sentence?
Jacking the gain up all the way.
Can you utter a single fucking sentence? Can you utter a single fucking sentence without sounding like a little bitch?
On the microphone?
Can you utter a single? Hey, Destiny. Can you utter a single fucking sentence without sounding like a little bitch? Why does all your proteges surpass you? Why does that happen? Why can't you keep up with Hassan or even that guy Vosh? Why do they all surpass you, Destiny? I thought you're the original guy. You're the original thing that created them, right? If you created all of them, shouldn't you be able to get to their level? Why are you such a failure? Even fucking Dylan's starting to kind of surpass you. Destiny, your whole career is nothing but stagnation and failure. You're not a go-getter. You don't actually get anything in life. Your only reason you're here on fucking Twitch is because that fucking bullshit StarCraft League of Legends shit. Nobody gives a fuck about you because you're political commentary. Because if that was true, you would at least be able to fucking be a fucking fraction of Hassan's level. Oh, let's not get started. Let's not get started with Pillsbury Doughboy over here. Hey Dylan, you should. Hey Dylan, let's not get started with Pillsbury Doughboy. Dylan, you should bring those gloves outside too. Then, if you're fucking doing it over Zoom, then you should have no problem bringing them outside, right? Yeah, Pillsbury Doughboy over here.
Is this how you measure success in life, Oz? Is your viewership? Is that how you feel?
Overall followers, viewership, relevance, engagement, all of that. Yeah, and you've been here way longer than me, and I'm already starting to fucking catch up.
Why do you think earlier you literally made fun of me because my career is so good? Apparently, I can use it to fuck girls. Why are you making fun of the fact that I've had this career for? Because
anyone with over 100K followers can impress people based on clout. That's not a fucking accomplishment. Even I can fucking do it. Even I can fucking do that. It's not a fucking accomplishment. Anyone can use fucking clout to fucking
listen, when
impress
you've been
people.
streaming for 10 years, I'll give you a big pat on the back. Okay, I'll kneel over to do it.
Oh, you think streaming for 10 years makes you a good streamer? No, that just fucking means you've never been able to find another career to fucking do anything. And Destiny,
why would I find another career?
You're not good at anything you do. You're fucking you're the definition of mediocre. You're literally you're someone who gets used by others to kickstart their career, and you get left behind. What a little bitch.
Haz, if I'm a Pillsbury Doughboy, what's the problem with having a boxing match? Like, I'm curious.
What's okay, Dylan? When I'm literally right there, then and there, and telling you we can go outside, and then you say, "Are you threatening me?" You just told me you're a little bitch. You just told me. Dylan. Let's not use legally let's not use the language of Karens and tattletales. But you and I both know you're a little bitch to the core. You and I both know you're a little bitch to the core, Dylan. Dylan. You are a little bitch to the core.
Then do a UFC fight. What's the problem then?
Okay, Destiny, Dylan, there's no problem. Hey, Dylan, guess what? Dylan, there's no problem whatsoever. But when you talk about this, and I'm literally 2 feet away from you, calling you I'm commenting something about
a fat retard to be specific.
Sure, that's what you're saying. That's interesting. But
why did you walk up to the person afterwards and say, "Can you delete that part about the fat retard?" Can I ask you why you did that?
I don't recall that, but you're a fucking tattletale little Karen bitch. All you could do is stand for deplatforming. So censorship and deplatforming is all you have. But when I actually told you to come through, put your fucking money where your mouth is and fucking do something, you don't do shit because you're a pussy. I tell you to put your money where your mouth is, 1 feet away from you, and you don't do shit because you're a pussy. You're not gonna do shit, even though I disrespect you to your face. You want to talk about scheduling something months in advance or some shit like I give a fuck? I'm right there, Dylan. You don't do shit. You're a Karen. You're a tattletale. You're not a fucking man. You're not a man. You're a Karen and a tattletale. Karen and a tattletale. That's what you are.
You're Adrian Broner. I'm Manny Pacquiao.
You're a Karen and a tattletale. Karen and a tattletale. Whenever I actually try to challenge your manhood, Dylan, and actually try to get this done, you Karen and tattletale like a little bitch. Your manhood is forfeit. Your manhood is forfeit. Manhood forfeit.
I don't want you.
Manhood forfeit.
I don't want you.
Keep coping. There's no excuse. When you start talking about fighting and then become a Karen, you're a little bitch. There's nothing to cope about. If you start talking to someone about fighting and then you bitch out, you are a fucking Karen. You are a fucking pussy. If you are 1 feet away from someone and you start talking about how you want to press them to see if they're a man to fight them, and then when they fucking call your bluff, you become a Karen who tattletales, then guess what, Dylan? Your whole fucking manhood is forfeit.
Destiny offered $5,000 for you to do it.
5,000 is less than what I make this month, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, because a war started and you got all your RTs.
I made 5,000 every month before this, you stupid fuck.
No, you didn't. No way in hell.
Oh, when I was in LA, I lost subscribers before then, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was in LA for a fucking vacation, you dumbass.
Yeah,
And nobody even said an MMA fight isn't fucking happening, but guess what? Since you want to fight so bad, it's all gonna happen. I'm taking my fucking time to announce everything, set everything up.
Wonderful.
So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Dylan.
Finally.
Don't worry about it, Dylan. Don't worry about it.
Didn't you say you were learning an illegal, like...
Nothing, hey, nothing is guaranteed, Dylan. Nothing is guaranteed. Don't worry about it, Dylan. But Dylan, if you want to fight me, you can come to Michigan anytime. We can discuss it. We can meet somewhere and discuss it, Dylan. Anytime you want. Anytime you want.
Hold on, Dylan. Did you know that Michigan, I'm not making this up, Michigan is the only state where it's illegal to discriminate against somebody based on height?
Wait, Destiny, is that supposed to be funny? Because Destiny, you know, at best for you, Destiny, at best, we're the same height, but the difference is you look like Sid from Ice Age, and I look like a fucking Greek god compared to you. And that's the only fucking difference. So if you want to talk about people's looks, Destiny, what do you have? Destiny, your progress at the gym is going exactly how I fucking predicted it would. And that would be your only salvation, by the way, Destiny. You literally are skinny fat. You never actually matured in any kind of way. You have Peter Pan syndrome. You're a 32-year-old man. The sight of you is disgusting. Don't ever do a pool stream.
You say 30. Why won't he regulate for my last year of life?
Don't ever do a pool stream because it's disgusting. That's all I have to say.
When are we getting the hospital streams?
Yeah. And oh, you think there's a comparison. Destiny. So Destiny, do you consider yourself more physically attractive than me?
I don't really think about your level of physical attractiveness.
Do you consider yourself better than me physically?
How much have you thought about your physical attractiveness compared to mine?
Do you consider yourself better than me physically?
What do you
think about your? Yeah, I don't.
So why do you talk about height when at best we're the same height for in your case?
What does that have to do with physical attraction? Oh, you're projecting. Do you think that those things are like tied together?
So what is it? Okay, what's more man? Is that what it's about? Who's more man?
It's about how much I can make you fucking mauled.
Okay. What's the significance of height then? That you're attributing. What's the significance? Because at best, I bring it up. At best, we're the same height, except I'm literally better than you in every other kind of way. It's literally that simple. So what do you have? At best, we're the same height. Okay, I'm not that tall. I never said I was. But guess what? In every other respect, I'm better than you physically. In every other way. So why bring up physical appearance? It's not going to go well for you.
Why do you think that height is physical appearance, Haas?
Height is not about physical appearance.
Is it to you?
What is height about then? It's not a physical appearance. What is it, a mental appearance? What is height then if not a physical appearance?
You talk to this. Do you think you're objectively less attractive than somebody that's like the same?
No, it's about physical appearance, right? Forget about attractive. You said height is not physical appearance?
Yeah, we literally watch you strike out on stream all the time in your IRL stream.
Strike out doing what? What does strikeout means fail, right? Is that what it means? Because you said that it means fail?
That's what
it means, yeah. Again, I'm not going to discuss anything unless you put money on it. So you want to make claims, put money on it.
Okay, fine. Do you want to bet in rubles?
Oh, you mean the fake banker's currency, which isn't going to matter in the fucking future world where the USD is going to be fucking overthrown and the petrodollar is being overthrown as we speak? What's so funny about Russians suffering right now because of Western sanctions, by the way? That's not funny to me. I think a lot of people are having a hard time.
It sounds like Putin should probably withdraw his aggressive
I don't think there's anything funny about that. But guess what? The thing is, Russia, with its partnership with China, is leaving the fucking West behind. The world doesn't need the West anymore to survive. The USD is going to be fucking overthrown. That petrodollar is going to be fucking overthrown.
For sure.
You can have your number one export being toilet paper now, at least, because that's what your fucking USD is going to be worth. Hey, how's Biden's inflation? Biden's done such a good job attacking Russia with his sanctions. How's your inflation, Destiny? I hope you don't drive and you're going to pay fucking $7 a gallon by the summer. Hope you're waiting for that, Destiny, with fucking the price of all goods are going to fucking skyrocket in this country. The US dollar's value is going to lose too by that fucking same measure because there's going to be inflation across the board. Good luck.
What is wait. What is Russian inflation at right now?
Guess what? It's very high, just like it was in Venezuela's. All of that's temporary. The difference is Russia's gonna
Venezuela inflation was temporary. Is that what you're saying?
It is temporary. Russia's gonna survive.
How long? How much longer is the temporary inflation?
When the US dollar is gonna be fucking overthrown within the next 10 years.
Okay.
Russia's gonna survive this crisis. The US is not. Wow. That's the difference.
Okay.
Russia's been preparing for this. The U.S. has no preparation. That's the fucking difference. Russia has been preparing to transition into an alternative financial and economic system. The U.S. has not. That's the fucking difference, Destiny.
Is that going to be like in the form of like crypto or?
Why not? Crypto could be involved. Crypto may be involved. Why not?
Here's the moderate.
Wait, can we have a compromise here? What if we create an NFT?
Exactly.
What if we create an NFT? Destiny.
Putin thinks he owns Ukraine.
Destiny. I tip my fedora at such a wearily Reddit-like comment of "You've truly bested me in a game of wits, Destiny." Is that your fucking sense of humor, you little bitch? Because where I come from, we don't fucking have humor like that, Destiny. I just call you to your face a little bitch, right to your fucking face, a little beta male, bitch tits Bono, and you just sit there looking like exactly what I fucking called you. You can't roast me in any kind of fucking direct way, Destiny. All you can do is make offhand, passive-aggressive, sarcastic comments, which, by the way, Destiny, only make you look good in front of people who are already like you, aka the scum and losers of society. Disproportionate amount of pedos, too. VGG.
Keep it up. When I go to the circus, Haas, I don't have to roast the clown. He does it for him. We're just here.
But you're literally a self-proclaimed cuck, and you're not a clown.
I'm only here.
How can I, Destiny? How can I insult you? How can I insult you when you're a man? How can I insult you, Destiny?
I've ever held in my entire life. You can't insult me because you don't mean anything.
Destiny, I don't mean anything. Keep coping, Destiny. Destiny. You coped this whole time and said you just laugh at me, Destiny. Destiny. As soon as I started becoming a 1K Andy, you started stopping cope and you started, okay, this is dangerous. This is dangerous misinformation. You started having to say this is dangerous misinformation. You went from pretending to fucking laugh about me to saying this is dangerous misinformation because I actually fucking started to prove that I am about it. I'm a 1K Andy now. I'm rising rapidly, faster than ever fucking before. And Destiny, I'm gonna surpass you just like everyone else ever fucking surpassed you. The difference is I never had to fucking use your community or use your clout to get anywhere. I've always fucking held my own. I've always held my fucking independence. You've always been a fucking beta male.
Definitely.
You've always been a fucking.
The only thing rising
You've always been a fucking beta male. You've always been a fucking beta male, Destiny. Even I'd rather be fucking bald and 10 inches shorter than ever fucking look like you. And guess what?
I made you.
Yeah.
You understand?
You made me really. That's what Vol said. That's what Hassan. That's what all these. Hassan says that. Vol says that. Keep fucking saying you made me, right? You didn't make shit, Destiny. Oh really?
My origin into the solar system.
Really? You made me. How? By the time the first time I ever fucking debated you, I already had a fucking established community, you fucking dumb fuck.
When we debated the first time, you had like 200 viewers, okay?
Yeah, 200 is a lot for someone building from scratch. Have any of your beta orbiters ever had 200 viewers by themselves? You saying you made me? You made me really? Then what changed recently? You think it's your community who's starting to watch me now? You think it's your people that are in my chat? They're not.
By you featuring me on your channel when you're so excited, when you're in my Twitch chat begging me to have conversations.
Really? I was begging you? Is that what happened? I was doing it?
Yeah, do you want me to pull up the logs in my Twitch?
Pull it up. I was begging to talk to you. Yeah, go ahead, pull it up. Pull up how I was begging.
Somebody go ahead and give me the logs.
Yeah, pull up the begging. Pull up the begging. Pull up the begging. Instead of challenging, right?
So about Ukraine, has you changed position? You changed your position at all, Haas, or
no?
No? Wow.
No.
I would have thought I would have reached you. Damn.
Your position is based. I've debunked everything you fucking show on your stream, Dylan. I'm the only. You report on lies. You report on lies from live AU map. You report on lies from live AU map. Where's Tusheyev? Where's Tusheyev?
February.
Where's the Snake Island 13, Dylan? The Snake Island 13. Where are they?
I can't call him. Destiny's scared shitless to defend his BS allegation.
True.
Destiny blocked me on Discord, so I can't call him. How are you not begging me?
That's begging. I'm calling you out. Because you were orbiting me. You were talking shit about me, and I called you out for the little bitch you are. You're a fucking orbiter. You can't fucking keep my name out of your fucking mouth. I didn't bring you up. You're the one who started fucking talking shit about me. I came to defend myself. You had to ban me from the fucking chat.
Really? What
You're a
about 2 weeks
fucking,
earlier?
you're a Haas orbiter. That's me. I don't even initiate any fucking interactions with you. Almost every interaction we've ever had was you initiating it, not me. You're a fucking Haas orbiter. You've always have been.
Haas, what is this? Want to debate about decolonization? Debate about decolonization. Pull me.
Bad empanada, not you, dumbass. That was bad empanada. I found out he's debating you, and I wanted to debate him because he keeps running from me. He keeps running from me, so I wanted to fucking debate him. I didn't even want to debate you at that fucking point. It was just because you had him fucking on.
I think you're my maddest orbiter.
Oh, really? Destiny, you are literally my fucking orbiter, and that's how it's going to be. Just like how you're Hassan's orbiter right now and Vaj's orbiter, you're going to be my orbiter too. The difference is I never sucked up to you, and I never was your protege. I've always been my self-made.
Do you remember?
I've always been my own man. I've always been self-made.
So excited to talk to me on Zerka's Discord before you were known.
Really? I was excited. Was I excited? Was I so excited? You got blown the fuck out in that debate. I debated you.
Oh my god, can I talk to a big streamer?
That's not really. Pull up the logs. Pull up the logs and see if that's what I said. Pull up the logs. You got blown the fuck out in a debate where you got your first L from me for the first fucking time. You didn't even know who I fucking was.
Can I ask you honestly? Did I inspire you to become a streamer after that convo? Were you like, this is?
Oh, really, Destiny? You inspired me out of everything. If anything, why don't you just fucking call me a Zerka orbiter? Because that's the only fucking channel I watched. I didn't ever fucking watch you. Who the fuck are you? I never fucking watched you. You're a fucking loser. You're fucking boring as fuck.
Why were you begging
Zerka
to get into that Discord call then before you were a streamer?
I was begging to get in the Discord call?
How'd you get into the Discord call?
I literally told Zerka in the chat to pull me in. Yeah, I told him to pull me in.
The call. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Because I wanted to debate you, to debunk you. No, actually, I remember what happened. It wasn't me who requested it. I was typing in chat and refuting what you were saying in chat, and then you were debating me while I was in chat, and then saying, bring him in here, I want to debate him. It was you who initiated. I actually remember what happened. You want to actually $15,000 I'll bet on it right now. I want to make money. I want to make money.
We've literally seen your viewership crossover. Your crossover is with all of my orbiters.
Really? Okay. Let's look at my viewership. I'll pull it up right now. That was when I was at 300. So let's look at it right now.
Let's see it now. Yeah, sure,
let's look at it for right now. Let's look at it right now. We're gonna go to Creator Dashboard. We're going to go to Insights. We're going to go to Channel Analytics. And you're going to see that I have crossover, 45% Jackson, 42% Zerka, and now it's only 23% with Chud Logic, 14 with Dylan, 13 with Our Relevant. That's nothing.
Holy shit. Is that almost 50% crossover with my
That's not combined. That's not combined. It's not all
really,
of them combined.
That sounds like some copium to me.
That's not how it fucking works. It's not all of them combined, dumbass.
That sounds like some copium to me.
45% Jackson, 42% Zerka. That's almost 100%. Are they combined? It literally says 45% Jackson, 42% Zerka. Is that combined?
So less than half your audience comes from Jackson. So it's all orbiters of mine. Zerka is one of my orbiters. You realize that too,
Zerka's
right?
your orbiter now.
I built him up as well. Yeah, I was on like every fucking show for like
a year. That's your fucking cope? That's your cope now that Zerka's your orbiter? Really? Is that why when you fucking told Zerka you're gonna DMCA all of his fucking videos? Oh, look,
we actually have screenshots of the original. He is here to debate that guy. LOL. Zerka, let me debate Destiny. You're literally begging in Twitch
because you were fucking debating me in the chat.
Oh, so there was a reason why you were begging. Just say that then.
I wasn't begging. I said, let me talk to him because he's debating me while I'm in chat because you're calling me out for shit I was saying in the chat. I said, okay, I'll get in VC and debunk your little bitch ass.
Do you think that Zerka made you?
No. Nobody made me.
Really? Why are you on so many Zerka shows? Why do you have like a 50% crossover? Why do you have like a 50% crossover?
The only person who ever helped me on Twitch was Zerka. No one else. You didn't fucking help me by anything. You think your viewers watch me? You think your fucking viewers watch me? They don't. Your viewers watch me and they feel insecure.
I don't orbit you, Destiny.
Your viewers watch me and feel insecure because they're ugly beta males. Zerka's the only one who helped me on fucking Twitch, but he didn't make me, no. Your viewers don't fucking help me on Twitch. Your viewers don't fucking help me on Twitch. What kind of help do you think you've ever given me on Twitch, Destiny? None. You think your fucking DGG pedos watch me? They don't. They hate me. They hate the fucking sight of me. I remind them of everything they'll never fucking have in life.
Do you, you said that you used to have a higher crossover with my orbiters. Does that mean I stole your fans?
I got bigger and have a less proportion of your fucking orbiters. I only have about 23%.
Are you sure that maybe people didn't just like...
A maximum of 23% of my crossover. That's from Chud. So that's assuming 100% of Chud is from you. So a maximum of 23%, which is nothing. Which is nothing. And that's crossover
Why
viewers.
did you have a 22%?
That's Trump change.
Why did you have a 22% crossover with Mr. Girl Returns? What the fuck?
That was when because I was debating Chud Logic at the time. Because I was debating Chud Logic at the time, and Chud Logic's crossovers translated to mine. Now that I fucking got back on my feet, I don't share anything with them.
Is this some Soviet math we're hearing right now? Is that how we're getting to these answers?
What's wrong with the fucking math? When I was debating your orbiters, more people were tuning into my stream from your orbiter community. Now that I'm fucking completely independent from you guys, it's a way less proportion. It's that fucking simple.
Here's a question. What's a bigger proportion? The proportion of your viewership crossover with Mr. Girl Returns, or the proportion of the Azov Battalion compared to the entire Ukrainian armed forces?
Why do you think the proportion of the Azov Battalion to the Ukrainian armed forces is representative of their significance? You don't know anything about modern militaries. The Azov Battalion almost single-handedly were responsible for the retaking of Mariupol in 2015. They're overrepresented in special operations. They're at the vanguard of these fucking... You think fucking numbers are what define significance in a modern military? You dumb fuck! We are not living in the fucking age of Napoleonic wars or fucking the fucking medieval times. We're just throwing fucking people and numbers at, and that's what's gonna fucking define who wins. You don't know shit about how modern military works, you fucking dumbass. But keep fucking laughing so you can cope and hide your fucking pain. Every time I squeeze you on a point where you try to laugh about something, it rests on fucking premises that are wrong. I debunk your fucking premises, and all you have is fucking copium to respond to it. You have fucking nothing, Destiny. You have nothing. Remember that, beta male. You can laugh all you fucking want, but I wipe the rug from under your fucking feet. And why are you not laughing anymore? You seem to have a straight face now. Why? Is it because you're pretending to laugh now? I can do that too, Destiny. You sound like a little bitch. You sound like a little bitch, Destiny. You look like one too. I could see you want to be aggressive in your eyes. You look a little angry, Destiny. Yeah, Destiny, you look a little frustrated and angry, little boy. Hold on. Destiny, you look a little frustrated and angry, Destiny. What's wrong?
Dramatic language.
Destiny, you look a little frustrated and angry, Destiny. What's wrong? You look a little nervous. What's wrong? You a little angry? You want to lash out? You got some aggression in you? Lash out, Destiny. Go ahead. Where's the anger? Oh, you can't.
I drank too much Cola today. I'm sorry.
You can't. Because at the end of the day, you're a beta male.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the truth. Because at the end of the day, that's what you are. Yeah. Surrender. That's all you can do.
Could you say that all again?
That's all you can do. That's all you can do is surrender. You're low energy, low T-stiny. That's what you are. Yeah. But I'm right, aren't I?
I'll go home now.
But I'm right, aren't I?
James, how are you doing?
James, love
Did you
But I'm right.
have a fun?
Yeah, well, Destiny, keep pivoting. Destiny, I'm good. Hey, Destiny, the gorilla's confronting you right now, and you don't want to look the gorilla in his eyes. What's going on, Destiny?
James, I wanted to thank
Destiny, don't look the gorilla in his eyes, Destiny.
I wanted to thank you for.
Don't look the gorilla in his eyes, Destiny.
I'd like to thank
Destiny, keep laughing. I could see the pain through your laughter. Destiny, I could see. Destiny, you want to make a tweet? Destiny, you want to make a tweet? Make a tweet to cope through it. Destiny, I fucking own your whole community. They all submit to me. They bow before me. My fucking infrared army's rising. Gorilla army's rising. One of my fucking people is worth 1,000 of yours in your little bitch ass Reddit. You can go on your Reddit. You can complain on me. I don't give a fuck, Destiny. I don't need anything from your fucking community, Destiny. And watch me rise anyway, just like Hassan did. Isn't that curious? And what are you gonna do about it, Destiny? Nothing. All you can do is deplatform and censor. That's the only weapon in DGG's arsenal now, isn't it? What else do you have?
James, did you have fun today?
What else do you have? Hey, Destiny, why are you avoiding confrontation? Beta male?
Are you? Wait,
Destiny, do you have Gyno?
No, I don't have Gyno.
You don't have Gyno? I think you do.
Wait, how much?
Can you get it checked?
How much? Yeah, how much do you want to bet on it?
Let's bet $100.
Okay, bet $100. I'll send you a picture later.
You have Gyno.
Okay, $100, right? In USD.
Can I put money into this too?
Yeah.
Put this in there too.
Yeah. You have Gyno.
We agree with that bet, right?
You have Gyno.
Can I throw money in?
Can you go to a doctor and see if you have Gyno?
Why would I go to? You just looking.
That's me. I think all the protein that you're consuming is just transforming into fat. You're just skinny fat. You have no gains. Where's your gains? Can you show progression pictures of your gains at the gym since you're saying I was right? Show us.
Do you want me to send you progress pics too?
Yeah, show me the progress pics.
Is this your subtle way of asking me for news? Is that where we're getting to? You can ask my dick size next?
Yeah, Destiny.
My asshole is waxed or what?
Yeah, Destiny. The thing is, who started talking about appearance first, you or me?
You want to go that route?
I was
just beta male. You were just what? You were starting a battle you couldn't fucking finish. That's what you were doing.
Do you think that
That's what you were doing.
Microphone and chimp out like this? Do you think you're selling yourself as a confident person? Do you think
Hey,
you sound like right now?
I'm selling myself as what? I'm asserting my fucking dominance over you is what I'm fucking doing. Because there's a lot of people who are sick and tired of your beta male nerdy little bitch ass on fucking Twitch and on YouTube, and so they want to see someone put you in your little fucking place, and that's exactly what I'm fucking doing. Meat and potatoes, you've never had anything. You just have these snarky, passive-aggressive remarks on the actual substance of any fucking debate you've ever had with me. You've always just bluffed that what I was saying was self-evidently absurd. You've never had a fucking rebuttal to anything I've ever fucking said. All you've ever said is, okay, and you've submitted to me like a little bitch. And now what you have left is bluffing behind your fucking sarcasm and irony. That, this guy's making these fucking snarky-ass fucking remarks. It doesn't fucking make you look better than me. It makes you look like an arrogant little bitch, and now I'm fucking putting you in your fucking place. Now aren't I, Destiny?
Thanks, Dylan.
You're welcome.
I love you, James.
Take care, you guys.
Haas, nobody's ever been put in.
Haas, nobody's ever shut the fuck up, little bitch. Get a comment in. Go ahead.
Does this make you a big man screaming at people on the internet?
Oh, Destiny, you'll see.
We used to do
Yo,
this
Destiny.
2003.
Destiny, guess what? Destiny, in person, I'm the same way. I'm the same way in person.
The same way in person.
Yes,
you want to go look up our streams together?
because you cross the threshold of disrespect, and now when you see me in person, it's going to be a lot different. I can promise you that.
We'll see. You going to the Killstream event? Are you going to the?
I'm in Austin. I'm in Austin in 1 week.
I'm not going to. Why would I?
Okay, we will meet in person. One way or another, we're going to meet in person again. We're going to see.
End of April.
You can wait to see if I keep the same. Okay, wait and see if I keep the same energy. Wait and see if I keep the same energy.
Until then, everybody can watch the stream last time where you're fucking.
Yeah. You groveled before me where I was literally sitting right in front of you, called you a fucking beta male. You didn't do shit. Hey, Destiny.
A beta male?
Yeah, I did. Right to your face.
Happening?
Yeah, I did. And Destiny, I said you fucking posture. You have the fucking posture of a submissive beta male, and you just kind of laughed and walked away like a little bitch. You fucking ran away like a little bitch.
You were giggling and you were like, "Oh, we should stand next to each other. Oh, this is so."
No, I didn't fucking say that. Your fucking orbiter, your little fucking fan wanted to do that fucking shit. He had to tilt the fucking camera like a fucking loser. And guess what, Destiny? You take my respectfulness to human beings for weakness. That was a big fucking mistake, because next time we fucking meet, Destiny, you're not going to get that same treatment. And by the way, Destiny, I treat everyone who's respectful to me the same exact fucking way. But guess what, Destiny? Since you want to go down this path and you want to see the wrath of Haas, you're going to fucking see the wrath of Haas.
Can I
look
see it
forward
too?
to it.
But in a boxing ring?
Yeah. Oh, Dylan, why does it have to be in a boxing ring?
It doesn't have to be.
Okay, that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to hear. Okay. It doesn't have to be. If you know, you can't really challenge someone to a fucking fight and then say, but you have to tie your hands behind your back.
Wrestling or like ping pong?
Oh, Dylan, guess what? Pillsbury Doughboy.
Ping pong.
Dylan, don't worry, the Pillsbury Doughboy. Don't worry. Keep the same energy. Don't worry.
I'm so scared of a fat boy.
Don't worry, Pillsbury Doughboy. Don't worry.
Tyson Fury's pretty fat.
I'm scared of you, right? I'm scared of you. Don't worry, Dylan. Hey, Dylan. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, Dylan, I'm looking forward to it.
Good to hear. Wonderful. Okay. Send me a contract.
Keep the same energy. Oh, you want a contract now?
What? I'm not adding another demand. You know
so shut the fuck up and sit tight, Dylan.
Sit tight?
Yeah, sit tight. Sit tight and enjoy yourself.
I will. It's my birthday.
Yeah. Go ahead. And Destiny, you little bitch, you have nothing.
Sing me happy birthday?
You have nothing.
I'd like to hear you sing me happy birthday, if that's possible. I'd appreciate it, because
I hope you're at least of age, because I don't want Destiny to be here singing happy birthday to you when you're gonna turn 17. So I hope at least
making like those type of weird sexual.
Well, I don't know. Why did Destiny give Mr. Girl his career?
I don't know, but why?
Dylan? Do you defend Mr. Girl? Dylan, do you defend Mr. Girl?
I never had Mr. Girl on my program. I have know nothing about.
So why are you're friends with Destiny, right?
But I don't.
Do you approve of the way Destiny gave Dylan Burns his career on Twitch?
About
Dylan Burns his career?
He gave Mr. Girl his career on Twitch. Do you approve of that?
I have no clue. I don't know enough about this.
I don't know. Okay, so let's say hypothetically that Destiny is the reason Mr. Girl.
Stalingrad stutter.
Mr. Girl has a fucking presence on Twitch. Let's say that's the reason for that is because of Destiny. Do you approve of that?
I don't know.
If it was true, would you approve of it?
if Mr. Girl's a pedophile,
If Mr. Girl's platform was because of Destiny.
but I don't know anything about Mr. Girl, so I don't know what to say.
So let's say Mr. Girl made a song where he talked about raping children.
I heard about that, and that's why I didn't have him on my program because I don't want a PR disaster. But I don't know if he's a pedophile.
Okay, if someone makes a song about raping children, does that mean they're pedo?
I find it distasteful, but I have.
If someone says they were aroused by cuties,
Dude, stop fucking asking me these
he
questions.
said he thought cuties was hot.
I don't care.
That's what he said. That's what Mr. Girl said.
I don't want to talk about cuties. I don't want to talk about this shit. This is gross. Okay.
Okay, well, ask Destiny because Destiny's the one who gave him his fucking platform.
But you started including me in it. You started saying, "Well, wait, maybe Destiny's gonna molest."
Because hold on. Because you're best friends with Destiny.
Yeah, but dude, I don't want to
are we
hear
best
about.
friends now?
But does that mean he molests me? Like, what the fuck are you like? Do you?
No, it means you're complicit in someone who gives.
Do you molest me?
Destiny gives pedos a platform on Twitch, and that's who you're associated with. You're his orbiter.
Though, why are you talking about me being molested though? What the fuck?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
You did. You were talking about. Oh, I hope Dylan's of age because.
Well, I just don't think people who are associated with pedos should be around minors. I didn't say anything about that. I just said I just in general don't think it's appropriate.
What the fuck? Don't conclude me in your fucking pedo fantasy.
Then don't ask me to sing you happy birthday. Why don't you shut your fucking mouth up? How about that?
It was just.
How
a
often-
little-
How often do you think about pedophiles, Oz? Is this something that's like going through your mind a lot?
I tend to think about them whenever I'm in a fucking Discord call, Zoom call with you,
That's kind of weird.
because you remind me of them. You remind me a lot of them.
How many pedophiles do you know? That a lot of them?
I know Steve. I don't know them personally, but I know Stephen Bonnell is friends with Mr. Girl, who made a song about raping children. You gave him his
You run
platform.
into a lot of pedophiles because on your Tinder profile you put like you're like 5'5", so they just assume that you're probably like 14 and you have bad experiences. With
Oh, yeah. That's he looks like more of a child near you. You having trouble breathing? Who looks more like a fucking child near
right
you?
now.
Who looks more like?
Is this that I know you?
Who looks more like a child near you, Destiny?
Who's acts more like a child? You or me? What do you?
Hey, Destiny, you don't act like a fucking child. You're a 32-year-old fucking man who has Peter Pan syndrome.
On the back
You
of
have-
the fucking microphone.
You have Peter Pan syndrome. You have Peter Pan syndrome. You have Peter Pan syndrome is what you fucking have. Peter Pan syndrome.
What the fuck that means?
It means you never want to grow up. You never want to grow up. You never actually want to.
How do you know about this?
Because you have a son and you're not acting like an adult father who's just being responsible, taking care of their own son. You're trying to still act like a child.
Why are you talking about his kids?
Because I'm talking about its character. If Destiny didn't want to make it personal, he should have abstained from any personal comments relating to me in any way. But Destiny seems to want to talk about my personal life, but I can't talk about his.
He called you short.
There you go.
Like you
No,
take care of your kids.
he didn't only do that. He did a lot of other things too.
What is on par with this? What is on par with going after his children?
He doesn't know enough about me.
That doesn't mean you go after his kids.
I think I know enough about it.
Everything Destiny has available to him to go after me for, he's done it.
But that doesn't mean you go after a person's kids.
I'm not going after his kids. I'm going after the father.
That's disingenuous.
I'm going after the father, not the kid. He's a bad father. Would you disagree?
I would disagree.
You would disagree he's a bad father? Why did he abandon his son?
I don't need AK 4'7" over here talking about my parenting skills. All right, this guy.
I forgot to laugh. Are you genuinely laughing, Destiny? Genuine? Because why do you laugh and then so suddenly get a straight face? Oh, where's the straight face? Look at the transition. Look at the transition. He pretends to laugh and then all of a sudden he gets a straight face. So it means you're pretending to laugh. So why don't we drop the theatrics? Why don't we drop this charade, Destiny? And actually, why don't you just be your aggressive self? Aggressive Steven versus aggressive Haas. Let's see what it looks like. Go ahead. Why don't you hold your own in front of me, Destiny, instead of fucking bluffing? Go ahead, go after me, roast me, do what you got. Directly attack me, Destiny. Do it directly. What do you have? Nothing. Nothing. You have fucking nothing. You're a beta male.
I don't have anything on you because I don't know anything about you. Because I don't know anything about you.
You don't.
I'm obsessed over you. I don't know who you talk to. I don't know what you do on this platform.
Every single chance you've gotten to know anything about me, you try to find out.
The other people on this platform, I don't know a single fucking thing about.
Oh, you don't know a single thing about me?
Except for the lolcow shit that gets posted when you're screaming at other people.
Hey, Destiny. Every single thing from my
money.
Oh, really?
Your fucking delusions.
Yeah.
You're gonna sit here for 8 hours screaming.
Yeah, hey, Destiny. Every chance you've gotten, hey, Destiny, every chance you've gotten to pry, hey, Destiny, every chance you've gotten to pry, hey, Destiny, every chance, what about our relevant? How I fucked him up in a fucking 9-hour debate, how I fucked him up in an 8-hour debate, how our relevant got crushed in an 8-hour debate, and then I yelled at the end.
Stayed in a chat with our relevant for 8 hours.
Yeah.
You were so obsessed with his opinion about you. You remember that?
No, it's because I fucking debated him about me and potatoes issues, and you didn't even know fucking Hong Kong was a British colony in the past. That's how fucking stupid he was. Our relevant thought the Snake Island 13 story was real. So did you, and so did Dylan. You reported on the Snake Island 13. Where's the Snake Island 13, Dylan?
Where's the Russian DNA chemical attacks?
That is something we don't know if it's true or false, but we knew the Snake Island 13 is false. Well, you reported on it.
The evidence. Where's the evidence?
For what?
The chemical weapons. Any evidence? Like anything?
Chemical weapons? What chemical weapons?
The DNA chemical weapons. Like where are they?
The Russian embassy alleges that's the basis of the evidence.
Have they found any yet? Like the
No, but it hasn't been disproven. But the Snake Island 13 has been disproven. Hold on, before you laugh, Dylan, you're not being logically consistent. One thing has been definitively disproven beyond the threshold of any doubt. They are still alive, and we know that. The other thing we don't know with certainty. We just don't. We have to infer the probability and look into the evidence of these labs and what they were associated with.
Where's the evidence?
We don't know with certainty is different from definitively being something definitively being disproven. Hey, you stupid fuck! You stupid fuck! You don't know what you're talking about. Something definitively being disproven is not the same thing as something whose veracity hasn't been confirmed. Just because we don't know if it's been proven or not, that doesn't mean it's definitively disproven like the Snake Island 13 were.
Wait, can I ask something about the Snake Island?
The Snake Island 13 have been disproven. The bioweapons have not been disproven.
Hold on. I want to ask about the Snake Eye 13. Have we?
That doesn't mean it's disproven. You made a claim that was disproven. You made a claim that was literally debunked.
I've got a question about the Snake Eye 13.
It was disproven.
The Snake Eye 13. Was it definitively disproven?
That I fucked your dad.
Dylan, is that what you really have to say? You have no argument.
You want me to present?
You have no argument. You have no argument. You have no argument, Dylan. You have no argument. Dylan, you make a mockery of yourself. You dishonor yourself. You dishonor yourself. You make a mockery of yourself.
It's how we work, man. I'm a lying snake in the grass.
That's exactly what you fucking are.
Exactly. Amen.
Yeah, Dylan. Guess what?
Didn't you say?
Hey, Dylan. I don't give a fuck who you work for, by the way, Dylan.
Didn't you accuse me of having Fed ties to the federal government in some way?
Yeah.
What were those? Like CIA ties or something?
Yeah. Don't worry about it, Dylan. Dylan, the people you work for, I don't give a fuck. Hey.
Evidence that I work for any feds.
I don't give to. I'm gonna have to give you shit, Dylan. I don't have to give you shit.
I mean, like I'm like a CIA agent, man. You should be worried.
I didn't say CIA. I didn't say CIA, Mr.
What is it? Then
Mr. Gravel.
Then who is it? Who is it then? Who?
Don't worry, Dylan. Your credentials are of public record.
I know they are. So
you are. You are. Don't worry about it, Dylan. We know who you're involved with.
You just said it's public info.
Dylan, we know who set you up in this whole fucking thing. Yeah. Who?
Say it.
Don't worry about it, Dylan.
Damn, Haas makes a lot of ambiguous.
Sometimes, because sometimes we can't reveal information. Sometimes we can't reveal information without giving away the source. Sometimes we can't reveal information without giving away the source. Also, Dylan, you made a lot of allegations about me. You said you were protecting the identities of people who knew me and that they knew the real me, but you wanted to protect their identities. You want to talk about them?
What?
On your stream. He said, I've talked to people who know Haas personally. I don't want to reveal their identities because I want to protect their confidentiality. Who are you talking about? Nothing. Nothing.
I don't even know.
Complete fucking hypocrisy.
I literally don't even.
So I have to reveal my sources, but you can't fucking reveal yours?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Really?
I just told you, go ask your mom.
Okay, so if I get you the clip, will that refresh your memory?
Go ask your mom first. I need to.
So you're conceding.
Sure, whatever. I don't care.
You're conceding.
I don't care. Sure, whatever.
Oh, Dylan, you're going to be at the conference too, right?
Which conference?
Next week in Austin. You're going to be there?
No.
Oh, but you wanted to come, didn't you?
Yeah, I asked Jackson if I could come to help spread Marxism-Leninism. You convinced me.
Oh, yeah, that's what you were doing, right?
I literally said that
in
the DMs, yes.
Come.
I don't want to come.
Okay.
Wait, what is the conference next week? Why don't I?
Interesting.
Wait, what conference? There's a conference next week?
Hey, Destiny, you want to come?
Yeah.
Why are you
shoot me
asking
an invite.
everybody if they
Okay,
wanna
go ahead, show up. Come to Austin next week.
I need like an invite. I'm not flying myself out there. You guys probably.
We're not paying for your fucking ticket. Pay for your own.
Then why would we come?
What
To
the
do
fuck would I
what?
come?
What are you fucking
pay for
broke?
Publicity.
Are you gonna give me like a free stage and I'll be able to make a speech?
Yeah, I
Like,
charge
why
an
would I
appearance
come?
fee. Okay, I'm sorry.
You thought we're buying your fucking ticket?
No, but I'm asking why would we come?
You asked to come.
And then I said to spread Marxism, Leninism.
Okay.
You think I'm a Marxist Leninist?
You asked Jackson if he could. Why did you DM Jackson asking if he could come?
It was a joke.
It was a joke.
Yes, listen.
You randomly DM'd him asking if he could come.
Yes.
What was the outcome of that joke? You didn't make it on stream. You wanted Jackson alone to laugh at your joke?
Yeah, yes, I like to mock Jackson. Yes, I like to poke.
Oh, you wanted Jackson to be the only recipient of your brilliant joke.
Yes, literally just him. I do that all the
Yeah,
time.
I do that all the time because you're a fucking weirdo.
I did it recently.
You're a weirdo.
Yes, yes, I like
Yeah.
to joke with people in private because
How?
because it's not like this is all performance. This is always how I am.
Oh, yeah, in private you like to joke with him because you're a fucking weirdo.
Because it's
That is pretty weird, Dylan, to making jokes
pretty
in
weird.
private. We
Making
only make
jokes in
jokes in
private is
public
very-
here.
Yeah. When the only recipient is your fucking sworn enemy.
Let's turn the mic
Dylan,
up a little
I
bit.
think you actually did want to come. Dylan, the truth is, I think you actually did want to come. Dylan, I think you actually did want to come, Dylan. That's the thing. I think you actually did want to come.
how is Jackson my sworn enemy? What does that mean? Like, is it D&D? Like, what?
Well, he destroyed you in the debate he had with you about Taiwan, so I think that would be grounds for a lot of animosity.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you would think that.
And most of the
No one
fucking
else does.
most of every neutral audience who saw it thinks
His
that.
own community was telling him, like, dude, you need to stop yelling and interrupting people.
No, they
You can
fucking
check- you
weren't.
can check
Yeah.
that.
The thing is, hey Dylan.
Oh, their event got funding pulled. That's why they're not flying anybody out. I see, because of the RT
really?
shit.
Nothing got funding pulled.
Fuck. Well, then why are you guys begging for donations online to make it happen?
Actually, I heard $5 billion.
Because hold on, why would we fly you and Dylan out? We don't need it. What do you mean begging for donations?
Why are you begging for? Yeah, Caleb is begging for donations here on Twitter. Please donate for the event to make it happen. In light of recent events, donations
Hold on.
in Austin happen.
Asking for fundraising. What? Do you think we're fucking swimming in gold? I thought we worked for the Russians. I thought we all worked for the Russians and the Russian stooges.
Weren't you just bragging about how much money you were making?
True, you were.
I make. What do you mean? I wasn't bragging on how much money I make.
What happened?
Yes,
I
you
made
did.
$5,000
Yeah,
last month.
which means that you being paid for that is not enough because I have to sacrifice fucking streaming for that. It's not enough.
You're not going to stream the event?
I have to sacrifice focusing on my streaming and grinding this shit over that, you fucking dumbass.
What is the just stream when you go to the event? What are you sacrificing?
The fucking preparation and all that kind of shit in training. Are you
Why didn't
stupid?
you prepare for your event when you
Training.
debated against Dylan?
Because I didn't need to because he got fucking destroyed.
Are you
Is that what you think?
He had a binder and he got crushed. Dylan didn't even know that the indigenous community of Taiwan is fucking pro KMT.
Wow, that's crazy that all of them are pro KMT as well.
The overwhelming majority are pro KMT, yeah. He tried to use them as a fucking prop for Taiwanese independence, even though they're overwhelmingly against it.
Does the KMT want to unite with China? Or are they like, hey, we're all going to be one thing under the Communist Party? Are they like that?
Not under the Communist Party. They're the KMT.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah. That doesn't mean they want separatism. They still believe in
shit.
Sun Yat-sen's ideals of one China.
Oh,
Dude, you
turned his
fixed
game
it
down
for
for a
like
second.
5 seconds and then you turned it right back up.
Oh, you want to cry about it?
Yeah, just turn your mic down.
You want to cry about it?
Not really, but
No, not really. Shut the fuck up.
God, you're so alpha, dude.
God.
Yeah.
How do you get to be that alpha? Can you like
Hey, Destiny.
Yeah?
One of the
You gonna
first
talk about
step,
how
the first step is having the pride of not allowing other men to fuck your wife.
Gotcha. What's
That's
step?
the
How do I
first
get
step.
to there? Can you help me? How do I get to that part?
I think you should actually learn to have some fucking pride and stop being a fucking beta male. That's maybe a
Yeah, how
good
do
step.
teach me?
Yeah,
Where do I get
how
the
did you
pride
get
from?
there?
What do I need my?
I don't know. I think maybe you had an issue. Maybe you had daddy issues in your past. You had issues with your father or something. You have to resolve that. It's all Freudian stuff.
Gotcha. How do I
You
fix
have
that
to-
now, though? How do I resolve it?
I don't know how you would fix your relationship with your father, but if I was your father, I'd be fucking ashamed of you.
Okay.
And also, if
He's
you know,
daddy?
I wouldn't want you as the God help anyone whose father is someone who's in an open relationship. Honestly,
True.
Jesus.
yeah.
You're a big Christ guy?
What does that have to do with anything? You're a Christ guy?
I'm curious, that's all.
You're a Christian?
Yeah,
Not very Christian-like
don't to
behavior
talk
if he
about it,
is.
but
It's kinda-
yes, I am.
Oh,
Pretty
oh,
judgmental.
Dylan, you're such an authentic Christian.
I don't want to talk about this.
Okay. Then why'd you bring it up?
Well, I just asked if you were because you said Christ.
Why did you bring it up?
I was curious.
What is this, a dig on Muslims now?
What?
What's your fucking point?
What?
What's your point? What do you mean you're a Christ guy?
I was just curious.
Oh, you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Shut the fuck up.
I just was curious if you were religious. That's all I wanted to know. I didn't want to talk about my.
Oh, but when I ask you, you don't want to talk about it?
I am, but then you started going after like, oh, you're a real authentic Christian. Like, and then I was like, okay.
Whoa, you're a real Christian, Dylan.
Well, I don't want to talk about it.
Most Christians would think you're a real Christian, right?
I would assume so. Most of my church do.
Oh, your church. What church is that, by the way?
Is this because I like men? Is this what this really
No,
is? I'm
that's
curious.
not what I said.
It feels like it is.
No, that's not what I said.
I'm just asking, like, for real.
I don't think real Christians support the agenda of the fucking liberal establishment. That's what I think.
So what are the real Christians? Are they all communists? Because all the evangelicals I know, the really diehards, you know, they are not communists.
I think real Christians, as the logical conclusion, are communists.
Wow, real Christians are communists.
I think so.
Then the vast majority of Christians are going to hell. Then
no,
agree with that?
No, I think they're communists and they don't know it yet.
Okay, I got it. Okay,
Ace.
Thank you.
Because in Russia, the Orthodox Church is allied with the Communist Party. The people in Donetsk and Lugansk are Christian and also have communist values. So it sounds like to me that yes, it's a logical conclusion.
The vast majority of Americans who are Christian in the United States do not like communism because they view it as...
Because they've been misinformed and they've been lied to about what that means.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does Karl Marx think about religion?
Karl Marx thought that religion was the heart of a heartless world, and it was that our only way of having access to humanity in an inhuman world.
That's beautiful.
What was your point?
I wanted to know.
Okay. Oh, I wanted to know. Dylan, you know why I know you're a fucking sick fuck? Because you know exactly what you're doing, and you just bring, oh, well, I was just there. I'm innocent this whole time. You have malicious intent. And that you hide behind this innocence of just being this, oh, I'm a normal, neutral person.
I am too out of
normal, neutral person, right? Okay. You're a normal, neutral person, and you have no malicious intent ever, right?
No.
It's always a normal, neutral person.
I'm an angel, okay?
Yeah, you're a normal, neutral person, and you just, well, I have plausible deniability. Dylan, I see, right? Hey, Dylan.
A nice person.
Dylan, I see. Hey, Dylan.
Am I a man of malice?
Hey, Dylan. I see right fucking past you. I could see what a sick fuck you really are. Just know that. Fuck. Yeah.
What's
just know that.
Me? What's sick about me?
You have evil's tendencies. Evil, sadistic, malicious tendencies. Yeah, I can sense that.
Like what?
Like what?
Okay, got it.
You want me to start naming examples, Dylan?
Well, no, I'm asking what tendencies, right?
Well, I just think you're an anti-human person. I think you walk with demons. I think you're with demons. Yeah.
Why am I with demons?
Because you have fucking your whole ideology and worldview and everything you stand for is fucking demonic.
Well, what's demonic about what I stand for?
You stand for the fucking new Nazi globalism of the spreading the liberal values. Yeah.
To be fair, the Nazis that you were talking about sound pretty base. They're pro-LGBT. They don't care about fucking Jewish people. Like they want.
Thanks for admitting that. And they're European supremacist racists who consider everyone else uncivilized, subhuman barbarians.
If somebody could take all of the different cultures of Europe and unify them under one flag, that sounds like a pretty base thing. I don't know.
And the Russians are Asiatic and subhuman following Hitler's plan, and that's completely based to you, right? So it was only the LGBT thing that you had a problem with, right? And maybe the anti-Semitism, the rest is okay?
What do you think is worse? Supporting the new age LGBTQ Nazis or being a three-hole denier? What do you think?
That's so funny, Destiny. Wait, Destiny, I forgot to laugh. Can you tell the joke again?
Why can't you answer the question?
Are you laughing authentically? Or are you pretending to laugh because you want to evoke a certain response? Because you want to evoke a certain response. Are you pretending to laugh or are you authentically laughing? Which one is it? Are you really laughing, Destiny? I don't think you are. Why don't you just be directly aggressive instead of passive aggressive? Because you know you can't fucking win when it comes to that, so you have to bluff and pretend, oh, I'm just going to outwit you. Oh, remember the two? So this is what you have. Let's see what Destiny has. You have the two-hole thing. You have the hype thing. Okay, and then what else do you have? You have some lie that was made up about something in my community. What else do you have? Let's keep going. The list going. Let's keep going.
Your virginity. That was a big one, I think.
What do you mean?
I think he did bring that up once. Yes, he said. I think he thinks you're a virgin.
Oh, he thinks I'm a virgin. Okay, and then Destiny thinks I'm a virgin. So those are the 4 things we have.
You're welcome.
So that's all. Height,
That's
tools.
about you.
What else? Anything else? How about every single fucking debate or interaction we ever fucking have? I've outclassed you in every fucking regard.
Really?
Yeah.
Insane.
How about that?
Okay, James. I can't stay here all night because I actually do have a life and I have to go to sleep.
No
soon, so-
worries.
Oh, you have a life.
I will wrap
Uh-huh.
us up. But
Yeah,
other
keep
than
coping, you
that,
fucking beta male bitch tits Bono.
we'll end with that. Thank you so much, everybody.
You look a little nervous. You look a little nervous, Destiny.
Might be.
Oh, yeah. Might be.
My condolences for
Destiny, you look a little awkward, Destiny. What's wrong, Destiny? You look a little awkward right now. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?
Do you think it makes it?
You look a little socially awkward.
Do you think I'm
Yeah.
uncomfortable because
I think you're really uncomfortable. You were uncomfortable, and Destiny, I was literally Destiny. I felt bad for you when I was trying to be nice to you in person, and you were still uncomfortable. You're still uncomfortable. You're just socially awkward.
Destiny. It's okay to cry.
You're socially awkward, aren't you? Little
Turning off your
fucking beta
microphone
male
is
bitch.
screaming.
You little
How do you
fucking
know
beta
people
male
socially
bitch.
awkward when you can't even
Little
process
fucking
what a
beta
joke
male
is?
bitch. What's that, Destiny? Little beta male bitch. You don't like when I call you that? It reminds you of getting stuffed in the locker in high school?
Yeah. Was that your
that
high
it?
school experience, Haas?
I think it was yours. I think you were bullied a lot in high school.
Really?
And then StarCraft was your escape.
Uh-huh.
StarCraft was your escape,
Hey.
wasn't it?
Tell us about your life in high school. How was it? How'd it go?
Great.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Even as a short guy, you didn't have any problems?
I was taller than you in high school. I bet you that much.
Wow.
Wait, are you still admitting?
Because I would call you a late bloomer, but I don't think you ever bloomed at all. So I'm pretty sure I was always taller than you in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
Taller than me doesn't mean much if I'm a manlet, right? So
Okay. You're a fucking gnome. You're worse than a fucking manlet. You're a gnome. A fucking gnome built like Sid from Ice Age. You have the proportions of a fucking child. It's just your torso is weirdly long, and it's really ugly, by the way.
did you
It's
ever
really
get bullied
weird.
in high school? Did you ever get bullied in high school for your height?
Do you... No. Destiny, do you ever think that you look grotesque? Would you say you look grotesque?
What did you get bullied in high school for? What was the number one thing?
I was never bullied in my whole fucking life. Destiny, would you ever say
Not
you...
even a single
Never.
time.
Never.
bullied.
Never.
Oh, is it
Never.
Did you not have any friends? Nobody talked to you, so you didn't even.
That's
have
not true either. Destiny.
What did your friends jokingly bully you about? What were like some jokes they might have said?
That's in it. Destiny. Do you think you look
Destiny,
grotesque? Do you
Destiny,
think you look
Destiny.
grotesque?
Destiny.
Okay, Breastiny. Do you think you look grotesque?
Destiny.
Breastiny, do you think you look grotesque?
I think I do okay for
You look disgusting. And not everyone has to go to the gym, but for some fucking reason, you look abnormally grotesque and disgusting as a man.
Haz.
You look like a freak
Haz,
of nature. Absolutely
you
disgusting.
To Dylan and share opinions on like other men's bodies. You could do that. I don't really
Breastiny,
care, though. I
Breastiny.
don't care what you think about me. Actually, don't tell us what you
Breastiny.
think about me.
You don't care what I think about you?
No,
Breastiny, you're a nihilist. You don't even care if other men sleep with your wife. What do you care about? You don't care if you have a pedophile you're platforming. You're a nihilist. You don't care about anything. You're just a sad, pathetic fucking person. You're a sad, fucking pathetic person is what you are. You don't have to care about anything, Destiny, but what does that make? It makes you a jellyfish. Makes you a fucking jellyfish. Do more psychedelics to cope with your pain and misery, Destiny. Do more psychedelics to cope with your pain and misery in life. Destiny, I could see the pain in your eyes of how your wife is with other men.
Do you know how many times over the years I've heard that from people that don't exist on this platform anymore?
But I can see the pain in your
Why do you
eyes.
think you're any different? You sound just like every other person, dude.
Oh, really?
You realize that? Yes.
Oh, I sound okay, but we were all right, aren't we?
I don't know. Half of them don't exist on the internet anymore. You sound like every other like wannabe huge alpha male that just screeches into
Destiny.
Dumb shit, and then
Your existence, Destiny, to the grand majority of normal living people on planet Earth, you are absolutely a disgraceful, dishonorable husk. Not excuse for a man.
Okay.
To the overwhelming majority of living people on planet Earth, only DGG, disgusting, degenerate nerds will ever accept you. Everyone else on Earth...
The majority of people on planet Earth would look up to somebody like you that screams...
The overwhelming majority of people on Earth...
Screams in a microphone...
Yes, they would be much more sympathetic with my human direct aggression than your disgusting, arrogant, passive-aggressive remarks.
That's
Yes.
what you brag about, that your existence online is so pathetic that they'd have sympathy for you?
They would definitely side with me because I'm a fucking human being who speaks with their fucking chest, speaks with their heart. You speak like a fucking reptile. That's the fucking difference. You're a fucking snake. That's the fucking difference, Destiny. You're a passive-aggressive, robotic piece of shit, and I'm a fucking human being who wears what they are on their sleeve. You will never have that. You will never just be directly an authentic person online. You're always gonna be a fake fuck who hides their real fucking feelings and hides who they really fucking are behind the veneer of sarcasm and irony and indirect jabs and insults. You'll never actually be able to own up to what you really fucking are deep down. Now, will you? You fucking pussy. Because I think if you did that, everyone would see what an ugly, slimy piece of shit you really are.
Do you think that you saying it over and over again makes it true?
I think you're a little nervous right now. That's what I think. I think you're a little nervous.
Tell me why. Why would I be nervous in this conversation?
Because I think you're just fucking speechless, is what I think. Right? Nobody's ever talked to this.
What am
I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? Beta male. What are you supposed to say?
There's nothing I can say. Do you know?
There's
why?
nothing.
Because this is a Discord call that doesn't mean anything to anybody's life.
Then why are you still here?
Because I've got 12,000 people laughing at you right now, paying me money to watch you chimp out. That's
okay. Then keep it going. Keep it going. Because I'm here to roast. I'm here to roast the shit out of you. I'm here to fucking grill you. Yeah.
With 1/7 my viewers.
But definitely, I thought you had a life. I thought you had a life, Destiny. What happened to having a life?
Well, right now my life is making money off of you being a clown on my stream.
Oh, I'm being a clown, Destiny. Your 12,000 degenerate, ugly pedo nerds are nothing. Mm-hmm. They're a drop in the fucking puddle in the grand scheme of things. You think I give a fuck about your fucking audience? You think, how much of your audience do you think is worth mine?
Haas, we've all listened to you cry about your declining audience. Why are you pretending?
And I said, one of mine is worth 1,000 of yours. So my 300 Spartans are worth 3,000 of your fucking viewers. My fucking community will always be loyal to me. You think your fucking community is loyal to you and your personality, Destiny? They fucking make fun of you. They mock you. They don't respect you. Nobody fucking respects you, Destiny. You never gotten that. They call you a cuck. They constantly mock how you look.
Your community is so disloyal. You had to cry on stream about them leaving for other.
Oh really? Did I complain about my community or just a few personalities in my Discord trying to sow division? And I always do that.
To do a purge.
I always do purges.
Yeah, why do you have to purge?
Because I have a loyal core of a community. That's why.
Why would a loyal core of community need to be purged every now and then?
To keep them loyal.
That's what respect is to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're fucking militant out here. We're disciplined. We're not like your fucking community of disloyal pieces of shit. You don't stand for any agenda. We have to be this way, Destiny, because we're fighting against the fucking grain. We don't just report and show for the fucking establishment and go with the fucking flow or whatever fucking CNN or MSNBC says. We have to go against the fucking grain, and you bet we're gonna have our own fucking purges while we're fucking doing that, because we're fighting an uphill fucking battle, defending the truth when we're surrounded on every fucking side. You bet your fucking ass I'm gonna have a fucking solid community of 300 fucking Spartans against the whole fucking grain. We're not a bunch of little bitches who just go with the fucking flow. It's convenient that so you never have to get censored for anything. Everything you always fucking believe or say magically aligns with the fucking establishment and the mainstream media and the fucking agenda of Davos and the fucking globalist agenda. You ever fucking wondered about that? You fucking gnome fuck.
Pause. I literally got unpartnered from this website. People make fun of me for not having a blue check mark because I don't toe the party.
You got unpartnered for saying something. Yeah.
What you are doing right now is the epitome of your content. It's you screaming at the top of your lungs.
Hey, Beta Male Steve. When you try to talk over me, Beta Male Steve. When you try to talk over and you try to fucking disrespect me, you're gonna fucking get these guerrilla games, motherfucker. And you're not beating me at it. You try to start a war you can't finish. You try to initiate this game of disrespect and talking over the opponent and insults, and you say, oh, Oz, that's all you have. I would have been happy to stick to the meat and potatoes of just having a civil discussion with the war in Ukraine, but you decided to cross that fucking boundary first, and now you're bitching and regretting it because I'm so loud and I'm so fucking disrespectful. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch, because I'm not passive-aggressive like you who makes offhand remarks. You disrespect me, and I'm gonna directly disrespect you. How about that? I'm not gonna indirectly make these snide remarks and these warily comments. I'm not a little bitch fucking Warcraft, Starcraft fucking player like you. I'm a grown fucking man, Destiny. I stand by what I fucking say and I mean it.
Could you repeat that? I missed it.
Oh, Dylan, that's so funny, isn't it?
I want to get into the mind of Haas. Do you think I'm afraid of you right now? Or do you think that we're like intimidated by you screeching?
I think in person you would be.
Really?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I really do.
Why did you say in my chat before, one DGGer is worth 100 of mine? One DGGer.
I didn't say that in your chat.
Whose
You
chat
said
did
that in my
that?
chat. You said
Oh,
it.
Yeah. Oh, I misspoke.
Yeah.
I misspoke. That's what nerds do. You spelled the word wrong. Ha ha ha. But you're still a little bitch. That's the difference. You're still a little fucking nerd fuck. You're still a little bitch. You can make fun of me for mistyping or misspeaking.
Destiny, could you say-
What does that mean? At the end of the day, what the fuck does that mean, Destiny, huh? Your community's not worth shit. You're not worth shit. DGG, they're not worth shit. They're nothing. They got fucking rolled over. They got surpassed by even Hassan. You think I'm fucking intimidated by you and your community? Care what you fucking think? Bunch of fucking loser nerds. I met your fans in person. I know what your fans are like. Those are the ones who had the bravery to come meet me in person too, by the way. So that must have been the cream of the crop
I didn't get to
of
meet
your
any of your
fucking
fans in
community.
person because you didn't have any, unfortunately.
Because I told my people not to come to this modern day debate bullshit.
Wow.
Is that the cope? Jesus.
Why would they?
True. Why would they? Just
Why
to
would
get you
they?
crushed in person?
Why would they come to enemy territory?
Fight with
Why would they come to enemy? Why would they come to enemy territory? Why would they come to enemy territory, huh?
Enemy
and Dylan, that was right then and there with Dylan, by the way. He bitched out and Karen'd out. It's that
would they
fucking
come to enemy
simple.
I thought they were warriors. I thought they were Spartans. They run from enemy territory against what?
Why would they pay money to buy a ticket in a fucking hotel to go to modern day debate with you? Only two debates with you and fucking
Why
Dylan.
would you shit on
when I
modern
left
debate
on the
when
same
guy's
debate?
hosting you on channels and hosting you in real life events?
Why the fuck would my community go to that fucking event?
Why did you
To
go after
support the
James
things
at
that
the
you
end
get
of the debate?
invited to. Do you just not give a fuck about the people that are trying to help you out?
Oh yeah.
Burn
Hey,
bridges?
Hey, Destiny. You talking about burning bridges? You talking about how I fucking burn bridges? Really? I burn bridges, Destiny? You want to fucking go down that fucking road? You've burned every fucking bridge of every fucking friendship you've ever fucking had, you fucking
just lost
loser.
the ACC
I don't.
championship,
Yeah, but the
Destiny.
difference is
Just
I'm not on
lost it.
stream crying about the bridge.
Well, who's
rivalry.
crying? You're mistaking you getting fucking roasted and fucking being punked out is fucking me crying, you little bitch. Read the fucking room. I know you're reading your room. Read the wider world, Destiny. Everyone who's not in the DGG nerd cult of fucking pedos can see that you look like a little bitch and a punk right now.
Active
Yeah.
pedophilia, are we?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Somebody linked a picture of you and it's fucking white people.
Yeah. So Destiny, what do you have? What do you have over me, huh? What do you have? What can I take away from you? You let other men be with your wife. How can I insult you? How? You abandon your own son.
Circumstances brought us into a conversation where you find it necessary to screech at me for 3 hours to assert how much better you are than me means that I'm probably doing a lot better than you.
Oh, really?
Much I
Really?
need to know.
Wait, Destiny, you had this a long time coming. You had this a long time coming.
Screaming at me on Zoom?
Yeah. Hey, Destiny, guess what? I'm roasting the shit out of you. I stole your manhood away. You're not a fucking man anymore, by the way. You look like a little punk. You look
Is
like
that
a
what you
fucking
think
little bitch.
manhood is stolen and earned?
Man, shut the fuck up, little
that what
bitch.
you believe?
See, Destiny, yes, you think everything's a logical argument, and you gotta logic right your way out of it. Hey, Destiny, everything's not logical. You're not gonna logic. Go play your fucking saxophone, you little bitch. You have nothing. You have fucking nothing. Go play your fucking saxophone in the background, you little bitch. That'll be better than the vain logic lording you're trying to fucking do right now. I'm calling you a bitch, and I have receipts that you're a little bitch.
What are the receipts that I'm a little bitch?
The receipts that you're a little fucking bitch is that in person you don't keep that same fucking energy. The second thing is that you're a little open relationship thing. Wow. You know, you abandoned your fucking son. You're a pussy, dude. You're a fucking pussy. You look little. You're a 32-year-old man. Anyone ever told you that, by the
Can
way?
you at least get my age right? It's 33, dude.
You're a 33-year-old man.
Thank you.
And this is what you do for a living. What about Mr. Gore do you like so much? Let's talk about that.
No, I'm good.
You know, Mr.
Oh no, you don't want to talk about it?
No, it's just kind of boring. I like listening to you scream about how manly you are.
Oh, what do you like about Mr. Girl? What about him do you like? I don't have to scream about how manly I am compared to you. That's just self-evident. We're talking about something
else. I like
else.
how much energy you have here in this
Yeah,
call.
yeah.
Shit talking you in real life and you're just giggling awkwardly.
Yeah. Destiny. Yeah. Because the circumstances have changed, you're gonna see how I am in real life.
There weren't any changing circumstances. Well, the circumstances.
Yes, there were.
When I met you in real life, you were a beta conciliatory.
No. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. I knew you take it for weakness. You take take me being a human being for weakness is your fucking problem.
No,
that's your fucking problem, Destiny.
No,
yeah.
weak.
You You take that for weakness. You take me being a you're being a human being, not a beta male, a human being. You take me being a human being.
And your place is.
You take that. Hey, Destiny, I can't wait to see you in person again. I can't. Come next week. Come next week.
Yeah, fly me out and I'll be there. Okay.
Okay, you'll come.
If you guys will pay for my flight, I'll come.
You'll come in person? We'll see.
If you'll pay for my flight, yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll see. I can't wait to see you in person, Des, because you're gonna see my real energy when you cross the fucking boundary of disrespect, like you fucking done. And Destiny.
So when I show up, you're gonna be like, say something.
This is what happened, Destiny. Destiny. You've always been a little bitch. You've never been able to insult me directly ever. You only fucking got the courage to do it.
Insulting you directly, hang on text, you were laughing it off like a little.
Really, when? When did you insult me?
Go watch the stream.
You never directly insulted me. You never directly insulted me once. Not once. You made these snide comments, which I ignore, because guess what? And guess why I've always ignored you. I've always ignored your snide comments because they're a fucking bluff. Notice only when you directly attack me do you get this fucking energy. I don't give a fuck when you make your little snide comments. I know you're a little bitch to your fucking core. You're never gonna directly attack me in person, though.
Remember when you kept showing me your phone and you're like, "Oh my god, look at all the viewers. This is crazy."
When did I say that?
When we were sitting next to each other, you were showing me all the viewers that had rolled in. Yeah.
I said, "Oh, look how crazy these viewers are. You think I've never gotten that fucking
you were like, look, viewers? 500, 600 viewers." I was like, "Yeah."
You think I've never gotten 500, 600 views, you dumb fuck? That was my average before LA.
Oh, why?
You stupid fuck. I wasn't excited about it. Fucking liar. You're a fucking liar, Destiny. That's your fucking problem. Destiny, you have always... That's what I understand now. You've always taken it for weakness. Big fucking mistake. Big fucking mistake. You should have kept acting like a passive-aggressive little bitch instead of getting into your name calling, because now you're going to see a really different side of me going forward, Destiny. Right, yeah, Destiny.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm hyped as fuck. All right.
Yeah, Destiny, guess what, motherfucker? You, DGG, your whole fucking community, and all your fucking orbiters, they're not worth less than my fucking shit.
Let's get it
not
out
worth
right
less than my fucking shit.
What do you want to do when you see me next? What do you want to do?
Don't worry.
No, just let's talk it out right now. What do you
We're
think?
Not talking about anything.
I'll tell you what's going to happen.
I don't like talking.
Tell you what's going to happen.
Well, go ahead.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen is you're going to see me and you're like, fuck you, Destiny, I don't like you. And then maybe you'll turn awkwardly to the side and pretend that you're talking to somebody else while you're like eyeing me in the peripheral.
Okay, keep talking. That's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. I can't wait for you to see the truth, though. I can't wait for you to see the truth, though.
I hope we catch it all on stream.
Yeah.
Where I walk in and you're shooting me those evil eyes.
You better hope we catch it on stream. You better hope it's on stream, because if it's not, I mean, that wouldn't be as good, right? So you better hope it's on stream.
Okay.
Yeah. Better hope it's on stream.
I mean, you guys are going to fly me out?
What do you mean, you guys?
It's in Austin, right? It's got to be like $150 ticket. It's not a big deal. I can't buy it at a...
You can't afford 150?
No, I just don't want to donate 150 to like a fucking ML tanky cause.
Oh, okay. You're not coming to the conference, by the way. You're just going to come to Austin.
Yeah, I can find a girl to stay with. That's what I'll do.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would I go to your shit ass fucking conference? I'll find a friend to stay with.
Go to Austin.
I'll come hang out with you for 1 hour. We can go to fucking McDonald's and eat a...
Come to Austin next week. Okay, come to Austin next week.
Fly me back.
Come to Austin next week. Come to Austin next week. Come to Austin next week.
You have to pay for my fuck vacation.
I'm not paying for shit, bitch.
If you're not gonna buy me the ticket, I'm not gonna go fucking see you.
So if a viewer in Destiny chat wants him to do it, then he'll donate to you. How about that?
No, I'm not. If you
why not? You don't have to donate any of your money. It's a viewer in your chat who's gonna do it, and then you get the money.
If a viewer donates me money, I'm gonna keep that money. I'm gonna buy chicken nuggets.
So you're a little bitch, is what you're saying.
Check.
Not a little bitch.
Yeah.
I'm saying that if you want,
so you're a pussy. You don't want to put your money where your mouth is. You just made a prediction about how it would go down if I saw you in person again, but you're not actually willing to test whether it's true or not.
I'm not making any threats to you. I don't have to put my money anywhere.
You're not making. You made a prediction.
You'll sit there like a beta fuck, and then
walk away. So back that up. Test it. See if what's gonna happen.
I'm not gonna pay money.
So you're not gonna test it because you're a bluffing little bitch and you know it's not true.
We'll test it in April when we see each other in April. We don't need to rush.
Why are we seeing each other in April?
I thought you said you were going to the Better Discourse event.
When did I don't know what that is. What is that?
Oh shit. I don't know. Isn't that what we met the last thing?
No.
Isn't the last debate we went to one of those Better Discourse events? Oh shit, actually it was James's event.
It was Modern Day Debates.
Yeah, fuck. Oh shit. I thought you said you got invited in April. Damn. Wait,
when did I say that?
Are you gonna go to TwitchCon?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see each other in TwitchCon then, okay?
I'm going to the one in Europe. You going to the one in Europe, which is sooner? You got a lot of excuses, Destiny. You want to wait a year to test this little theory of yours?
Is it? I thought TwitchCon in America was in like a few months.
Zerka said he'll buy the ticket. Zerka said he'll buy it. How about that?
For me to go to the Austin thing?
Yeah, to come to Austin, he'll buy it. How about that?
Give me the dates and I'll see if I can do it.
You come the 10th.
If I go the 10th, I have to leave the night of the 10th.
Why?
I can be there on the 10th because my kid's birthday is on the 11th. I'm going to be in Omaha on the 11th.
So come the 12th.
12th after. Yeah, I can probably come the 12th.
Okay, come the 12th. The Zerka's gonna buy your ticket. He said he wants to buy it for you, and we're gonna test your theory in person.
Tell me what you think is going to happen?
I don't have to tell you what I think. I'll just show you.
So what are we doing? I like to make plans. So are we going to, do you just want to like meet at a restaurant?
We're testing your theory. No, we're not going to a restaurant. We're gonna test your theory.
Where are we meeting? What are we doing?
Don't worry. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. I need to know plans. What am I supposed to go to the airport and jerk off for 2 hours?
We could meet at the conference. We could meet at a sidewalk, whatever.
I wasn't invited to the conference.
We could meet at a sidewalk somewhere.
You want me to fly to Austin to meet you at a sidewalk somewhere?
We're not hanging out with you, Destiny. We're gonna test your theory.
What do you think we're doing?
We're gonna test your theory to see if I'm gonna keep up the same energy in person. I'm gonna roast the shit out of you in person. Call you a little bitch to your face in person. I'm gonna keep up the energy until you walk away like a pussy, like a little bitch.
If you get me an invite into your conference, I'll do it.
You're not. You're shifting the goalposts. You're shifting the goalposts. Zerka said he'll buy your ticket.
I'm not gonna meet you at a fucking random sidewalk. Are you fucking insane?
You think? Okay, where do you want to meet, Destiny? Not
at your conference. You can show how
you can when the conference is over. When the conference is over, you can meet me outside the conference. How about that?
Okay, tell Zerka to send me the times and the travel arrangements.
Okay, Zerka's gonna send you everything, and if you don't show up, everything you just said is worth less than shit. You're full of shit, and you admit it, right?
Okay, I guess. I don't even know what we're setting up right now.
Okay.
For the record, I'm not talking about meeting you in a random fucking street corner.
Perfect. Perfect. Zerka's buying your ticket. It's all arranged.
Gotcha.
Hope you keep the same energy too.
How are you feeling, dude?
Yeah. How are you feeling, Destiny?
I feel great.
How's all the people in your life feeling?
All the people in my life? Well, my wife is doing pretty good.
You think so? You think so?
Pretty good.
I think her feelings are kind of hurt a little bit sometimes. That's what I think.
She's a human being. Yeah, I imagine.
And I think you're the cause.
Sometimes
I think you're the cause of that, and you cause a lot of unhappiness to the people around you.
Probably hurt her feelings sometimes. Yeah, that's part of a relationship.
You cause a lot of unhappiness to your.
When you get old enough to get in a relationship.
To your ex-wife. Your ex-wife is very unhappy too.
You don't even know who my ex-wife is.
Interesting.
You don't even know what her name is, dude.
Interesting.
It is.
Interesting. But I think they're pretty unhappy.
What do you think the name of my ex-wife is?
I think they're pretty unhappy.
Do you think so?
I think everyone who's ever been in your life who's made the mistake of, for whatever fuck, this is, maybe I can't understand them because
you know how much of a beta fuck you sound when you're trying to act like you have all this secret info on me and you don't know shit about me, right?
Listen, don't worry. Then you're confident. I don't know anything. Don't worry.
You're gonna back away, run away from me. Don't worry.
Don't worry. Why you sound nervous? You sound nervous that I know something?
Do you think if you keep saying I sound nervous, it's gonna make me sound nervous?
I think you're worried. I think
the most public life on this platform, and even I know that you don't know my ex-wife.
Listen, Beta Male Steve. Nobody gives a fuck. The point is,
you know who my
the world, Destiny, you're keeping up this Peter Pan syndrome shit while the world is collapsing around you. Interesting. You're a fucking failure of a streamer. Your failed career, failed everything.
Failed career, 12.
Yeah. So why is Hassan so much bigger than you in general?
I don't know. Why do you think he's bigger than me?
I think it's because he does what you try to do better than you.
So why is he so much bigger than you?
Because he's been here longer.
So you're telling me that in 2 or 3 years you're going to be where Hassan is now?
Quite possibly.
Do you want to bet money on that? USD, not rubles?
Sure.
Okay. How about in 3 years, if you're breaking 10,000 concurrent viewers, I'll give you $100.
Oh, 100? You don't sound very confident.
Pakistan and India are fighting in disputed territory.
Yeah, so nukes aren't always used to resolve all fucking wars.
In disputed territory.
Oh, you shift the goalposts more. Keep shifting the goalposts, you fucking weaselly little fuck.
There is a reason
keep shifting the goalposts.
There's a reason why.
Keep shifting the goalposts.
Territory. There's a reason why.
The reason is because that's not even the way war is fought anymore after fucking World War II, dumbass.
I agree.
And yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Geography is.
Yeah, geography is fit, but that doesn't mean the fucking land wars are obsolete in this day and age. Symmetrical land wars.
Ukraine or Russia?
Russia.
If no planes are in the sky, who's doing better?
What do you mean no planes are in the sky?
If no planes are in the sky, who's doing
Russian
better?
planes are not in the sky?
Not over Ukraine. Not
yes,
much,
they are.
No.
Yes, they are.
Absolutely not.
They absolutely are. Yes, they are.
Absolutely not. You
yes,
have
they
Ukrainian planes that are attacking convoys right now. How
that's
can you tell me that every
bullshit.
military analyst?
That's simply, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. The 40-mile long convoy that was debunked that they said they were taking out. By the way, it's not airplanes, it's drones they're using. Those are drones. They're not airplanes, you fucking idiot.
Back. Gets outnumbered on Twitter by leftoids, still won candy for telling truth. Fall down 7 times, stand up 8.
Thank you so much, Void Burn. And never fucking forget it. Never fucking forget who's carrying this fucking shit. Because I'm going to tell you, there's no fucking community anywhere like this. Thank you, Ghost of Arabia. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. They've been getting away with their fucking lies for so fucking long. They've been getting away with it. They've been getting away with their lies with Russiagate, where they're scapegoating a group for being responsible for all turmoil and all problems. It's the same pathology, and if they have their way, it would be the same result. Racism against Russians is already being accepted. There's institutions in Europe that are starting to ban Tolstoy. Genocidal racism. They want to engage in erasure of Russian culture. They are trying to erase Russian culture in general. They hate Russians. Russians tried to join the West. And the West said no. We hate you because you're Russian. And this is why Russia goes down the path that it is. That's right. I'm Semitic. I come from a Semitic-speaking people. Anti-Semitism takes many forms, not only one form. David Fisherman on the nuclear thing and fact-checking. Okay, you provided a more reliable thread. Okay, David Fishman. The Ukraine nuclear power plant, Zaporizhzhia, it has Russian-designed Ver-1000 reactors.